Jin had an uncle named Sheng Guang, who angrily burst through the old man's gate, loudly reviling the family for the wrongdoing. Mu's father felt ashamed and depressed, and offered a cash payment to persuade the man to return home. But in the end, he still didn't know with whom his daughter had been having the affair. Presently the neighbor woman's son arrived at the local court with the wicked Dong's head, explaining how he had settled things, but then the elder brother of his slain wife, who was skilled at disputing, arrived to claim that his sister was innocent. An official arrested the old neighbor woman. She confessed her part in the whole matter from beginning to end. Then they called upon Jin's mother to testify, but she claimed to be in poor health, so they sent for Jin Shengguang to take her place, and he explained the whole story. As a result, what had at first seemed quite complicated, implicating Mu's father and mother, was finally resolved, and everything investigated and settled. Mu's mother, who had instructed her daughter to remarry, was declared guilty of wantonness, and beaten. Mu's family paid to be exempted from their guilt, which consumed most of their fortune. The old neighbor woman who had facilitated their wickedness was flogged to death. The case was then settled. The collector of these strange tales remarks, the Jin family's son was some kind of supernatural spirit. Since he sincerely advised his wife to remarry, it's obvious he was insightful. He didn't need to murder anyone, yet was still able to resolve all the enmity, so how could anyone say he wasn't supernaturally powerful? The old neighbor woman who assisted in the seduction of the daughter-in-law of another family caused her own daughter-in-law to be used. Mu's mother loved her daughter, but encouraged the men who slew her. How sad! If you want to know why something will happen in the future, it's because of what you're doing now, and keeping that in mind will bring about effects faster than your next incarnation will. Underscore 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 un. If you want, doing now, this is the essence of the Buddhist notion of karma. Negative karma incurred in one lifetime can carry over into the next, or can delay one's passage through the purgatorial underworld, until sufficient punishment has been meted out to allow one to be reborn into the world. 206 Peng Haiqiu. A Zhuzheng from Liaozhai, named Peng Hogu, was studying far from home. By the time of the Mid-Autumn Festival, he hadn't returned home, so he was lonely. He felt that no one in the village was really qualified to converse with him except for Scholar Chu, the town's literary celebrity, who also had a penchant for immoral conduct which led Peng to despise him. As the moon ascended into the sky, Peng's boredom multiplied till he just couldn't stand it, so he sent an invitation to Chu to come over. After the two scholars had been drinking for a bit, there came a tapping at the door. A boy servant went from Peng's study to answer the door, where he found a scholar who had just come to visit the building's resident. Peng left his seat, respectfully inviting his guest to enter. They bowed to each other, then took their seats while Peng began inquiring about the guest's family and hometown. Underscore 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 un. Zhuzheng, a successful candidate in the lowest level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. Liaozhai, the name of a prefecture during the Ming and Qing dynasties, part of modern Ye County, Shandong Province, Zhu 2:701. Mid-Autumn Festival, celebrated on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month. This is also the birthday of the Great Yin, the moon, the day when the moon is supposedly its brightest. Palmer et al. 209. Peng's unknown guest said, "I'm from Guangling, and we share the same surname, though my courtesy name is Haiqiu. On the occasion of this pleasant night, I was quite bored at the inn. When I heard about your refinement, I had to see you for myself, even without the courtesy of first being introduced." When Peng Hogu looked at him more closely, he noticed that Haiqiu kept his scholarly gown clean and neat, while their laughter and conversation proved tasteful and erudite. Peng Hogu became very happy and declared, "So you belong to my clan. What a night it is tonight, to have such a nice guest here." Hogu called for more wine to be poured, entertaining Peng Haiqiu like they were old acquaintances. As he scrutinized Haiqiu's reactions, he noted that his visitor seemed to despise Scholar Chu quite seriously, for whenever Chu tried to speak to him respectfully, he was answered impolitely by Peng Haiqiu. Peng Hogu felt ashamed of Scholar Chu and wanted to interrupt their conversation, so he invited them to sing a folk song, urging them to have more to drink. Then, looking up into the sky with a cough, Hogu sang the song of the protector spirit of Fu Feng. They laughed together heartily afterwards. "I can't carry a tune," said Haiqiu, "so I won't be able to respond with another beautiful song. Can't I invite some lady to sing in my place?" "Please go ahead," replied Hogu. Haiqiu asked him, "Are there any well-known female performers in the area?" "None," replied Hogu. Haiqiu was quiet for a good long while, then he told the boy servant who was with them in the study, "Go call for the person who's waiting outside the door, and then you can usher her in here." Underscore 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 un. Guangling, site of the modern Jiangsu province city of Yangzhou. Song of the Protector Spirit of Fu Feng, a song by China's most celebrated poet, Li Bai, also known as Li Bo, 699 to 762 CE. Fu Feng, an ancient prefecture, is part of modern Shaanxi province. The boy went out, and then they noticed that there was a woman keeping a discreet distance as she stood outside the doorway. The boy conducted her in, and she appeared to be about 16, as striking as a goddess. Peng Hogu, surprised by her beauty, guided her to a seat. She wore a short cape that was the yellow of willow trees, and her fragrance filled the room. Peng Haiqiu conveyed this greeting to her, "A 1,000 li is quite an arduous journey." The woman smiled enthusiastically. Hogu thought this a rather strange reaction, and consequently asked what it meant. Haiqiu explained, "Since you were suffering without any beautiful women here, I had to call her from a boat on West Lake to come here." Then, speaking to the woman, he said, "Just now, when you were on the boat, you were singing the Unfaithful Gentleman's Song, an excellent number. Please repeat it for us." She then sang. There was an unfaithful gentleman who led his horse to a pool for a wash. Then his voice faded away, and the sound of his horse disappeared. There was clear sky high above the river, and a small moon appeared over the mountains. He turned to leave, but never returned. So in his courtyard, I await a new dawn. I can't complain that he's left so often. Yet I worry how few happy reunions there have been. And wonder, where's he sleeping now? Nothing's stirring in the wind. If there isn't even a chance to gain a title there. Don't go to Lingsheng. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. West Lake, located in Hangzhou, the capital of Zhejiang province. Peng Haiqiu drew a jade flute from inside one of his leggings, and accompanied her as she sang. When the song was over and Haiqiu finished playing his flute, Peng Hogu sighed and couldn't stop admiring the music, declaring to his guest, "West Lake is over 1,000 li away, and in the space of a breath you were able to invite someone to come, so doesn't that mean you must be a god?" "I wouldn't dare be called a god, I merely have the ability to see courtyards from a great distance," Haiqiu replied. "This evening, West Lake is so exceedingly beautiful that we can't avoid having a look at it. So can you follow me to travel there?" Hogu was careful in his response, since he wanted to see more of this strangeness, so he agreed, "That would be very fortunate." "What would you like to take, a boat, or a horse?" Haiqiu asked him. Hogu thought that sitting aboard a boat would be pleasant, so he replied, "I'd enjoy a boat ride." "It's a great distance to summon a boat here," said Haiqiu, "but there must be a ferry in the Milky Way to use." Then he looked up into the sky and called out, "Bring a boat, bring a boat! We're waiting to go to West Lake, and we won't be stingy about paying for it." Before long, a gaily decorated boat appeared in the sky and floated down to them, with mist and clouds encircling it. The three of them then climbed aboard. They saw a man holding a short oar. He was rowing with it, and the oar was embellished with thick rows of plumes, like a kind of feather fan. With a wave of its feathers, a cool breeze began blowing gently. By degrees the boat lifted up into the sky, and they began heading southward, whizzing along like an arrow. Underscore 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 un. Lingsheng, located in modern Sichuan Province's Qianglai County. Literary notable Sima Xiongru, 179–117 BCE, was invited to stay as a guest with Zhou Wangsun's family in Lingsheng, and then ended up seducing and running off that night with Zhou's daughter, Zhou Wenjun, Zhu 2:701n18, hence the emblematic association of the site with illicit love. 15 minutes later, the boat landed in a body of water. They heard string and wind instruments playing raucously, and the sound of clamorous voices. They looked into the distance outside the boat, as the moon shone over the mist and rolling waves, to see many other boats crowded into the lake. The boatman stopped the movement of his oar, and allowed his boat to drift where it would. As they looked around carefully, they realized that they really were at West Lake. Peng Haiqiu went to the rear of the cabin, where he obtained some rare delicacies and excellent wine, and happily poured the wine as they sat drinking. After a little while, a large turreted boat began to approach them, until it pulled close to them and came alongside. They peered out the window to take a look, and saw 2 or 3 men in it, playing chess and laughing loudly. Haiqiu swiftly grabbed one of their drinking vessels and turned to the singer, saying, "Let me toast you with this, to see you off." The woman then took a drink from it, while Peng Hogu, reluctant to let her leave, paced nervously, terrified at the thought of her leaving, even standing with one foot on the other. The woman peered at him encouragingly, which touched Hogu even more. He begged her for date in the future. "If you like me," the woman replied, "just ask people about me. My name is Wan Niang, and everyone knows me." Peng Haiqiu took Hogu's silk scarf and instructed the woman, "You'll meet again in 3 years." Then he stood up, took the woman's hand in his, and exclaimed, "Hail the Celestial! Hail the Celestial!" As a reply came from the neighboring boat's window, Haiqiu grasped the woman's hand, helping her as she boarded the other boat. While the window and its frame appeared to be as flat as a saucer, the woman entered it, with snake-like movement, encountering no difficulties. Underscore 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 un. Playing chess, here, the game is Wiki, or encirclement chess, with black and white stones, like the Japanese Go, rather than the conventional Chinese chessboard, Xiangqi, with its specific playing pieces. From the neighboring boat, Hogu heard the words, "Juanyang's come to her senses." Their boat then began to move away. From a distance he saw that the other boat was already at anchor, and that in the midst of it, people who'd lost their keenness to play kept leaving one after another. Then he told Peng Haiqiu that he wanted to go ashore, gazing off towards it. By the time they'd discussed the matter, the boat had already reached the land. Consequently, Hogu disembarked, feeling like he'd walked several li to reach the shore. Haiqiu followed behind him, leading a horse, and told Hogu to take it. After approaching to hand it over, he then left, saying, "Wait here until a pair of riders come." A long time passed, but no one arrived. There were virtually no passers-by. He looked up at the moon setting in the west, the sky brightening with the approach of dawn. He had no idea where Chu had gone. He held onto the horse as it kept moving around, back and forth, disoriented. With a shake of its reins, he led it over to where the boat was moored, where he discovered that the men from the boat had all vanished. He thought about the fact that the bag at his waist was empty, which made him all the more worried. As the sky grew very bright, he noticed a small sack on the horse that he'd missed earlier. Exploring its contents, he found 3 or 4 silver taels. He bought something to eat so he could focus on waiting, since he hadn't realized it was almost noon. He decided it might be better for him to make some brief inquiries about Wan Niang and to begin searching for where Chu had gone. He asked around about someone by the name of Wan Niang, but no one knew her, and it began to turn bleak and chilly. The next day, he decided to leave. The horse fortunately proved to be a fine steed with no apparent weaknesses, and half a month later he finally arrived home. Before, when the 3 men left Hogu's place, the servant boy reported to the family that Hogu had died. The whole household was in mourning, everyone crying that he'd never return. When Hogu did return, he tethered his horse and went inside. His family members, amazed and overjoyed, gathered to ask him about it, so Hogu told them about all the strange things that had happened. Because he began thinking about having come back alone, he was afraid that Scholar Chu's family would hear about it and send someone to interrogate him about the disappearance of Haiqiu, so Hogu admonished his family members not to let word get out about the matter. While he was speaking, he explained how he'd come across his horse. The others figured that an immortal must have lost the animal, so they decided to visit the stable for a closer look at it. When they came to it, the horse suddenly shrank, and in its place there was Scholar Chu, eating grass, his reins and halter hanging over the side of a horse trough. Extremely shocked, the group called for Hogu to come and see for himself. When he saw Chu with his head hanging down in a pen, his face as grey as a corpse, Hogu asked him about it, but Chu didn't say a word, both eyes opening and shutting, and that was all. Feeling sorry for him, Hogu untied the reins and helped Chu, who was acting like he'd lost his very soul, onto a bed. He poured Chu some thin gruel, and gradually he was able to swallow it. By midnight, he'd begun to revive a bit, and he anxiously wanted to relieve himself. With Hogu's assistance he went out and did so, till there were several clods of horse manure on the ground beneath him. Then he took a few sips of something to drink, and finally he was able to talk again. Hogu came near the bed to ask what had happened to him, and Chu replied, "After I'd gone ashore, the fellow who was my guide began making sarcastic remarks to me. We came to an open area where he playfully patted me on the neck, causing me to lose my bearings and become disoriented, and then I fell to the ground. Though I lay there only a few moments, I had already become a horse. I could feel that I was conscious, but I couldn't speak. It was a great humiliation, and I literally couldn't tell my wife and children, so I beg you not to tell anyone about it." Hogu promised to say nothing, then told a servant to take a horse and accompany him home. Peng Hogu was unable to forget about his feelings for Wan Niang. 3 more years passed, and his elder sister's husband took over as the assistant prefectural magistrate in Yangzhou, so he decided to go and visit them. In Yangzhou, there was an official's son named Liang, a relative by marriage to the Peng family, who gave a feast and invited Hogu to come drink with him. There were several Gaji performers, and when they were all present, they courteously greeted their host. When Liang asked for Wan Niang, servants informed him that she'd taken ill. Liang angrily exclaimed, "She's too proud of her reputation, so you can just tie her up with a rope and bring her here." When Hogu heard Juanyang's name, he was startled into asking Liang who she was. "This prostitute is the #1 performer in Guangling," Liang explained. "Because she has a bit of reputation, she's haughty and impertinent." Hogu suspected she must just be a woman with the same name as Wan Niang, yet his heart palpitated anxiously, and he desperately wanted to have a look at her. Soon, Wan Niang arrived, and Liang exploded, angrily rebuking her. Hogu scrutinized the woman, and indeed it was the very woman he'd seen at the Mid-Autumn Festival. He told Liang, "This woman and I have long been friends, so it's fortunate that I've come, and I hope you'll forgive her for making you angry." Wan Niang turned around and looked carefully at Hogu, seeming equally surprised to see him. underscore 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 un. Yangzhou, located in Jiangsu Province. Guji, women who performed specifically for the imperial court, for area officials, or for affluent families by singing and dancing. Liang was too busy to question them any further, and ordered that wine be poured for his guests. "Do you still remember the unfaithful gentleman's song?" Hogu asked her. Wan Niang, even more surprised, stared at him briefly before launching into the old song. When Peng Hogu heard her singing it, it was as if he'd returned to the time of the Mid-Autumn Festival. The drinking continued till quite late, so Liang ordered the performers to serve his guests in their bedrooms. Hogu grabbed Juanyang's hand and said, 3 years ago we made an appointment to meet again, is that why you've come now? On that day, West Lake was filled with my followers, Wan Niang recalled, and I'd not drunk many goblets of wine, when suddenly it was as if I'd become tipsy. I passed out for a while, and then some person picked me up and carried me to a village. A boy led me inside your house. There were people inside at a banquet, and you were one of them. Afterwards, when we were taking a boat to West Lake, you accompanied me past the windowsill, courteously holding my hand. Whenever I try to focus my thoughts on what happened that day, it's like it was a daydream, and your silk scarf that was taken as a guarantee, to this moment still remains hidden away somewhere." Hogu told her what had happened since then, and they sighed together. Wan Niang released his hand to embrace him, her throat choked with emotion, and declared, "Peng Haiqiu has already served as an able matchmaker, so don't abandon me to the world of prostitution, but take me out of this sea of woes." "We made a pact on that boat," Hogu answered, "that the day would come when our hearts would never be apart. If Haiqiu hadn't intended this, he wouldn't have filled the bag on the horse with money so freely." 207 Geomancy. The family of Song Junchu, an assistant minister in Yizhu, respected geomancy. Even the women in his family studied books on the subject, and understood its principles. When Master Song died, his 2 sons tried to determine an auspicious burial site for him. Whenever they heard of someone practicing geomantic magic, they didn't hesitate to travel 1,000 li, in order to compete with others to engage his services. As a result, the 2 recruited over 100 geomancers. Every day they rode with the brothers all over the countryside, split into 2 groups, coming and going in all directions, like separate armies. When a month had passed, each group had located an auspicious plot of ground, with one brother claiming that his spot would result in family descendants becoming noblemen, and the other brother claiming that his would produce a prime minister within the family. Neither brother could get the upper hand, and because they were each exasperated with the other for not going along with his proposed location, they each set up their own grave sites with ceremonial altars and colorful banners, getting both places all ready for use. The coffin arrived in a carriage at a fork in the road between the 2 sites, and there the brothers each led a contingent of his followers to fight for it, struggling from dawn till sunset, without being able to settle the matter. Underscore 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 un. Assistant Minister, or Vice Minister, see Hooker 427. Yizhu, a prefecture located in Shandong Province's Linyi County. Geomancy, divining the future, in terms of good or bad fortune, by employing earth as a casting medium, interpreting the shape caused by tossing down a handful of dirt, construing dots or lines placed randomly on the ground, reading the shapes of geographical features, etc. In Chinese culture, geomancy is expanded to include the reading of auspicious landscape configurations, feng shui. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Guests who'd come for the burial finally just left. The pallbearers, exhausted from lifting the coffin onto their shoulders so many times, decided not to wait around any longer and just set it down on the roadside. Because of all this, they didn't bury Master Song, but instead gathered workers to build a shelter to house the coffin, to protect it from the wind and rain. When the elder brother constructed a building next to it, and housed servants there to guard the coffin, the younger brother constructed a building on the other side, like his brothers. When the elder brother built something else, the younger brother did the same. In 3 years, they managed to establish a village there. After many years, the brothers also died. Their wives began to plan together, making every effort to resolve the burial of their father-in-law, working out what needed to be done, riding together through the countryside to examine the 2 sites their husbands had selected. The women declared them both unsatisfactory, and put up matching funds that they used to entice a geomancer to propose another site. They directed him always to make a map, indicating which way the coffin should face, whenever he found other sites, so they could decide whether to approve them or not. With each passing day he made several maps, but the women found fault with all of the sites he proposed. After more than 10 days, the geomancer finally found an area that the women approved. When the elder brother's wife saw the map, she exclaimed, "This one's a worthy site." She showed it to her sister-in-law. "Burying father-in-law in this spot will produce a military graduate," the younger brother's wife said. 3 years after they finally buried Master Song, his eldest grandson did indeed pass the provincial level examinations for military officers. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "There may be a science to the practice of geomantic magic, but blind devotion and credulity is foolish." Furthermore, with the brothers' exasperation leading to conflict with each other and to the coffin being left by the roadside, while failing to discuss their filial duty, how could they hope to find a place to secure good fortune for their father's descendants? The accord of these sisters-in-law was truly refined, and worthy of being taught to others. 208 The Dou clan. Nan Sanfu, from Jinyang, was a member of a family that had long been influential in the area. He owned a villa that was more than 10 li from his main house, and each day he rode there on horseback to pay a visit. It happened that he ran into some rain, and at a small village along the way, he spotted a farmer's home with gates opening into a spacious area, so he decided to stay there. All the villagers there regarded Nan with cowed deference. Presently, the farmer came out to invite him inside, comporting himself very respectfully. As they entered the house, Nan found the room small and narrow. While he was taking a seat, the farmer grabbed a broom and swept the room with attentive diligence. Afterward, the farmer made him honey-sweetened tea. It wasn't until Nan told him to do so that the farmer himself dared to sit down. Nan asked him his name, to which he replied, "Ting Zhang, and my surname is Dou." Before long, they brought out wine and chicken, all offered with complete courtesy. Dou's daughter, who was doing the cooking, from time to time would stop and stand just outside the doorway, so Nan could see about half of her body, noticing that she was about 15 or 16, and incomparably charming. Nan felt aroused by her. Once the rain stopped he returned home, but he couldn't stop thinking about her. Underscore 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 un. More than 10 li, with a li equal to 1/3 mile, Nan rides over 3 miles each day to the villa. The following day, he provided gifts of grain and cloth to Dou, hoping this would allow him access to his daughter. From this time forward he often came to visit, bearing delicacies and wine, and was reluctant to leave afterwards. The daughter gradually became used to him, no longer so intimidated by his presence, and was always extra industrious when he was around. Whenever she caught Nan glancing at her, she ducked her head with a smile. Nan became even more obsessed with her, and hardly even 3 days went by that he didn't show up. One day, Dou wasn't at home, so Nan sat around for a long while till the daughter came out to attend to the guest. Nan caught her in his arms and tried to force himself on her. Embarrassed and annoyed, she sternly rejected him, crying, "I may be poor, but I intend to be married properly, so how can you be so arrogant to insult me this way?" Nan's wife had recently passed away, so he knelt before her, hands clasped in respect, and said, "If I can gain your sympathy and love, I'll never marry anyone else." The daughter wanted him to pledge himself to her. Nan swore an oath to heaven, resolutely promising himself to her, and then the girl allowed him to become intimate with her. Henceforth Nan started watching, and whenever Do would go out, he would come and make love to the girl. She urged him, "We can't go on meeting secretly this way for long. Given your influence, if you're willing to agree to a proper wedding, my parents would surely consider that honorable, and there'd be no obstacle to our harmony. You should decide quickly." Nan promised her he would do so. But he turned his thoughts to the farmer's family, and to the question of how he could bear to accept someone from it as his spouse, so for the time being he lied in order to postpone the wedding. It chanced that a matchmaker arrived to discuss Nan's marriage into another rich and influential family, and he immediately began to waver. When he heard that the girl in question was beautiful as well as wealthy, he made up his mind to marry her. Meanwhile, Do's daughter had become pregnant, and she pressed Nan even more urgently that they should be married, so he simply broke off relations and stayed away. It wasn't long till it came time for Do's daughter to give birth, and she produced a son. Her father was furious and beat her. The daughter considered her situation and told him, "Nan coerced me." When Do received her explanation, he sent someone to ask Nan about it. Nan immediately turned the person away, refusing any responsibility in the matter. Do then abandoned the baby, and beat his daughter more aggressively. The daughter confided her torments to a neighbor woman and asked her to communicate her suffering to Nan. Nan sent her away, too. That night the daughter fled and searched for her abandoned son, whom she found still alive, and then took him in her arms and rushed to see Nan. When the gate was opened, she told the gatekeeper, "Just a word from your master can save my life. Even if he doesn't care about me, won't he think about his own son?" The gatekeeper took everything she'd said to Nan, who warned the gatekeeper not to let her in. The girl leaned on the gateway, crying pitifully, and by the fifth watch, they could no longer hear her weeping. By daybreak, when they looked out, they saw the baby in the girl's arms, both dead. Outraged, Do brought a lawsuit against Nan before a magistrate who knew that Nan had been in the wrong, and hence intended to find Nan guilty. Nan was so frightened that he paid a bribe of 1,000 pieces of gold to be exempted from prosecution. The head of the great family into which Nan intended to marry had a dream that Do's daughter appeared to him, hair disheveled and holding a child, exclaiming, "You mustn't betroth your daughter to that heartless man, if you do, I'll have to kill her." The girl's father coveted Nan's riches, so he went ahead and celebrated the wedding. Underscore 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 un. Fifth watch, the last of the 5 two-hour divisions of the night, approximately 3 to 5 a.m. When the bride was welcomed by the bridegroom, bringing with her a sumptuous dowry, she appeared quite lovely. Yet she seemed prone to depression, and all day long, she never looked happy about anything. When she sat on her bed, she just cried sometimes. When Nan asked her what was wrong, she wouldn't say. Several days passed, and when the bride's father came to visit, he was weeping as he entered the gates. Nan wasn't able to bring himself to ask him the reason, so they just went inside together. Once the man spotted his daughter, he said in astonishment, "I was just in the rear garden, where I saw my daughter hang herself from a peach tree. Who can this be now in the room here?" As the daughter heard his words, there was a sudden, violent change in her appearance, then she collapsed and died. They examined her closely and discovered that it was actually Do's daughter. The men hurried to the rear garden, where the bride had indeed killed herself. Horrified, they went and informed Do. Do had his daughter's tomb opened, where they discovered her coffin empty and her corpse missing. Do's previous anger hadn't decreased, so he became even more lividly enraged, and took another litigation to the magistrate. The magistrate treated Do like he was just imagining things, intending that nothing be done about the criminal neglect of Do's daughter. Nan again sent rich enticements to Do, expressing his sorrow and urging him to drop his suit. The magistrate then accepted another bribe from Nan, and the suit was dismissed. But from that point, Nan's family began to decline in fortune. As rumors spread of the strange events that had occurred, for several years no one dared to marry their daughters to Nan. Nan was so unsuccessful in remarrying that he had to travel 100 li from home in order to become engaged to the daughter of a jinchi. Before they held the ceremony, a false rumor had been circulating among the people that the imperial court was just about to begin selecting daughters from good families to serve as palace maids, and hence those families with eligible daughters were trying to marry them off so they would be sent home to their husbands' families before they could be selected for palace duty. One day, an old woman arrived ahead of a carriage, identifying herself as a member of the jinchi's family, and the carriage's occupant as the daughter of the jinchi. Leading the daughter into the house, she told Nan, "This business of selecting women to serve as court attendants is already proceeding rapidly, so there isn't time for a full ceremony, and we've sent you your bride." "Why aren't there any wedding guests with you?" asked Nan. The old woman replied, "They have her dowry, so they're following together after us." Then she hastily took her leave. Nan took a careful look at the girl's distinguished bearing, smiling approvingly. The girl ducked her head and fiddled with her belt, exactly as Do's daughter had done. He felt quite uncomfortable about it, but didn't dare say anything. The girl climbed into bed, covered herself with a quilt, then laid down her head and went to sleep. He thought this also seemed normal enough for a young bride, so he didn't attach any significance to it. As daylight gave way to dusk, the jinchi's people still hadn't arrived, so Nan started to get suspicious. He ran his hand along the quilt to wake the girl and ask her about it, but quickly discovered that she was cold and dead. Shocked and puzzled, he had no idea how it could have happened, so he sent a servant to ride to the jinchi to report it, and the servant learned that the man had never sent his daughter to Nan. Word got around about the strangeness of it all. Underscore 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 un. Jinchi, a successful candidate in the highest level of the imperial civil service examination, hence, an accomplished scholar of significant means. At that time, there was a man named Yao Xiaolian whose daughter had recently been buried, and her tomb had been robbed overnight. Besides it being broken into, her corpse was missing. When he heard about the weird occurrence at Nan's residence, Yao paid him a visit, and the dead girl turned out to be his daughter. When Yao pulled down the quilt to examine her, he found her body to be completely nude. Outraged, he filed a formal complaint with the magistrate. Having dealt with Nan again and again, the magistrate decided that he was a truly wicked evildoer. Thus he ruled that Nan had broken into grave sites so he could take the corpses from them, and sentenced him to death. The collector of these strange tales remarks, Nan heartlessly sought to deflower and then jilt Do's daughter. Furthermore, didn't he originally swear to be faithful to her, but then rejected her after he'd had his way with her? When she knocked at his door, he merely listened to it. When she cried at his gate, still he just listened to it. How could someone be so cruel? That's why his punishment was much heavier than that suffered by Li Shilang. Underscore 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 un. Li Shilang, a Tang dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, character in the historical novel, Huo Xiaohu, Zhu 2:708-29, who, like Do, is unfaithful to his beloved and eventually suffers for it. 209 Liang Yan. Liang Yan, of Zhuzhou, contracted a sickness involving his nose, and for a long time he just couldn't stop sneezing. One day, as he lay down to sleep, his nose felt strangely itchy and he was jolted up by a huge sneeze. Something popped out of his nose and fell to the ground, looking like a small ceramic dog, no bigger than the joint of a finger. Liang sneezed again, and another one fell out. With 4 sneezes, 4 figures appeared. They began wiggling and moving around, then they all gathered together and sniffed at each other. Presently the strongest began devouring the weaker ones, it grew bigger as it ate each one. In the blink of an eye, it gobbled down the others until it alone was left, bigger than a rat. Then it stuck out its tongue and with a quick circling slurp, licked its lips. Liang was so startled, that he was about to stomp on it. The thing clambered up his leggings, till it reached the region of his thighs. It held onto his clothing, shaking and swaying, stuck there and unable to get down. In moments, it slipped inside his jacket, scratching him along the waist and ribs. He was so frightened that he tore off the jacket and threw it to the ground. Underscore 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 un. Zhuzhou, the city, once known as Pengcheng, is located in Jiangsu province. Ceramic dog. Zhu notes that ceramic dogs, placed in the rooms of houses, were traditionally believed to help ward off demons and evil. 2:710n2. By the time he touched the jacket, the thing had already settled under the waist of his pants, so he couldn't get it out. He pushed at it, but it didn't move, and when he finally pinched it, he felt a pain that ended up turning into a malignant sore. It was like he had a rat protruding from his waist, its mouth and eyes shut. 210 Dragon meat. Court historian Zhang Yuxuan says, at Longdui, where they dug into the ground several chi deep, the hole was filled with dragon flesh. Although anyone could cut off portions, they couldn't speak the character for dragon while taking it. If someone happened to say, "This is dragon meat," a lightning bolt would split the air, striking and killing that person. Court historian Zhang has tasted this meat before, and says that they weren't mistaken, it was truly dragon. Underscore 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 un. Zhang Yuxuan, courtesy name of Zhang Yuanheng, from Jimo County, in Shandong Province, Zhu 2:711n1. Longdui, Zhu suspects that this is a reference to Bei Longdui, in the southern desert portion of the Tian Shan, a range of mountains in Xinjiang. The sand dunes look like a reclining dragon. 2:711n2. Qi, a length equal to 1/3 meter. The character for dragon, this character, is pronounced long. 211 The Lukeng magistrate. Song Guoying, from Dongping, was an education official and was appointed Lukeng County magistrate, but he was heartlessly greedy and cruel, and proved especially violent when collecting taxes, ordering offenders flogged to death, filling the court with dead bodies. My fellow villager, Su Baishan, happened to be passing through Lukeng, and witnessed Song's tyranny, so he sarcastically asked, as the father-mother official for the local people, "How are you able to maintain such a majestic show of power?" "Hey! I don't deserve such praise," Song complacently remarked. "I'm such a minor official, that though I've been at my post for over 100 days, I've only sentenced 58 criminals." 6 months later, Song was sitting at a table, looking over some business, when suddenly he began staring at something, stood up, and started flinching frantically, as if he was desperately trying to resist something someone was about to inflict on him. He kept saying to himself, "I deserve to die for my crimes. I deserve to die for my crimes." Underscore 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 un. Dongping, a prefecture in Piyu's time, now a county in Shandong Province. Lukeng County, located in Shaanxi Province. Father-mother official, a popular term for the county magistrate. The magistrate was helped into his office, and later he was found dead there. Alas! Fortunately, an agent of the underworld happened to intervene in the administration of the real world, otherwise, the more punishment Song had inflicted, the more famous he would have become as an excellent magistrate, which would have meant no end to his evil deeds. The collector of these strange tales remarks, when Lukang was still a feudal state, its people were resolute in spirit, which is why its ghosts were so imposing. Now when there's an official wielding the magistrate's seal willfully, there must just be some base degenerates who are complicit with the official's abuse of power, while fawning over and flattering him. Consequently, as he flourishes, the people working under him further fatten him up by seizing money and possessions for him. Then when he's on the verge of being reported and punished, those toadies who remain, beg exemption for him. As soon as an official, regardless of whether he's greedy or not, arrives to take up an appointment, he certainly confronts the two sides of the business. While the official in power has not yet been removed, underlings ignorantly don't dare to disobey his orders. This becomes a habit that's passed on, an established practice, and also makes a mockery of Lukang's ancient ghosts. Underscore 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 un. Flattering him, literally, Ji Shi means licking his hemorrhoids. 212 Majifu. Yang Wanshi was a Zhuzheng from Daming. All his life, he'd had the fear Jikang talks about. His wife, Yin, was extremely overbearing, and if he disobeyed her demands even a little, she'd settle the matter by beating him shrewishly. Yin treated Yang Wanshi's father, who was over 60 years old and a widower, like a slave. Wanshi and his younger brother, Wanzhong, often had to sneak food to the old man furtively, fearful lest Yin would find out about it. Since their father's clothing was shabby, they were afraid of being ridiculed by others, so they wouldn't let him receive any visitors. Yang Wanshi was 40 years old and didn't yet have any children, so he acquired a concubine, but he never dared to speak openly with her. The brothers were waiting to take a civil service examination at the prefectural capital, when they spotted a young man of refined appearance and clothing. They had a very pleasant conversation with him. When they asked him his name, he replied, "Jifu, and my surname's Ma." Thereafter their friendship grew stronger each day, till they formalized it by burning incense while they swore an oath to become brothers. Underscore 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 un. Zhuzheng, a scholar who succeeds in the lowest level of the imperial civil service examination. Daming, a prefecture in Pu Songling's time, now a county in Hebei province. The fear Jikang talks about, Pu is referring to work by a Song dynasty, 960-1279, writer, Chen Zhao, whose courtesy name was Jikang, that contains allusions to the curse of being henpecked, Zhu 2:720 and 2. After they parted, they met again 6 months later, when Ma suddenly showed up with some servants at the Yang residence. The brother's father happened to be outside in the sun, picking lice from his clothing. Ma figured he must be a servant, so he told the old man his name and sent him to inform his masters that he'd come. Slipping on his ragged clothing, the old man left to announce the visitor. Someone told Ma, "That old fellow is the Yang's father." Just as Ma was feeling terrible about this, the Yang brothers came out, informally dressed, to greet him. They walked up to the main hall, where Ma bowed in formal greeting, and asked whether he might be able to speak with their father. Wanshi declined on the pretext that the old man was ill and indisposed. They sat down together and engaged in cheerful conversation, oblivious to the sun setting. Wanshi called again and again for food to be brought out, but nothing ever appeared. The brothers took turns going in and out, till finally an emaciated servant came out with a jug of wine. It was finished off in almost no time. They sat there waiting for quite a long while, with Wanshi repeatedly getting up to call insistently for the food, as sweat began to drip from his forehead and cheeks. Finally, the gaunt servant brought out what had been prepared: unhusked rice and other things carelessly thrown together, that the brothers had no choice but to accept. Underscore 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 un. Swore an oath to become brothers, modeled on the Peach Garden oath depicted in the classic romance of the Three Kingdoms, when the characters Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei swear to live and struggle together as brothers, and to die upon the same day. Informally dressed, Zhu notes that this reflects the brothers' refusal to stand on ceremony, 2:720 rather than some kind of pique or disrespect directed at Ma. When they'd finished eating, Wanshi hastily excused himself and left. Wanzhong put together some bedding that he could share with his guest when they went to sleep. In a tone of critical reproach, Ma declared, "Previously, I thought you brothers were righteous men, and hence we swore an oath together. But now your elderly father is neither warmly dressed nor well fed, so you should be ashamed of violating your principles." Wanzhong tearfully replied, "We hide our emotions inside, which is hard to explain. Our unfortunate family has been afflicted by a vicious sister-in-law, who bullies her betters and those who are weaker, directly and maliciously. If we weren't sworn brothers, I couldn't bring myself to tell you about this shame." Amazed, Ma sighed, and after a few moments of silence, said, "Originally, I was intending to leave in the morning, but now that I've heard this strange news, I have to observe it for myself. If you'll please provide me a vacant room, I'll fix my own food." Wanzhong did as he asked, clearing out a room, then making sure that Ma was comfortably settled there. Later that night, he brought Ma some vegetables and rice, frightened of the thought that Yin might find out. Ma could tell what was on his mind, so he firmly declined his offer. In addition, he invited the elder Yang to eat and sleep with him there. Ma subsequently went to a store in town that sold textiles, purchasing a robe and trousers for the old man. The father and brothers were moved to tears by his generosity. Wanzhong had a son named Xier, who was 7 at the time, and who slept with his grandfather at night. "This boy will experience better fortune and a longer life than his father," Ma said, rubbing the boy's head, "but at a young age, he'll suffer the sadness of becoming an orphan." When Yin heard that the old man was comfortable and well-fed, she exploded in angry cursing, accusing Ma of intruding into someone else's family matters. She made sure her abusive language reached the brothers' rooms, and as she began to approach Ma's room, she raised her voice so he would hear what she was saying. The Yang brothers were sweating it out, pacing nervously, unable to make her stop, but Ma acted as if he hadn't heard anything. Wang, Yang Wanxi's concubine, was 5 months pregnant, and when Yin learned of her condition, she stripped off Wang's clothing and beat her severely. When she finished, she called for Wanxi, made him kneel while she put a woman's headdress on him, and then drove him off by lashing him. Since Ma happened to be just outside at the time, Wanxi felt thoroughly ashamed to go out. When his wife then forced him out of the house, he had no choice but to go. Yin was also following him, waving her hands and stamping her feet, while people watched Wanxi run out into the street. Then Ma pointed at Yin, and in a scolding tone cried, "Go on, go back home." Yin instantly turned around and ran away, like a ghost was chasing her. Her trousers and shoes came off, and even the cloth that wrapped her feet was left behind on the street. She made it home barefooted, her face as pale as death. It wasn't long before a maidservant brought her the stockings and shoes. Once she'd finished putting them back on, she began wailing, crying loudly. Her family didn't dare ask her about the matter. Ma pulled at the woman's headdress Wanxi was wearing. Wanxi meanwhile was jumpy and breathless, like he was afraid of the consequences if the headdress had come off, but Ma forcefully yanked it off. Wanxi was agitated and restless, worrying that Yin would make trouble for him for taking it off himself. Not until he heard that she'd stopped crying did he dare look in on her, pacing up and down nervously, out of fear. Yin didn't reveal anything in response to his inquiries, instead hurriedly getting up, moving off into another portion of the house to sleep by herself. Wanxi began to relax, and privately confided the whole strange business to his brother. The maidservants in the household found her behavior pretty odd, and gathered together to exchange whispers of gossip. When Yin eavesdropped on a bit of it, she became even more embarrassed and angry, and beat every last one of them. She called for concubine Wang, but the injuries she'd received from her previous beating were so severe that she couldn't get up. Yin decided she was just faking, so she went to Wang's bed, where she beat Wang till she was bloody, and brought on a miscarriage. Wanqi had no one there he could turn to, so he wept out his sorrows to Ma. Ma then did his best to comfort Wanqi. He called for servants to lay out a full banquet for Yang Wanqi, and though it was already the second watch, he wouldn't let Wanqi go back to his room. Waiting in the bedroom, Yin began fuming when her husband didn't return, and finally became absolutely enraged at him. She heard someone trying to open the door, and by the time she anxiously called for a maidservant to go check on it, the door was already open. At that point, a giant came through it, his shadow spread over the entire room, and he looked as ferocious as a demon. Immediately, several other people entered the room, each of them grasping a sharpened blade. Yin was so terribly frightened that she wanted to scream for help. But the giant put the point of his dagger to her throat, and exclaimed, "Scream and I'll kill you for sure." Yin frantically offered him gold as ransom to save her life. "I'm the Hell King's messenger," he replied, "and I don't want money, I've come to collect the heart of a vicious woman." Even more terrified, Yin flung herself down to kowtow, knocking her forehead against the ground. The giant then took his sharpened blade and notched a line over her chest where her heart was located, repeatedly demanding, "Shouldn't you be killed for the things you've done?" Then he cut another slit. He made a fresh incision each time he recounted one of her cruel acts, repeatedly insisting that she should be wiped out, and didn't stop slicing into her flesh until there were over a dozen wounds. Underscore 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 un. Second watch, the second of the 5 2-hour divisions of the night, approximately 9 to 11 p.m. When he'd finished he said, "Concubine Wang would have given birth to a son, who was also a part of your family, so how could you bear to beat her till she miscarried? This deed certainly cannot be forgiven." Then he ordered the other men to bind her hands, so he could cut her open and examine the vicious woman's heart. Yin continued her abject kowtowing, pleading for her life, and assuring him that she now understood the error of her ways. At that moment, they heard the door open and close, and the giant announced, "Yang Wanqi has come. Since you have repented, I will spare your life." In a flurry, he and the others disappeared. Before long, Wanqi entered, and saw his wife, naked and bound, with so many knife wounds over the region of her heart that he couldn't count them all. When he untied her and asked her what had happened, she described it all, and in his amazement, he suspected that it was Ma's doing. The next day, he told Ma about the incident, but Ma also seemed quite surprised. From this point forward, Yin's bullying nature became more restrained, and several months passed while she didn't dare utter a single harsh word. Ma was very pleased by this, and told Wanqi, "To tell you the truth, though I hope you won't spread it around, what happened before was just a bit of my magic, to frighten her. Now that you two can live in perfect harmony, I must take my leave of you for a while." Then he departed. Each day at sunset, Yin urged Wanqi to make love to her, smiling warmly, completely receptive to him. All his life, Wanqi had never been so happy, and suddenly experiencing all of this left him worried that something might go wrong. One night, Yin happened to recall the giant's menacing presence, and cowered in fright, shaking like she was under attack. Wanqi thought he could endear himself to his wife by letting her in on a bit of what he knew about the incident. Yin hastily got up, imploring him to resolve her questions about it. Wanqi felt that even though he'd promised not to say anything, he'd said too much to keep it secret any longer, so he told her the truth. Yin became agitated, exploding with a torrent of abuse. Terrified, Wan Qi went down on his knees beside the bed for a long time. Yin ignored him, though he dolefully apologized to her till after 3 a.m. "If you want me to pardon you," she told him, "I'll have to take a knife, and make a bunch of cuts over your heart, then my anger might start to fade." So saying, she got up and grabbed a knife from the kitchen. Genuinely scared, Wan Qi ran off, with Yin in pursuit. Creating an uproar like barking dogs and crowing roosters, the couple woke up everyone else in the household. Yang Wanzhong didn't know what the trouble was about, but he tried to help his elder brother by putting his own body between Yin and Wan Qi. Yin launched into reviling him with abusive language, till all of a sudden she saw the elderly Yang appear, wearing new clothing, and her fury became all the greater. She approached the old man and cut up his robe, slapped him in the face, and even yanked on his beard. Seeing Yin afflicting his father with her anger, Wanzhong took a rock and hit her overhead, causing her to fall to the ground, unconscious. Then he exclaimed, "I have no regrets, for my death will allow my father and brother to live." Then he flung himself into the family well, and by the time they could pull him out, he had already drowned. Yin regained consciousness shortly afterward, and when she heard that Wanzhong was dead, her anger dissipated. Once Wanzhong was buried, his wife, out of love for their son, Xir, vowed that she wouldn't remarry. Yin cursed and spat at her, refusing to give her anything to eat, so she'd be forced to remarry and move away. When this finally happened, Wanzhong's wife had to leave Xir behind, so Yin afflicted him from morning to night with whippings. He was also forced to wait until the rest of the family had finished its meals, and only then was he allowed to eat the cold leftover bits. In 6 months' time, Xir had become terribly thin and weak, living virtually on air alone. One day, Ma suddenly arrived. Wan Qi advised his other family members not to report this to Yin. Ma was quite startled when he saw that Wan Qi's father was once again wearing rags for clothing. Then when he heard that Wanzhong had killed himself in remorse for having hit his sister-in-law, Ma stamped his foot in sorrow. When Xir heard that Ma had come, he rushed to see him and wouldn't leave, calling him uncle as he had before. But Ma didn't even recognize him at first, and only as he began to scrutinize him did he realize that it was Xir, prompting him to cry in shock. How could the boy have been reduced to this haggard state? Old Yang then falteringly gave a detailed narration of what had happened. Indignant, Ma told Wan Qi, "In the past, it was clear that you weren't taking a man's responsibility, and hence you couldn't even be called one. You two brothers are depending upon this boy to carry on your family name, but if he's killed, what will you do then?" Speechless, Wan Qi merely bowed his head submissively, and wept. By the time they'd been seated and talking for a couple hours, Yin had already learned of Ma's presence, but didn't dare go out to chase him away herself, so she called for Wan Qi, slapped him in the face, and then sent him back out to sever his ties with Ma. Trying to control his tears, he returned, the mark of the slap appearing distinctly on his face. "If you can't use force to restrain her," Ma said angrily, "why can't you just break off your marriage, and send her away? She's beaten your father and killed your brother, yet you just take it calmly. How can you consider yourself a man?" Wan Qi rose slightly from his seat, as though provoked by Ma's words. Then Ma sharply declared, "If she won't leave, you'll have to use force to deal with her, but even if you happen to kill her while driving her away, don't worry about it. I have 2 or 3 close friends who hold important positions in the capital, and they can certainly ensure that if you do whatever it takes to solve your problem, you'll lose nothing by it." Wan Qi agreed to take action, acting upon the indignation that was stirring in him, and quickly rushed off inside. There, he ran into Yin, who scornfully demanded, "What have you been up to?" Intimidated by her tone, Wan Qi turned pale and lowered himself on his hands, groveling, as he replied, "Scholar Ma told me to drive you away." Yin was so infuriated that she turned to look for a knife or stick to use against him, so the terrified Wan Qi turned and ran. Ma just spit at the ground and said, "You're a lost cause for sure." He opened a small chest, and took out some medicine, which he had Wanshi mix with some water to drink. Then he explained, "This powder gives a husband a new lease on life. However, I don't use it lightly, since taking it can cause a man to become ill. But now that there's no alternative, you'll have to try it out." Wanshi drank it down, and soon he felt his chest fill with fury, like raging flames burning inside him, till he couldn't stand it any longer. He stormed into Yin's bedroom, shouting thunderously. Yin didn't even have a chance to ask him what was going on, as Wanshi took his foot to her with powerful kicks, that made Yin's body fly several chi away. Then taking a stone in hand, and also using his fists, he pounded and struck her countless times. Though he left almost none of Yin's body unscathed, she continued yelling and cursing at him. Wanshi proceeded to draw out the sword he was wearing at his waist. "Go on and pull out your sword," snarled Yin, "but do you really have the nerve to kill me?" Without saying a word, Wanshi cut a piece of flesh from her thigh, larger than the palm of one's hand, and flung it to the ground. Then as he prepared to cut some more, Yin wailed at him, begging for forgiveness. Refusing to listen to her, Wanshi cut off another piece of flesh. Underscore 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 un. Several chi, 1 chi is equal to 1/3 meter. When the servants witnessed Wanshi's ruthless ferocity, they gathered together and mustered all their strength to pull him away from her. Ma intercepted them, took Wanshi aside by the arm, and congratulated him for his efforts. Since Wanshi's fury hadn't diminished, he was anxious to hurry back and continue Yin's punishment, but Ma stopped him. A little while later, the medicine's power began to wear off, and Wanshi felt as downcast as someone in mourning. Ma encouraged him, "Don't feel disheartened. Though your authority as her husband had been damaged, now you can re-establish it. Your wife may be frightened at the moment, but her behavior won't change overnight. That has to come about gradually, over time. It's like yesterday you were dead, but now you're alive, so henceforth you have to act on this fresh start, but if you give up again, there'll be no hope for you." Then he sent Wanshi back inside, to check on his wife. Yin was trembling with fear, and as Wanshi was about to help her up, she started instead to crawl over to him on her knees. He stopped her, indicating that she'd already endured enough. When he went back outside and told Ma what had happened, his father and Xier joined in congratulating him. Ma wanted to leave, but the elder Yang and Xier together tried to detain him. "It just happened that I was originally traveling to the East China Sea," he explained to them, "and hence was able to stop over here, but I have to return now, and then I can come back later to see you." For more than a month, Yin treated Wanshi with great respect. But after a while, she began to realize that he could no longer muster the fury he'd displayed before, and she gradually became impertinent with him, then sarcastic, then abusively foul-mouthed. Before long, she'd completely resumed her old behavior. The elder Yang couldn't take it, so he fled one night to Henan, where he became a Daoist priest. Wanshi was afraid even to go and look for him. After almost a year, Ma returned again, and knowing what had happened, he burst into a fierce rage. Calling for Xier to come with him, he put the boy on the back of a donkey, and they left together. Subsequently, Wanshi was belittled by all his fellow villagers. When the provincial education commissioner arrived to review Wanshi's record, he revoked his scholarly status for his bad conduct. After another 4 years or so, a fire struck his home that reduced everything he owned to ashes. The fire also spread to his neighbor's home. The neighbor brought a suit against Yang Wanshi at the prefectural headquarters, and Wanshi was fined with vindictive severity. As a result, he eventually forfeited what remained of his family's property, leaving him homeless. Nearby villages joined in warning each other not to take Wanshi into their homes. Yin's brothers were equally angry about Yin's behavior, so they, too, turned the couple away. Wanshi's means were so meager that he was forced to sell his concubine, Wang, to a rich family, so he could head south with Yin, to cross the Yellow River. By the time they reached the border of Henan, traveling expenses had already used up the money they'd received. Yin refused to go any further with Wanqi, loudly telling him she'd just marry someone else. Indeed, a butcher, who was also a widower, subsequently purchased her from Wanqi for 300 strings of cash. Alone, Wanqi begged for food from village to village. He happened to come to the red lacquered gates of a particular wealthy family, where the gatekeeper turned him away with a scolding, refusing to listen to his complaints. After a little while, when an official came out, Wanqi prostrated himself, sobbing. Underscore 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 un. Provincial Education Commissioner Hucker explains that from 1684 forward, this duty assignment for vice ministers, imperial censors, and members of the Hanlin Academy, including touring and inspecting schools, certifying students for state educational subsidies, and encouraging educational and cultural activities in general, 498, so the action against Yang Wanqi was well within their purview. The official stared hard at him for a long time before asking him his name, and was astonished to hear it. "You're my uncle. How did you become so poor?" Wanqi studied the official's face, and once he recognized it as Xier's, he no longer felt like crying. He followed Xier inside, where he saw a hall filled with brilliantly shining gold and jade. In moments, his father entered, assisted by some servant boys, and as son and father faced each other, they were choked with emotion. Wanqi then related to them the story of his misfortunes. Back when he originally brought Xier to this area, Ma spent several days searching for some place where the elder Yang and his grandson could live together. Then he engaged a teacher to tutor Xier in reading. At the age of 15, Xier was admitted to the county school, and when he passed the Imperial Civil Service examination at the provincial level the following year, Ma negotiated a marriage for him. Then he told the Yangs that he wished to leave. Xier wept, and tried to detain him. But Ma told them, "Rather than a human being, I'm really a fox immortal. I must be on my way now, for my companions have already been waiting for me a long time." And thus he departed. Now, upon hearing Wanqi's recounting of the past, Xier couldn't help but grieve for his suffering. At his memories of the past tyranny they'd all endured at the hands of his uncle's cruel wife, their former miseries felt all the more grievous. Consequently, he gathered together sufficient gold, took a horse and carriage to buy back concubine Wang, and then returned home with her. After a year had gone by, she gave birth to a boy, and on account of this, Wanqi made her his proper wife. For 6 months after she married the butcher, Yin carried on with her arrogant ways as she had in the past. But her husband finally became so furious with her that he took a filleting knife and cut holes in her thigh, through which he strung a coarse rope, hung her up from a beam in the house, with the rope pulling at her flesh, and then went out. Yin screamed in pain until she was hoarse, and a neighbor finally discovered what had been done. He untied her, and began to draw the rope from her wounds. As it was pulled out, she screamed in agony, shaking up the neighbors in all directions. Thereafter, whenever Yin saw the butcher coming, her entire body would stiffen in terror. Even after the wounds to her leg had healed, she continued to limp because of the rope fibers that had broken off inside her flesh. Day and night, she was forced to labor for the butcher, never daring to slack off even a little. The butcher was a brutal man, and every time he returned home drunk, he would mercilessly whip and curse Yin without cause. It was with things in such a state, that Yin began to realize that in the past, she had treated the men in her family in precisely this fashion. One day, Yang Xier's wife went with Wang to Puchuo Temple, to burn sticks of incense, and as they approached the village, some of the peasant women came out to pay their respects to them. Yin was among them, disappointed that she wasn't one of the women standing in front of the crowd. Noting her, Wang asked, "Who's she?" "Butcher Zhang's wife," a servant replied. Then the servant stood in front of Yin, deriding her, and insisting that she kowtow to Wang. Since this woman married a butcher, she should have no lack of meat to eat, Wang laughed, so why is she such a skinny weakling? Ashamed and remorseful, Yin went home and tried to commit suicide by hanging, but the rope was too weak to hold her, so she didn't succeed in killing herself. Zhang subsequently became even more cruel to her. After another year passed, the butcher died. Yin ran into Wanqi while traveling along a road, and when she saw him in the distance, she began crawling towards him on her knees, tears falling from her eyes. Due to the servants on the spot, Wanqi didn't say anything to her. He returned home and told his nephew what had happened, expressing his wish to bring her there. Xier absolutely refused to consider it. The villagers turned Yin away, and for a long time she had nowhere to live, so she ended up among a group of beggars. Wanqi continued to visit her at an abandoned monastery where the beggars were staying. Xier found this behavior disgraceful, so he instructed the other beggars to insult his uncle, and make him feel ill at ease, till finally he stopped coming to see her. I personally don't know how things actually came out in the end, but I found the last several lines, written by Bai Gongchuan, acceptable. The collector of these strange tales remarks, there are men everywhere who fear their wives. But in all heaven and earth, no one can imagine there'd be someone like Yang. Isn't he the oddball? I once wrote a sequel to the Harmony Sutra, and now I'd like to attach it here to get a smile from you. It is a natural law that all living things are created by heaven, and that we fundamentally rely upon the world to make us complete. A man should be eager to serve it any way he can, and especially needs a wife's help. A couple can both experience life's sweetness, while the wife has to bear its pain alone. She suffers 10 months of groaning during pregnancy, she leaves the dry spot in the bed for her infant to sleep on, while she gets the wet one where the baby peed, spending 3 years of caring to earn both worry and happiness concerning her baby. The desire to carry on the family line and to attend to household duties is the reason why a man takes a wife, and they love each other and live in harmony. Underscore 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 un. I personally don't know, one of Pu's rare first-person intrusions indicating uncertainty regarding a source. By Gongchuan, Zhu notes that Bai, whose courtesy name was Shishi, like Pu Songling lived in Zhechuan County, Shandong Province. Bai passed the provincial-level Imperial Civil Service examination in 1678, and became a literary celebrity, 2:723 and 71. It's possible that Pu had some inside knowledge about Bai also suffering a shrewish spouse, to justify this remark. A sequel to the Harmony Sutra, Zeitlin, 128, notes that the attached material is drawn from 2 Pu Songling comic narratives on shrews, titled The Classic of Henpecked Husbands, Papo Jingshu, and a sequel to the Harmony Sutra, Miaoan Jingsuyan. The former is modeled on the style of classical philosophical treatises, while the latter is structured after Buddhist scripture. If the wife alone takes charge of issuing all the orders for the household, then the husband's authority over her is certain to be undermined. If the wife's words to her husband then become impertinent, he must venture to challenge them. If it goes on for very long, their mutual respect will become eroded on the wife's side. When the husband becomes the only party still feeling affection, he loses his masculine spirit. If the woman in a family proves to be a cruel monster, it's because the man in the family, normally hard as diamond, has become yielding. If the woman at home is too arrogant, the man, thought to be made of iron, proves submissive. The stick she uses to cudgel her husband isn't the one used by other wives to pound their husband's laundry by moonlight, and the thin fingers she rakes across his face aren't those of elegant ladies scratching their husbands where it itches. A henpecked husband should resign himself to a life of adversity, for a shrewish wife beating such a man is like a mother disciplining her child. For a woman to wield such power over a man, is contrary to marital harmony. When a shrew throws a tantrum, the noise of her fit fills the street with curious bystanders, when her quarreling voice runs wild, it's like the piercing cries of frightened birds. Alas for such hateful behavior! She shouts her appeals to heaven and earth, then with hair disheveled, threatens to throw herself down a well. What shame for the husband! Rolling her eyes and shaking her head, she pretends like she's going to go hang herself. At that moment, the coward husband is scared to death, his frightened spirit scattered everywhere. Underscore 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 un. 3 years of caring, in the Analects, hence, Confucius insists upon 3 years of mourning when parents die. It is only after being tended by his parents for 3 years that an infant can finally leave their bosom. Ames and Rosemont, Jr. 17.21.209. Cruel monster. Pu actually uses the term yaksha, or yaksha, for the kind of overbearing female creature he's suggesting here. See story number 100, the Yaksha Kingdom. Wouldn't even Beigong Gayu and Meng Shishi, the bravest of men, be afraid of this kind of woman? A general's spirit must be fierce as thunder and lightning, but when he returns home and enters his courtyard, soon he's reduced to nothing. An official's facial expression may ordinarily be cold as ice and frost, but when he reaches his wife's bedroom, he finds a situation he can't manage. Don't women have a certain power that men can't conquer? Otherwise, why are such manly figures so scared of them? It might be explained this way: does a man have to work to be obedient to a gorgeous beauty? Whereas when a shrew who looks like an ugly hag comes up to her husband, she wants to be treated like a fragrant flower. When he hears her roaring like an angry lion, he's frightened into raising his face to the sky to flatter her. When he hears the sound of her clucking like a mother hen, he knows he must submissively approach her, his body cringing. The lecherous husband overlooks his shrewish wife's shameful displays because he wants to continue having sex with her, just like the Emperor Zhongzong, who was ridiculed by his descendants. If he found himself the son-in-law of a Fen Yang, in hopes of receiving a share of his father-in-law's wealth and glory, he'd fawn on a shrew as his dearest darling. If he married into his wife's family and took their surname, irrevocably enslaving himself to them, what could possibly be the point? Underscore 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 un. Beigong Gayu and Meng Shishi, Zhu explains that the point here is that both of these figures were men who, throughout their lives, never backed down from challenges. 2:726 and 89. Zhongzong Emperor. This Tang dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, emperor was totally dominated by his wife, Paludan 97, the Empress Wei, who appointed her own father chief minister upon her husband's accession in 684. The weak emperor was ousted 6 weeks later. Fen Yang, or Fen Yanjiu, the name under which Guo Zi, 697 to 781 CE, was ennobled. One of China's most famous generals, Guo was distinguished by outstanding service to 4 Tang dynasty emperors, mayors 103. It seems to be acceptable that those destitute men, who have no self-esteem, allow their shrewish wives to throw their angry fits in hopes of the women's generosity when their husbands pardon them afterwards, but wealthy men do so, too, their fortunes apparently having little effect when confronting a shrewish wife. But can a woman hold her husband's heart with such mean behavior? Can she control him by rigid restraints? If a couple can truly live and die together without betrayal, what will there be to lament in old age? A jealous woman possesses her husband day and night, monopolizing him, to keep him for herself. It is this angry demon, complaining when her husband leaves her alone during the long, cold, night in an empty house, who pushes him into the arms of prostitutes. The cicada's leaving only its shell behind is like a husband escaping such a wife in turn who, like a black dragon, is only beloved when she's left asleep. The timid husband hates the fact that even when driven by a fine whisk, his calf cart won't be able to run as fast as a horse cart. A shrewish wife will kill someone she finds lying with her husband, only to discover later he was just sharing his bed with her own brother. She'll tie her husband to the bed, and later discover that he's been transformed into a miserable sheep. A shrewish wife's beauty lasts a short time, while her poisonous personality endures forever. If a man starts frequenting brothels, giving gifts to the prostitutes, he must suffer the guilt caused by his misdeeds. However, if a man is punished for no reason, no one, not even a Li Yang, would agree that it's conscionable. Underscore 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 un. Li Yang, the strict governor of a remote prefecture in the time of Jin Wudi, founder of the Jin dynasty, 265 to 420 CE. Siju, 2:730 and 110. She's too jealous to annul the relationship with her husband. Instead, in only a month she inundates their beautiful spring and the romance on the land bridge. Or in some cases, when the husband has a gathering of guests, the wife just keeps the wine unopened, and from her room sends a note out to drive them all away. Thus his friends will never come again, and the husband will be isolated. A shrewish wife even keeps her husband separated from his brothers, causing tears for an entire family. She also abuses the children born by her husband's former wife, marking a relationship like the one signified by the term Reed Catkins. It's also the reason why, long ago, while drinking wine in a shop, Yang Cheng explained that he only cared about his brothers, and hence he asserted that even by the time he was 70, he would never marry. The ancients believed the reason for this was that Yang never wanted to have to conceal the pains of marital strife from them. Alas! A couple might live together for a lifetime, then finally become an ulcerous torment to each other. Maybe the betrothal gifts they paid to secure their marriage merely turned out to be the price for their tormenting injuries. Underscore 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 un. Inundates. Land bridge. Pu uses the phrase kahai, literally a sea of vinegar, to signify marital strife and to set up this flood metaphor. The land bridge is located in Shaanxi province, Zhu 2:730 and 111. Signified by the term reed catkins, in ancient times, reed catkins were sometimes used in place of cotton wadding to insulate clothing. This attempt to use something that was available to take the place of something more valuable led to luhua, or reed catkins, being adopted as a term to signify filial son, Zhu 2:730-31 and 113. The shrew's maltreatment of stepchildren either stands in for abuse of the husband, or punishes them, available, because she has no children of her own to displace them, more valuable. Yang Cheng, a Tang dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, figure, whose courtesy name was Kongzong. Yang retired to live in seclusion on Mt Tiao after having passed the highest level, Jinshi, of the Imperial Civil Service examination, Zhu 2:731 and 114. Although the man who fears his wife may be in full possession of his faculties, does he lack the courage to conquer his shrewish spouse? Or does he lack the courage to castrate himself in order to be freed from the burden of desire? Shrews are like detachments of soldiers. Once they begin indulging in acts of wanton cruelty, there's no easy way to stop them, and though they're like tigers that may devour everyone around them, at least the victims can count on the power of the Buddha to help them in their next life. Shrews are women whose misdeeds must be brought respectfully to the attention of heaven, and not until after they're dead can they be spared from the cauldrons where criminals are boiled, for just as heaven can be moved to let the rains fall to germinate flowers, it can also intervene to end the torments caused by the mountain of swords in the underworld. Just as we can follow the Buddha's teachings to cultivate our moral character, to enter the world of blissful happiness after death, husbands and wives must love each other, while wives and concubines must live in harmony. Thus, if they follow the Buddha's teachings, in the end they'll be relieved of all such worries, and shake off lust's vexations. Ah, If you can address this long list of admonishments, you will do much to produce a sweet dew that will refresh the human race, for curing a shrew of jealous malice would mean giving her a whole new life. Underscore 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 un. Mountain of Swords, Daoshan, also translated as the Mountain of Knives, and Sword Mountain. Scholar Zhang discovers its function as a torturous punishment in tale number 149, a sequel to the Yellow Millet Dream. 213 Coaxing. Zhang Jiu, from Yunchensh, was in bed, but hadn't yet fallen asleep, when suddenly he witnessed a brilliant light fill the room. Startled, he squinted to focus and saw a spirit standing there, holding a writing brush, and looking like Coaxing, the god of literature. Zhang quickly got out of bed, and began kowtowing in obeisance. The light then dissipated. Zhang thus mistakenly assumed that he'd been given some kind of special blessing as a consequence of this portent. Afterwards, however, he unexpectedly found himself down and out, a complete failure. His family also began falling apart, his relatives dying one after another, until he was the last one alive. How was he to have known that Coaxing wasn't appearing to him to announce good fortune, but rather disaster? Underscore 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 un. Yunchensh, a county in Shandong Province. 214 General Shi Deu, whose courtesy name was Junchi, was from Hanshong, in Yang County. He qualified as a Wuju, and followed his forefathers' example by serving under the banner of the emperor. He was treated very well by the emperor, and was promoted when he helped to quash Wu Sanggui's rebellion. Following that, however, he sensed a decline in the nation's previous power and prestige, and secretly launched an attack on the emperor. The emperor fought back, so she sustained a hand wound, and when he was subsequently captured and bound, he swore his allegiance to the emperor to Governor Cai. After he arrived at the capital, one night he dreamed of the underworld, and there, the Hell King was angry with him for some betrayal that he'd committed, so he ordered demons to pour boiling water on Shi's feet. Then he woke up, and felt an excruciating pain in his feet. They became swollen with blisters that subsequently burst, and then his toes all fell off. Underscore 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 un. Hanshong, located in Shaanxi Province. Wuju, a successful candidate in the provincial level examinations for military officers. Wu Sanggui's rebellion, after having helped to overthrow the Ming dynasty and establish its Qing successor, Wu pushed Ming rebels to the south, then in 1673, established his own power base in southwest China, claiming it as a separate territory independent of Qing rule. His rebellion was put down by Qing forces in 1681, Perkins 410. At that point, he was stricken even further by malaria. From his fever, he cried out, "It's true, I was disloyal." Then he died. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "She's working against the government certainly can't be said to have been an act of loyalty. Moreover, individuals of superior talent must continually repay the gift of that talent by using it to do what other people cannot, and hence talented persons of virtue must comport themselves appropriately. Indeed, one must be cautious and vigilant, in order to avoid serving the emperor's people unfaithfully." 215 The Crimson Princess. In the 22nd year of Kangxi's reign, I was lodging in Master Bai Sishi's capacious hall. His family's flowers and trees were at the height of loveliness, and in my free time I often accompanied him on strolls through them, freely enjoying the sights. One day, after we'd returned from walking quite a distance, I was tired, so I decided to have a nap, taking off my shoes and laying down on my bed. I dreamt that two young women, dressed resplendently, approached to tell me, "There's an invitation we've been sent to deliver to you, sir." I was stunned by this, so I got up and asked, "Who is it that wishes to see me?" "The Crimson Princess," they replied. Although I couldn't quite make sense of who she was, I quickly followed after them as they left. Soon I could see a hall and pavilion, so tall that they seemed to stretch up to the Milky Way. A flight of stone steps led up to the buildings, steeply stretching upward, and after we'd climbed more than 100 steps, we began to approach the top. I could see red lacquered gates spanning a spacious gap, and then there were 2 or 3 beauties who were coming and going routinely. Underscore 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 un. The 22nd year of Kangxi's reign, the emperor ruled 1662 to 1723, so this would be 1683/4. Master Bai Sishi's capacious hall, the reference is to Bai Jiu, Pu Songling's employer. Zhu comments that Bai Jiu, who was retired by then, had this hall built about the time mentioned by the story, 2:738 and 2. Shortly thereafter, we were standing outside the hall, with its golden trim and jade screens, shining brilliantly before our eyes. Inside, a woman came down some steps towards us, wearing metal jewelry around her waist that jangled as she walked, giving her the appearance of a great princess. It occurred to me that I should be kowtowing to her, but before I could begin, the princess said, "It's so polite of you to pay a visit here, sir, that I should express my appreciation first." She called to those around her to spread out a carpet, as though she was about to greet me with great ceremony. I became so embarrassed that I could hardly move, so I tried to explain, "I'm a humble man, and already feel quite proud that you've given me such an honorable invitation. But for me to be greeted equally by you, it's guilty presumption on my part, and it'll consume everything good I possess." The princess gave orders that the carpet be removed and that a banquet be set up, then had me sit across from her at the table. The wine made several rounds, and then I confided to her, "Whenever I drink a bit, I always get tipsy, and I'm afraid I'll do something embarrassing. Why did you direct me to come here? I hope you'll clear everything up for me." The princess said not a word, but took a large cup of wine and quickly began drinking. Over and over again, I asked her for an explanation. Finally, she replied, "I'm the goddess of flowers. My whole family is slender and delicate, and accordingly they live here. Time and again they've been annoyed by that Feng girl. Now I wish to wage a decisive battle against our enemy, and to trouble you to draft a call to arms for all the plants to join together." Although this only increased my anxiety, I stood up and replied, "I'm an incompetent student, afraid to accept responsibility for such an important duty. However, in thanks for your kindness and generosity in inviting me, I will try sincerely not to look stupid and let you down." The princess was delighted to hear this, and had writing materials brought to me in the hall. Underscore 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 un. That Feng girl, the enemy of the flowers, is the wind, so Pu personifies the wind here, recognizing that Feng is a common Chinese surname. Once all of the beauties serving her had cleared off the table and brushed the seats clean, I prepared the ink and dipped my brush in, to begin writing. A child then folded a piece of paper in a particular pattern, and placed it beneath my raised wrist. As I wrote a couple brief phrases, a number of individuals crowded together behind me to look over my shoulder. I was feeling slow and stupid, when at that moment the flow of my thoughts suddenly increased to a surge of ideas. In no time at all, I finished the manuscript, and with the others contending to grab it away, it was opened up and placed before the princess. As the princess spread the document out to review it, she declared it flawless, then turned to accompany me as I returned home. When I woke up and recalled what had happened, the whole business seemed vividly real to me. Although I've forgotten the majority of the words I wrote for the call to arms, here are enough to suggest the substance of the full document. With all solemnity expressing the contents herein to the Feng clan, ruthlessly breaking all rules of conduct, the Wind God has demonstrated her jealous nature. She uses her great skills to an evil purpose, as though drunk to the bone with insane envy. From some hidden place she has caused great suffering, employing devious tactics like blowing sand through the air. The Yu Emperor was a target of her foxy seductions, so even Nuiying and Erhuang couldn't have distracted him, though they co-opted her wines to cure the people's suffering. The king of Chu was so duped by her allure that no genuine exemplar of virtuous talent was able to advise him, which is why she's referred to as masculine. Underscore 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 un. The Yu Emperor, among the 6 legendary emperors of Chinese history, Yu the Great is credited as founder of the first dynasty, the Xia, c. 2200 to 1750 BCE. In accounts of his attempts to combat the annual flooding in China, he often has to combat gales and thunder, Yang et al. 238. When Liu Bang rose up in arms, he used a poem called Great Wind to describe the loss of brave warriors. The poem Autumn Wind reminded Han Wudi of the absence of the beautiful women he'd loved. Hence the wind, arrogant and self-indulgent from having been favored by these mighty individuals, refuses to refrain from her reckless violence. Roaring through openings everywhere, the noise could shatter the jade in the imperial palace. When the autumn wind whips up at night, the din makes all the plants shake with fright. Suddenly she shifts and rips through the mountain forests with the force of the tiger. Sometimes she blasts against the Dui, stirring up waves on the Yangtze. Curtains flap as she whips past tall buildings, bells and chimes hanging from them are suddenly made to clang, waking people from their sleeping dreams. She blusters into rooms, blowing over beds, as though she's the occupant's closest friend, then she rushes further on inside to the halls, turning over the owner's books without permission. Though this impertinent wind isn't some old friend, she nevertheless forces open the door and rushes into the room. She's so exceptionally cruel, that at times she's virtually grabbing the princess people and whisking them up into the sky. Underscore 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 un. Nuiying and Erhuang, 2 sisters who were both married at the same time to legendary Emperor Shun. The king of Chu, Qingxiang, 298 to 63 BCE, ruler of the feudal state of Chu, was mocked in the popular Song dynasty era Fengfu, or Poem of the Wind, for arrogantly gratifying his own carnal desires while ignoring the problems of the common people. Zhu 2:740-33. The wind in the poem is personified as male, which necessitates Pu's subsequent comment to justify his allusion to it. Liu Bang, founder of the Han dynasty, the poem referenced here was a motivational song, called Daifeng, a strong wind or fresh gale. With a band of insurgents, Liu Bang declared himself Duke of Pei in 209 BCE and eventually gathered followers and momentum, till he was installed as emperor in 202. Clemency and moderation are said to have been the distinguishing characteristics to which he owed the willing submission of the Chinese people. Mayors 143. Han Wudi, the longest reigning emperor of the Han dynasty, Wudi ruled from 187 to 140 BCE. Yenya Dui, a treacherous, precipitous cliff in the middle of the Yangtze River, where it flows through Sichuan province. This wind, unmatched in her wild arrogance, dares to take advantage of a halo appearing around the moon as a symbol of her coming. In early spring, she blows through the countryside, shaking the willow trees, saying that she's delivering letters for the flowers. When a man just like Tao Yuanming resigns his position and returns home to the country, she right away flutters his clothing, playing tricks on him. If visitors climb up on an observation platform on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, happy to get away for a little sightseeing, she deliberately blows their hats off. The plant she's just swept up is about to flutter naturally to earth when once again she blows it high up into the sky. The kite, making its pleasant rippling sounds, is broken by her mayhem and disappears into the clouds. She shows no respect to the seasons, encouraging the flowers to bloom prematurely. Like Wuxian, she blows out the lanterns in the middle of a banquet, while the guests are still seated in the halls. Underscore 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 un. A halo appearing around the moon, a popular Chinese saying, Yuan Zufeng, means a halo around the moon foretells a gale. Just like Tao Yuanming, 365 to 427 CE, is famous for being a scholar who grew disenchanted with official life, and gave it up to pursue poetry, the pleasures of the wine cup, and the harmony of his lute. Mayors 232. He wrote a well-known short utopian narrative called The Peach Blossom Spring, and of his two poems sharing the title Returning to Dwell in the Country, the second opens, Long I have loved to stroll among the hills and marshes, and take my pleasure roaming the woods and fields. Birch 183. 9th day of the 9th lunar month, another day for visiting the graves of ancestors, including a walk into the hills or mountains. What's more, she can level mountains, as Li He has observed. She can also call up the rain, as recorded by Du Fu. Even just a gentle breeze can raise waves in a river, and though it sounds as innocent as a girl playing the sheng, a west wind that's merely passing through can cause a cloudburst. A gentle breeze wafting by can flatten every blade of grass. When it comes roaring through, even pottery can be sent flying. She doesn't even have to strike the rivers with much force to drive the fearful river dolphin to the surface to do obeisance to her. She suddenly springs up to challenge heaven's authority, and chaotically scatters a flock of wild geese. It might have been desirable that she pushed Wang Bo along so he arrived early at Mt. Meidang, but when she disturbed the peace in immortal heaven, seeming unkind as well, what was her intention? Seabirds depend upon their spirits' instincts to help them evade the strong winds blowing through the gates of Khufu, and Yulang would wish to be called back there, but only if travelers could remain safe from the wind. In ancient times, there were great men who dared to brave the wind and travel far in all directions, but now with no one willing to fight the wind, is it any wonder that there are so few extraordinary people going out to pursue fame and wealth? Underscore 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 un. Wuxian, consort of the Emperor Jiaozong, 649 to 83 CE. Wuxian rose in power until she became China's only woman emperor, and along the way, she charged Emperor Zhongzong with treason, and replaced him with his brother, Ruzong, who was only 22 at the time, and hence Pu's allusion to encouraging the flowers to bloom prematurely, as her puppet. Li He, Li, 781 to 817 CE, a prominent Tang dynasty poet whose courtesy name was Zhangji, makes this assertion in one of his poems, Zhu 2:743 and 54. Du Fu, in the famous poets, 712 to 90 CE. Autumn rain lament, the looming rain and reckless wind are described as the indiscriminate ruins of autumn. Hinton 18. Sheng, a reed pipe wind instrument. Wang Bo, a young man who distinguished himself as a brilliant scholar and poet. Wang Bo, 650 to 76, whose courtesy name was Ziyan, was swamped by students who sought his instruction, but tragically drowned while crossing a river. Myers 263. Pu is blaming the wind for urging Wang into the waters that doomed him. Mt. Meidang, located in Jiangxi province. Because storm winds are often accompanied by angry clouds, she's become quite arrogant. It's the violence of the wind that influences Hebo to cause the flooding that leads to disaster. Multitudes of flowers are devastated and ravaged by these strong winds. And once the wind has wreaked havoc on the flowers and trees, what's to stop her from doing further damage? The trees cry as she breaks off their twigs, creating endless desolation. After the wind blows and the rain pours in the Golden Valley Garden, the flowers' petals drop off and they're collected to make cushions for visitors. When the willow catkins, dripping wet, are knocked down from the trees in glorious forest garden, they soon afterwards become dirty from the muddy ground below. As beautiful flowers are laid to rest, their faded remnants are blown, fluttering away, even in red pavilions with carved railings. Calamity is the unavoidable result of the wind's force. In the instant when a bit of flower is torn away, some of the splendor of springtime is lost, to our sorrow. As those petals are scattered everywhere, it's the wind we should hold responsible. The wind blows away the beauty of the flowers and they die, making it a futile exercise for the girls who venture out into gardens in spring to observe them. The girls, who are longing for someone they have in their thoughts, lead their whinnying horses out among the fragrant plants. Then they return home. Some are filled with the feeling that a tragic disaster has occurred, and some, unable to cope with it, turn to music for comfort. Underscore 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 un. Khufu, birthplace of Confucius, in Shandong Province. Yulang, for an account of Yulang's trials, see Zhu, 2:744 and 62. Hebo, the ancient god of the Yellow River. Golden Valley Garden, the Jinru, or Golden Valley, Garden, was located in Luoyang, in Henan Province, Zhu 2:746 and 68. Glorious Forest Garden, this Hualan, or Glorious Forest, Garden, from the Three Kingdom era, 220 to 65 CE, was situated in Nanjing, Jiangsu Province, Zhu 2:746 and 69. The wind knocks the plants down with her ruthless gusts for no reason, indifferent to the damage, she shakes them endlessly till they collapse. She wounds the living trees, till all of their luxuriant growth is stripped away. For a long time now, she has offered the multitudes of flowers no protection from her destruction, so who wouldn't shed tears of sympathy for these beauties? Their petals fall into the mud and wet hedges, a most lamentable fate. The flowers open up in the morning, but by evening have been stripped of their petals, for how can they resist the wind's mutilations? The spring wind distracts girls' minds with thoughts of love, so she's cursed by people, while violent winds stir men to rampaging acts that haven't been sanctioned by the heavens. Hence this proclamation declares that the vast multitudes of flowers must join together to challenge the mad wind. All flowers and plants must become soldiers to fight the battle against her. Let no willow say it cannot possibly stand up to the wind, for it could be incorporated into a hedge to withstand her. Wait and see the warblers and swallows, who live in the trees, will take their places in the struggle against the enemy. The flowers will be joined by their allies, the bees and butterflies, who will arise, pledging their loyalty to the cause. The fresh-smelling orchids and cassia can undergo military training like that which was practiced at Kunming. Mulberry leaves will provide tops for the chariots, while the willows serve to support banners, as we watch the soldiers march out from the gardens. The elegant chrysanthemums have also emerged from their thatched cottages to join the struggle. The big trees will act as generals, agreeing to respond with righteous anger. They will extinguish the wind's arrogance, and for 1,000 years, the injustices that she has done the flowers will be cleared away, her tyranny will be destroyed, dispelling forever the sound of the wind's anger. Underscore 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 un. At Kunming, under the direction of Han Emperor Wu, who wished to extend Chinese influence into India and figured that Kunming, in Yunnan province, would be geographically significant in that plan, a mock-up of the city was constructed at Chang'an, modern Xi'an, where appropriate tactics of war could be taught and practiced. Zhu 2:748 and 86. The plan proved instrumental in bringing the tribes occupying the area of modern Yunnan under imperial subjection. Mayors 277. 216. The scholar from Hejian. There was a certain scholar from Hejian who for some time had been piling cut wheat into a large mound, with his servants taking some of the stalks from it each day to use as fuel for fires, until they eventually created a hole in the side of it. A fox who looked like an old man took up residence inside this burrow, often coming out to meet with the Hejian scholar. One day, he invited the scholar to come inside for a drink, bowing respectfully to make his request. The scholar expressed his reluctance to accept the invitation, but was forced by the old man and followed him inside. Once he'd entered, he found himself in a building corridor that was magnificently impressive. As he took a seat, he noticed that fragrant tea and wine had been set out for them to enjoy. But because the scholar could no longer see the daylight from inside there, he couldn't tell what time of day it was. When they'd concluded their drinking and he'd stepped back outside, all signs of the corridor completely vanished. The old man would go out each night and return the next morning, though the scholar could never find any trace of his footprints. He asked the old man about it, and he explained that he'd been invited to drink with some friends. The scholar asked if he might join them, but the old man said he couldn't take him along. When the scholar persisted in his request, the old man finally gave in and consented. Underscore 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 un. Hejian, a prefecture located in Hebei province. He took the scholar by the arm, rushing them along like they were riding the wind, and in the time it would take to fix a meal, they'd arrived at a town. They walked into a wine shop full of customers drinking enthusiastically, and the old man led the scholar upstairs. They could see the patrons drinking below, as well as the dishes of snacks on their tables. The old man then went downstairs, arbitrarily picking up wine from some of the tables and bringing it back upstairs to give the scholar. No one tried to stop him from also gathering up things for them to eat. In a short while, the scholar noticed that a man in red clothing had some kumquats set before him, so he told the old man to bring them, too. But he's an upright man, the old man replied, so I can't go near him. The scholar thought to himself, I'm wandering around with this fox, so that must mean that I'm a wicked person. From now on, if I turn my back on my old ways, surely I can become a good man. Having made this resolution, he felt himself lose control of his body, and he dizzily fell down the stairs. The customers below were quite startled, and everyone took him for some kind of demon. When the scholar looked up at where he'd been, there was no longer an upstairs area there, just a roof beam instead. Then he truthfully told the people drinking there what had happened. The crowd went over the details and decided that the scholar was a trustworthy fellow, so they offered him some money in order that he could afford to go home. When he asked them where he was, they told him he was in Yutei, and that Hejian was 1,000 li away. Underscore 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 un. Yutei, located in Shandong province. 1,000 li. The scholar had been magically transported over 300 miles from his hometown. 1 li equals 1/3 of a mile. 217 yun Quixian. Liang Yukai, who originally came from Shaanxi province, had no permanent home in Jinan, where he made a living as a small-time traveling merchant. He wasn't married, and owned no land. It once happened that he was following some villagers who were heading to Mt Tai. In the 4th month of the year, pilgrims swarmed to the mountain to burn incense and pay their respects. There was a band of devoted Buddhist lay people, leading a group of 100 or so men, who were on their knees before some Buddhist statue, and Liang watched them as they held their incense sticks there until they entirely burned out, performing a devotion called kneeling with incense. Liang noticed that among the group there was a beautiful girl, about 17 or 18 years old, and was immediately attracted to her. Pretending that he was one of the pilgrims, he drew near the girl and knelt down behind her. He also faked a weakness in his knees to justify placing his hands on her feet for support. underscore 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 un. Jinan, the capital of Shandong Province. Mt. Tai, a traditional sacred site for more than 25 centuries, Mt. Tai is located in Shandong Province. Dorothy Perkins notes that pilgrims travel a 15-mile road north from the city of Tai'an to Mt. Tai, climbing a path of close to 7,000 stone steps before arriving at the mountain's summit, 5,069 feet above sea level, 502. Today, lifts are available to carry visitors to the summit, but one still observes a number of pilgrims making their way laboriously up the long climb of steps. Fourth month of the year, that is, of the lunar calendar, this is the date of the Buddha's birthday festival. The girl turned her head to glare angrily at him, then crawled on her knees to get away from him. Liang, too, crawled on his knees, and approached her. Soon, he was grabbing her feet again. When the girl felt this, she quickly got up, no longer kneeling, and stormed out through one of the gateways. Liang also stood up and left to follow her, but couldn't tell which way she'd gone. He figured it was hopeless, so, disgruntled, he just started walking. Along the road, he spotted the girl following an old woman, who apparently was her mother. Liang hurried to join them. The old woman and the girl were having a conversation as they walked along. "It's wonderful that you came to pay homage to the goddess," exclaimed the old woman. "You don't have any brothers or sisters to take care of you, so maybe the goddess can help find a good husband to protect you. As long as you two can get along together, and show filial kindness to your parents, it doesn't matter whether or not he comes from an influential family or is some rich nobleman's son." Liang, happy to overhear this, gradually moved closer and closer, and began to ask the old woman about herself. She replied that her name was Yun, and the girl was her daughter, Quixian. Their family lived 40 li west of Mt. Tai. Liang remarked to her, "These mountain paths are hard-going, and since you seem to be walking with some difficulty, while your daughter's so delicate-looking, how will you ever make it home?" "It's already so late in the day," the old woman replied, "we're just going to her uncle's house to spend the night." Liang said, "When you were talking together just now about a son-in-law, you said you wouldn't despise someone for being poor, or of humble background, and since I'm not married, would you consider me for your son-in-law?" Underscore 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 un. 40 li, about 13.33 miles, since 1 li equals 1/3 mile. The old woman asked the girl what she thought about it, but Quixian didn't respond. She asked her again, several more times, till Quixian replied, "He's got very little good fortune, he's dissolute and has no moral scruples, he's rash and weak-spirited, and it's easy for him to be fickle. I couldn't possibly make this trivial man my husband." When Liang heard this, he sincerely pledged that he would become an exemplary man, and that he would never break his word to her. This pleased the old woman, who subsequently gave her consent to the marriage. Quixian wasn't happy about it, but with misgivings obeyed her mother. The old woman then did what she could to console her daughter. Liang was eager to demonstrate his diligence, so he took out some money and arranged for a pair of mountain sedan chairs to carry Quixian and her mother down. Liang followed along behind them, like he was their servant. Every time they came to a narrow pass, he anxiously chided the chair carriers that they mustn't allow the chairs to sway. When they finally reached a cottage, the old woman invited Liang to come inside with them. The uncle stepping out proved to be an old man, accompanied by an old woman. Quixian's mother greeted them as her elder brother and her sister-in-law. "This is Liang Yuki, my son-in-law," she told them. "This has been a most auspicious day, so we don't need to wait to select another, but should see them married tonight." Quixian's uncle was delighted to hear this, so he had some wine and delicacies brought out for Liang to enjoy. After a while, Quixian emerged, dressed in bridal array, and the two were hurried off to their bedroom. Quixian told Liang, I know very well that you're an immoral man, and I'm only marrying you because my mother wanted me to do so, and I always comply with her wishes. If you'll just become a decent man, then we won't have to live together in misery. Liang insisted that he understood her concern, and accepted her advice. The next morning, when they got up, Quixian's mother informed Liang, you should go home first, and then my daughter and I will arrive later on. When Liang got home, he swept it out from top to bottom. Mrs. Yun subsequently arrived with Quixian. When they came inside and the old woman saw how empty it was, she exclaimed, how can you possibly live like this? I'll hurry home and see what I can do to help you out a bit. Then she left. The next day, a number of men and women showed up, carrying in food, furniture, and clothing, till the house was filled. They didn't stay to have anything to eat, but left a maidservant for the newlyweds. From that point on, since Liang found himself warmly dressed and well fed, not a day went by without him inviting his scoundrel buddies over to drink and gamble, and he gradually began to steal from Quixian's jewelry to pay his debts. Quixian tried to advise him against this behavior, but he wouldn't listen. Since she really couldn't stand it, she turned her attention to guarding the trunk in which she kept her valuables, as though she was defending it from bandits. One day, the gang of gambling acquaintances showed up at the gate asking for Liang, and when they caught a glimpse of Quixian, they were amazed at how beautiful she was. They teased Liang, you're a great man, with plenty of money, so why do you worry about ending up poor? Liang asked them what were implying, and one of them replied, we saw your wife, and she's a really gorgeous woman. She just doesn't fit in a house like yours. If you were to sell her to someone as a concubine, you could get hundreds of taels for her, but if you were to make her a prostitute, you could get thousands. With thousands of taels to spend, would you ever run out of money for drinking and gambling? Liang didn't say anything, but he decided they were right. When he was with Quixian, he often sighed, and constantly griped that he'd never be free of his poverty. Quixian would pay no attention to him, so Liang repeatedly struck the table, threw down his chopsticks, and cursed at the maidservant, throwing all kinds of tantrums. One night, Quixian purchased some wine for them to drink. All of a sudden she remarked to Liang, every day, you worry about being poor. I can't relieve your monetary concerns, but since it's my duty to share your worries, how can I not also feel your shame? Although we don't have much left by way of belongings, I still have this maidservant, and if we sold her, it could help us to get by. Liang shook his head disapprovingly and cried, she'd hardly be worth anything. They drank some more, till Quixian remarked, what else can I offer you? I've already tried my best. Considering our poverty, suppose that we manage to stay together until we die, there'd just be a lifetime of bitterness for both of us, so how could our fortunes ever improve? But if you were to sell me to a wealthy family, both of us might be better off for it, since you'd certainly make much more than you would by selling the maidservant. Liang made it appear that he was shocked by the suggestion, for he replied, how could I do such a thing? Quixian firmly reiterated her words, apparently quite serious. Overjoyed, Liang declared, let me think about it. Thus he made an arrangement with a high-ranking court eunuch for Quixian to serve as a prostitute. When the eunuch personally came to Liang's home, he saw Quixian and was extremely pleased with her. Afraid that he might not be able to secure her right away, he immediately presented a document proposing that he pay Liang 800 strings of cash for her, and was just about to close the deal. Knowing that her son-in-law is poor, Quixian told Liang, my mother has always worried about me, and now that all contact between us is about to be severed, I have to return home temporarily to tell her. Besides, how can I not tell her that you and I are splitting up? Liang worried that her mother might try to stop her from going through with it. Quixian reassured him, I agreed to this, so I won't go back on it. Liang then went along as she left. They finally arrived at Mrs. Yun's home around midnight. When they knocked and then walked inside, shutting the door after them, Liang discovered that they were in a magnificent building, with female servants constantly in motion, coming and going. Back when they were still married, whenever Liang had suggested that she should visit her mother, Quixian had always put him off, so he hadn't been there in more than a year after their marriage. Thus he was quite astonished to see this huge home, and feared that her mother wouldn't stand for his selling Quixian off to become a concubine or a prostitute. Quixian led him upstairs. "Why has the married couple come?" the old woman asked in surprise. In resentment, Quixian declared, "I could tell he was immoral, and now he's proved it." Then she took out 2 ingots of gold, set them on a table, and said, "Fortunately, I didn't let this vile man have them, so now I can give them back to you." Her mother was surprised, and when she asked her to explain, Quixian declared, "He was going to sell me to raise money, so I hid the gold to be sure he couldn't use it." She pointed then to Liang and cursed at him, "You rat bastard! In the past, when you had to make a living by carrying things around on a shoulder pole, your face was caked with mud like some kind of demon. When you originally came near me, you brought the stench of rank sweat with you, your skin so filthy it made me want to pass out, your feet and hands covered with caked dirt a cun thick, so I had to endure that nastiness all night long. From the time I came to your house, you've been able to sit around idly, with plenty to eat, till your caked dirt skin finally had a chance to flake off. Tell my mother, am I falsely accusing you or not?" Liang hung his head, not daring to let out even a shallow breath. Underscore 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 Kun, a measure equal to 1/3 decimeter. Quixian then remarked, "My looks may not be utterly ravishing, and I may be inadequate to wait upon high-ranking officials, but I'm still more than a match for your kind of man. How have I ever let you down, to cause you to think so little of our marriage? Given that, why would I have a new house built for us, or purchase some fertile farm land? When I think of how frivolous and weak you are, and how you'd turn us into beggars, I realize there's just no way for us to live together." In the course of Quixian's comments, the maidservants joined arms and began circling around Liang. When they heard Quixian's many reproaches, they all spat and cursed at him, exclaiming together, "You might as well kill him to settle it, no need to keep on just talking at him." Liang was terribly frightened and flung himself to the ground, saying that he knew he'd been wrong and was sorry for it. Quixian then exploded angrily, crying, "Selling off your wife is already a great evil, but even that wasn't wicked enough for you. How could I stand to be made a prostitute by my own husband?" No sooner had she finished speaking than the circle of maidservants, wide-eyed with hate, all took up sharp hairpins and scissors, and as a group began stabbing him in the legs and sides. Liang howled in pain, begging for his life. Quixian stopped the servants, telling them, "You can let him go for now. He may be unjust and immoral, but I can't bear to hear his frightened cries." Then she led the maidservants downstairs and left with them. Liang sat there listening for a bit, till the sound of the women speaking was replaced by silence, and his thoughts turned to escaping. Suddenly he looked up, and as he noticed the stars, he saw that the sky in the east had begun to turn white, although the countryside all around him remained dark. He also noted that all of the lights around him had gone out. Then it happened that the house he'd been in was no longer there, and he found himself seated on the edge of a cliff. He looked down into the gaping chasm below, which appeared both dark and bottomless. Terrified, Liang was afraid he was going to fall. When his body shifted ever so slightly, he detected the sound of the promontory giving way, and he fell with the stones as it collapsed beneath him. Halfway down the cliff, he ended up hanging from a withered tree that stopped him from falling any further. Though the tree had caught him around his midsection, he was unable to touch anything with his hands and feet. As he looked into the boundless expanse below him, he couldn't see the bottom. He dared not try to change his position, but screamed for help till he was hoarse, and finally his body started swelling: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, everything as all his strength gave out. The sun gradually began to rise, and people who were out gathering firewood spotted him from a distance. They located a well rope and lowered it down to him, but by the time they'd pulled him up to the top of the cliff, he was on the verge of dying. They subsequently carried him back to his home. When they arrived at his gate, they found the door wide open. His house appeared to be as ruined as an abandoned monastery, the bed and all the furniture nowhere to be found, with only a hammock and a broken-down table left behind. The whole place looked like something ancient, with only parts of it still standing. Liang was so depressed that he just laid around. Whenever he felt hungry each day, he went to beg food from his neighbors. Before long, the swollen portions of his body began rupturing into leprous sores. The villagers began acting coldly towards him, spurning him. He didn't know what to do, so he sold his house and went to live in a cave, carrying a knife with him as he begged along the roadsides. It was suggested that perhaps it might be better for him to exchange the knife for what he needed, but Liang refused to do so, explaining, "Living in the wilds, I have to be on guard against tigers and wolves, using it to protect myself." Out on the road after this, he ran into the man who'd advised him to sell Quixian, and Liang approached him like he was going to tell him his woes. All of a sudden, he pulled out the knife and stabbed the man to death, then was arrested immediately afterward. When officials looked into the matter and learned what had motivated him, they couldn't bring themselves to execute him, so instead they sentenced him to prison, where he died of disease. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "A man who shares his home with a gorgeous beauty shouldn't trade that even for the life of a mighty king." Liang was already an immoral person, but he just blamed his guilty actions on his wicked friends. This is something such friends need to recognize and guard against. Every man who visits brothels will try to seduce others to his lewd behavior, but that just makes them all immoral, and even if the business doesn't turn out too badly, there's no way to blame it on anything but one's own depravity. He waits until he has no jacket to cover his body, his wife no pants, everyone's pointing accusingly at him, he's on the verge of dying even though he's not ill, and he's obsessed with the thought of his poverty. He grits his teeth in hate at the prospect of being poor. In the still of the night, he shivers beneath a cow blanket, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He clearly recalls the time before he was reduced to his present circumstances, the period when his decline began, the reasons behind that decline, and the individuals responsible for it. At this point, the weak man will get up and start cursing, the strong man will brave the cold though naked, make a fire, and keep a sharpened knife handy, lying in wait with it throughout the night. Thus if you help people through kind deeds, it's like you're offering them olives. If you seduce people into evil acts, it's like you're giving out rotten meat. Everyone who hears this should reflect on its implications, and no one should be afraid of speaking out about it. 218 The Witch's Trance Dance. There's a popular tradition in Jinan. It's common there that when someone falls ill, a woman with magical skills is brought to the sick person's bedside to divine the seriousness of the sickness. An old witch is asked to strike an iron hoop against one side of a drum, and then to perform something they say is called the witch's trance dance. And this custom is especially widespread in Beijing. Young married women of respectable families also consult witches from time to time. Meat is placed in one basin, and wine in another, and both are set on a table in the main room of the house. Then a large candle is lit, illuminating the room like daylight. The woman ties a short skirt around her clothing, and lifts up one foot to perform a consultation dance. Two people take her arms, standing on either side of her to support her while she does this. The woman begins babbling nonsensically, first as though singing, and then as though offering a blessing. A number of the words are meaningless, without rhyme or reason. People then begin thunderously beating several drums in the room, creating a booming clamor. The woman opens and closes her lips to the accompaniment of the various drums, so one can't really make out what she's mouthing. Afterwards, her head droops, while her eyes roll to the side. She's standing thanks to the others holding her up, and would fall flat if they took their hands away. Suddenly she spins around, stretches her neck and leaps several chi off the ground. In an awe-inspiring tone, she says to all of the women in the room as they look on in amazement, "The ancestors have come for the food." Underscore 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 un. Jinan, capital of Shandong Province. Then with a gentle puff, she blows out the light, plunging the room into darkness. The consulting women hold their breath fearfully as they stand in the dark, not daring to utter a word. Besides, speaking wouldn't be heard anyway, due to the noise of the drums. In moments, they hear the woman's stern voice calling out the courtesy names of parents-in-law and sisters-in-law, then the young women relight the candle, bend down, and ask for prediction of future weal and woe. When the women look inside the basins holding the wine and meat, they're all empty. They observe the woman's facial expressions, distinguishing whether they're happy or angry. In a respectful manner, they gather together and ask her questions, and she offers some kind of responses. If someone among them is skeptical about all this, the god in the body of the woman already knows that, so she points out that certain individual and accuses the person of mocking her, declaring how disrespectful this is, and threatening to take off her pants. When the insulted skeptic suddenly begins looking around, she finds herself stark naked, her clothes placed in the top of a tree outside the house. Manchurian women are especially sincere about treating such matters with respect. If there are any uncertainties, they resolve them in this way. Quite often they put on full makeup, ride around on a fake tiger or horse while grasping a long weapon, and then, dancing around on a bed, perform something they call the God of Tigers dance. The horse or tiger empowers a woman to act with decisive authority, and the dance allows her to make raucous noise as long as she can stand it. If she cites the names of Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, or Marshal Zhao for authorization, no one raises a complaint. Underscore 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 un. Chi, a distance equal to 1/3 meter. The power they wield gives them a somber appearance that some people find particularly frightening. There are husbands who try to peep through the windows, to see what their wives are wearing and doing, and the wives, holding long weapons, thrust them through the windows and impale the men's hats, which they then take back inside. In one family, the old women, daughters-in-law, and daughters live like sisters, standing closely together, and always go out in a single file, with no dissension, and no slouching. Underscore 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 un. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, or Marshal Zhao. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, along with Liu Bei, form the three heroic sworn brothers at the heart of the classic romance of the Three Kingdoms. Marshal Zhao is also known as Zhao Gongming, the god of wealth. 219 The Iron Skin Method. Shehuizi had a method for making his skin as powerfully hard as iron. When he joined two fingers together and chopped forcefully with them, he could cut through the neck of an ox. With a single violent jab, he could penetrate an ox's belly. Once he was at Master Chu Pensan's house, where there was a large log hanging up, and he directed two strong servants to hold it firmly and strike at him violently. Sha exposed his naked belly to the log swinging at him, which struck him with a banging sound, and then bounced off quite a distance. Next he took out his sexual organ and placed it on a boulder, before grabbing a length of wood and smashing it down on himself like a hammer, though without causing the least bit of damage. But he was still afraid of knives. 220 The Mighty General. Zhao Yuhuang was from Zhejiang. As he was taking in some of the countryside on Tomb Sweeping Day, while visiting an ancient temple, he spotted an ancient bell as large as two enormous stone urns in front of one of the buildings, but just at ground level, there was an imprint of a hand on it, as smooth as though it had been freshly made. This seemed curious to Zhao, so he bent low to peek at what was underneath it, and discovered a bamboo basket that looked big enough to hold about 8 sheng, though he couldn't tell what was inside it. He had several men to try to pick up the bell, and despite lifting with all their might, they couldn't move it even a little. Zha became even more puzzled. Thus he decided to sit down and have a drink while waiting for the person who'd left the basket there. He hadn't been there long when a beggar entered the temple, carrying some food that he'd acquired, intending to add it to a pile already accumulating underneath the bell. With just one hand, he picked up the bell and held it aloft, while with the other hand he placed the food in the basket. He came and went 3 or 4 times, till he seemed to have gathered enough. When he was finished, he covered the basket up again, and then left. Underscore 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 un. Tomb Sweeping Day, part of the Qingming Clear Brightness Festival, includes clearing weeds from the graves, cleaning up the tombs themselves and making offerings to honor the dead, a ritual remembrance that also serves to usher in the beginning of spring. Palmer et al. 197. Sheng. A sheng is equal to a pint, dry measure, or to a liter, liquid measure. In a short while he returned, and took out some of the food to eat. When he was finished, he put the bell back where it'd been, as lightly as if he were simply opening and closing a box. Everyone sitting there was utterly amazed. "Why's a powerful man like you living like a beggar?" asked Zha. The man replied, "I eat a whole lot, so no one wants to hire me." Since Zha took him to be an extraordinarily strong fellow, he advised the man to join the army. The beggar sadly explained that he couldn't afford the journey to go join up. Consequently, Zha took him home and fed him. He figured that the man ate enough to feed 5 or 6 men. He then gave the beggar some new clothes and shoes, and also presented him with 50 taels to cover his traveling costs. After more than 10 years, Zha's nephew became a county magistrate in Fujian, and a General Wu Liaozhai suddenly showed up one day to call on him. As they were entertaining themselves with conversation, General Wu asked him, "What is your relation to Zha Yuhuang?" "He's my uncle," the nephew replied. "But where do you know him from, General?" "Zha Yuhuang was my teacher," the man explained. "That was 10 years ago, and I've been thinking about him a lot. I hope you'll send him an invitation to come and visit me." The nephew freely promised to do so. He thought to himself, "My uncle's known as a learned scholar, so how could he have had a military man as a pupil?" Coincidentally, Zha Yuhuang had just arrived for a visit, so he was told about General Wu. He racked his thoughts for some time, but couldn't recall the man. Because he wished to acknowledge the generous invitation he'd received, he called for servants and horses and left to pay a visit to the general's home. General Wu hurried out to greet him at his front gate. When Zha saw him, he believed he'd never set eyes on him before in his entire life. He started to suspect that the general had mistaken him for someone else, while the general began acting even more reverentially towards him. He respectfully invited Zha to come inside, and they passed through 3 or 4 gates, till suddenly Zha spotted women coming and going, realizing that they had come to the general's private living quarters, so he immediately went no further. With his hands clasped together, the general then bowed to him, urging him to enter. Soon they climbed the steps leading up to a hall, where a screen was set aside, and as they moved to take their seats, it became apparent that all of the servants were women. As they sat down, Zha was intending to ask some questions, but the general made a small gesture with his chin, and as soon as one of the servants had carried in his official uniform, he quickly stood up to put it on. Zha had no idea why he was doing this. A throng of the women servants held out his sleeves and straightened his lapel as he slipped on his uniform, while he'd previously directed several of them to ensure that Zha remained seated where he was, and once he had put on his military dressing, he began kowtowing in formal respect, as though Zha was the emperor or his own father. Zha was absolutely bewildered, since he had no explanation for the general to be acting this way. After Zha had stopped Wu from bowing to him, the general then put his civilian clothing back on and took his seat, to attend to his guest. "Sir," he laughed, "don't you remember the beggar who lifted up the bell?" At that point, everything became clear to Zha. Later on, General Wu put on a magnificent banquet, while his family played music to entertain them. Afterwards, when they'd finished having some drinks, the crowd of servant women lined up to wait upon Zha. The general went into Zha's bedroom, inspecting it to be sure that everything was ready for his guest to spend the night, and then left. Zha had gotten a bit drunk that night, so he rose rather late the next morning, and the general had already been outside his bedroom door for some time, inquiring after his guest. Zha felt rather uneasy, and expressed his desire to return home. The general did everything necessary to detain his guest, including removing the wheels from his carriage and securing the keys to the house, so Zha was forced to stay. He noticed that General Wu spent the day doing nothing but inventorying the number of his maidservants, male servants and soldiers, mules and horses, as well as all his clothing and other belongings, supervising while all this was recorded in an accounts ledger, warning that nothing must be left out. Zha figured that this was simply the way the general managed his household, so he didn't question it any further. One day, while he was holding the accounts ledger, the general told Zha, "Everything that I own today is the result of the great generosity that you bestowed on me. Every maidservant, everything in the house, I can't keep them all for myself, sir, I have to give you half." Stunned, Zha declared that he couldn't possibly accept. The general, however, would not listen to his refusal. From his storehouse, he had several tens of thousands of strings of cash and taels brought out, and then ordered it all separated into 2 piles. According to the accounts ledger, there were also antiques and furniture items to consider, so they were carried into the hall until it was almost filled. Zha remained firm in his requests for the general to cease dividing things, but Wu paid no attention to him. When the general had finished summoning a number of his servants by name, he ordered the men to pack up everything for Zha's journey home, while directing the women to collect the everyday utensils, and instructing them to handle everything for Master Zha with respectful attention. With sincere respect and awe, they all promised to obey the general. Wu saw to each of the women servants as they climbed into carriages to leave, while grooms led the horses and mules, with all the attendant noise of departure, and then he returned to say goodbye to Zha. After all this, Zha took part in the compilation of a historical chronicle that led to his arrest, though he was finally able to avoid prosecution thanks to the power of General Wu's influence. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Helping out a stranger with such generosity, without even asking him his name, is truly the act of a man equal to the chivalrous heroes of antiquity." And as the general in turn requited him, his own generosity proved to be forthright and uninhibited, of the sort rarely seen in any age. With such broad-mindedness, both of them deserved to become noted and influential, rather than dying unknown and poor. Therefore we realize that it was no accident that 2 such virtuous men actually got to meet each other. Underscore 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 un. A historical chronicle, Zha's trouble was related to the work he contributed to the Book of the Ming-Shu, construed as seditious by the Qing court for its support of the preceding dynasty's policies. See Zhu, 2:765 and 20. 221 The White Lotus Society. Su Hongru, leader of the White Lotus Society, came into possession of an occult treatise that could summon spirits. When he made a casual trial of it, those who looked on felt so greatly astonished that later on the people who came to be his disciples were as numerous as flocks of ducks. Afterwards, he realized that he had called up a destructive entity. Accordingly, he took out a mirror to carry around, saying that it could reveal someone's entire life. He hung it in his courtyard, directing people to look at their reflections in it, where he might see one person wearing an official's ceremonial hat, someone else wearing yet another kind of official's hat, and yet another person wearing some kind of official clothing, all appearing differently. People found this to be even more uncanny. Following upon this, the news spread fast and wide, with the constant stream of many people visiting him. Underscore 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 un. Su Hungru. White Lotus Society, the Buddhist secret society known as White Lotus, with its adherents reputedly possessing magical abilities, originated at least as early as the Yuan dynasty, 1279 to 1368, but was periodically revived in opposition to political pressures, including the Manchu overthrow which led to establishment of the Qing dynasty. In 1622, Su declared the end of Ming dynasty rule, instigated a large-scale rebellion in southwestern Shandong, Naquan 340, and assumed for himself the title of the Renaissance Great Blessedness Emperor, Yang 220. See story number 154, The White Lotus Society Master. Su subsequently proclaimed, anyone who appears as an official or a noble in the mirror is to become a civil or military leader, which is the fate decided by the Tathagata Buddha. Everyone must do this, without shrinking from it. Hence he began by checking his own reflection, and in the mirror was reflected as an imperial figure, dressed in the crown, jade, and robe of the emperor. The multitudes of observers looked at each other in fright, and did their best to show respect for him. Su then began referring to himself as a nobleman, establishing a realm to govern, and the multitudes all happily acceded to his rule and did whatever he ordered. It wasn't many months before he'd gathered a faction that was calculated at about 10,000 members in the region surrounding Teng and Zi, where the people were swept away by Su's reputation. Afterwards, when Qing imperial troops attacked the Su rebels, there was among them a military officer named Peng, from Chongshan, who was unsurpassed in skill and courage. The rebels sent out 2 little girls to do battle with him. Each of the girls carried a pair of blades that were as sharp as jagged hoarfrost. They rode large horses, their blades whistling in the air like they were extremely angry. They fought there, light and swift in their attack, constantly circling, from dawn till dusk, but were unable to wound Peng, though Peng was also unable to defeat them. This went on for 3 days, till Peng felt his strength abandon him, and with a roaring gasp, he died. Before Su Hungru was brought to execution, when his followers were captured and their weapons were confiscated, it was discovered that the girls' blades had actually been wooden swords, and the horses that they rode had actually been wooden benches. That they were able to kill horses and soldiers, particularly a general like Peng, is truly strange. Underscore 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 un. Tathagata Buddha. When Buddhists speak of the Buddha as a spiritual principle, they refer to him as the Tathagata, one manifestation or Dharma body within an endless series of Tathagatas, Cons 36. Teng and Zi, both of these ancient states are part of modern Shandong province. Chongshan, located in Zhejiang province. 222 The Yan clan. There was a certain scholar living in Shuntian, who came from a poor family. It happened that during a particularly lean year, he accompanied his father to Luoyang. He was by nature a slow learner, so it wasn't until he was 17 years old that he could successfully compose an essay. Yet he possessed a noble appearance and grace, an elegant wit, and was a fine letter writer. When people who didn't know him saw that he possessed these qualities, they didn't notice what he lacked. Before they'd been there long, his father and mother died, one after the other in succession, leaving him all alone, so he began to teach children at a village school where the Luo River met the Yellow River. In the village at that time there lived an orphan girl surnamed Yan, who was reputed to have come from a line of scholars. When she was young, she'd demonstrated a knack for learning. While her father was alive, he taught her how to read, and she never forgot anything she'd read, even if she'd only seen it once. When she was 10 or so, she studied poetry with her father. He told her, "Our family has a female scholar, it's a pity that she's not a young man." underscore 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 un. The Yan clan. The title is interesting in that it's not about the entire Yan family, but only their daughter. However, the title suggests that the story glorifies the entire clan in its description of the remarkable talents of one particular female member of it. Shuntian, Luoyang, both located in Henan Province. Luo River. Yellow River. The Luo flows through Shaanxi and Henan provinces, and runs into the Yellow River, the second longest in China, in Henan. Because he doted on her, he'd hoped to find her a wealthy husband. When he died, the girl's mother pursued his aspirations for their daughter for 3 years without success, and then she, too, passed away. Someone advised her that she should find herself a talented scholar to marry, and she agreed, but hadn't yet come across the right man. Then it happened that the neighbor woman came over for a visit one day, in order to strike up a conversation with her. The woman brought with her a piece of paper that had previously been used to wrap up some embroidery thread, and when the girl opened it up to take a look at it, she noted that a letter had been written on the paper scrap, addressed to the woman's scholar husband. Reading it over again and again, the girl found herself becoming fond of the writer. The neighbor woman could see what she was thinking, so she told her in confidence, "This elegant note was written by a handsome young man, an orphan like yourself, and about the same age, too. If you'd like, I could persuade my husband to be the go-between to set up a marriage agreement for you." Love struck, the girl was speechless. The neighbor woman returned home, having taken the silence as assent, and informed her husband. Because he was good friends with the scholar from Shuntian, when he delivered the news to him, the scholar was delighted by the prospect. The young man's mother had left him a gold ring with the sun's emblem on it, which he entrusted his friend to deliver to the Yan daughter. The date was set, the two were married, and subsequently they lived very happily, in perfect harmony. But when she read his literary essays, she laughed and said, "It's like your writing comes from two different persons with compositions like this. How could you have written such an elegant letter?" From morning to night, she advised the scholar in his literary studies, as strict with him as a writing tutor would be. When it grew dark each evening, she'd carry in a candle to set on the writing desk, and would first do some reading, as an example for her husband then to follow, and they'd continue till they heard the third watch sounded, then they'd stop. In this way, a year passed, and the scholar's essay writing became quite masterful, but he took the civil service examination twice and failed each time, which reduced his status and reputation till he no longer knew where his next meal was coming from, and so he sat by himself to meditate on the matter, accompanied by the sound of his doleful weeping. His wife scolded him, saying, "You're not behaving like a man, and you don't deserve the scholar's cap you wear. If only I had a chance to swap my woman's coil of hair for that cap, then you'd truly see me earn a high official's position." The scholar felt so dejected, that when he heard his wife's words, his eyes flared and he angrily replied, "You're used to living in the woman's portion of the house, you've never been inside an examination hall, so trying for fame and fortune through the examination just seems to you as simple as going to draw water for the kitchen, to cook some congee, but if the scholar's cap was set on your head, you wouldn't do any better than me." "Don't get angry," laughed his wife. "When the date for the examination arrives, let me dress like you and take your place. If I do as poorly as you, I'll never dare look down upon another scholar in the whole world." Her husband laughed, too, as he said, "Since you don't know yet what it's like to taste bitter defeat, I really should send you to take the examination. However, I'm worried that if word of this gets out, everyone in our village will laugh at us." "I'm not kidding around," she told him. "You've always said you used to live in Hebei, so I should dress up like a man and follow you home, where we can pretend that I'm your younger brother. You were still a baby when you left there, so who could deny it?" The scholar accordingly went along with the plan. underscore 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 un. Third watch, the third of the evening's 5 2-hour divisions, approximately 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Then she entered their bedroom, put on male clothing, and came back out, asking him, "Do I look like I could pass for a man?" Her husband examined her closely, and found her to be the mirror image of a fashionable young man. He was overjoyed, and proceeded to take his leave of everyone in their village. Since his good friends provided him with some modest farewell gifts, he used them to purchase a scrawny horse for his wife to ride, and they departed for Hebei. The scholar's cousin, who was his elder, still lived there, and when the cousin saw these two brothers with their masculine good looks, he was beside himself with joy, looking after them attentively, morning and evening. Then when he saw how assiduously they worked at their studies all the time, his love and respect for them grew all the greater. He arranged for a short-haired boy servant to tend to their needs. After sunset, they always sent the boy away. Whenever there was a funeral or a celebration in the area, the scholar would go to mingle with the people there, while his younger brother would draw the curtain and stay behind to study. They'd been living there for 6 months, but few people had seen the younger cousin's face. When visitors happened to ask to see him, the scholar always claimed that he was indisposed. If they happened to read the younger brother's essays, they'd gape in surprise and astonishment. Occasionally when someone would force the door to his room open, he'd bow respectfully to them and then hastily retreat back inside. The visitors who observed his refined appearance admired him greatly. Hence it was that quite a stir was made about him, and influential families started sending competitive marriage offers to him. When the scholar's cousin discussed the matter with the younger brother, the brother reacted with a funny grin. His cousin pressed him more insistently, so he replied, "I swear that I will achieve the high position I desire, and if I fail to pass the imperial examination, I will not marry." About that time, the civil service examiner was sent to oversee the work of the latest examination candidates, so the two brothers rode together to take the exam. The elder brother failed once again. However, the younger brother scored higher than anyone else in the qualifying examination, and eventually took 4th place in Shuntian. The following year, he qualified as a jinchi. He was given the position of district magistrate in Tongcheng, where he established a reputation as an effective administrator. From there, he moved to Henan, where he was empowered with the authority of the imperial censor, and came to possess the wealth of a prince or marquis. Claiming ill health as an excuse, he asked to resign and return home to his rural community. Visitors flocked to his gate, but were always denied admittance. Everyone noted that from the time that he was just a scholar until he became a wealthy official, he'd never said anything about getting married, and people invariably thought this strange. After he returned home, he eventually brought some maidservants into the household. Some people suspected that he was having affairs with them, but when his cousin's wife looked into the matter, she declared there was no evidence of moral laxness there. Before long, chaos broke out as the Ming dynasty came to an end. That's when the younger brother informed the cousin's wife, "It's time to tell you the truth, I'm your scholar cousin's wife. He's incompetent, unable to stand on his own feet, so in a fit of exasperation I simply decided to take care of things myself. I'm terribly afraid that if word of this gets out, we'll be summoned to account for it, and the whole world will make fun of us." Underscore 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 un. Jinchi, a successful candidate in the highest level of the imperial civil service examination. Tongcheng, a county located in Anhui province. The cousin's wife couldn't believe what she was hearing. Thus the scholar's wife took off a boot, and displayed a foot to her, which left her utterly astonished, for she saw that the inside of the boot was stuffed with cotton. As a result, the wife transferred her rank and titles to her husband, while she merely withdrew behind the closed doors of the household. But the scholar had never been able to get her pregnant, so she took out money to purchase some concubines. Ordinarily, she told her husband, when men obtain a high level of success and influence, they purchase concubines to meet their needs. I've held official positions for 10 years, yet I still have only one man to serve me. What good fortune have you earned, that you should just sit there while beauties are brought to you? By all means, sir, please, go get yourself 30 male concubines to enjoy, her husband replied. Their words have been repeated by folks over and over again to great laughter. It was at this time that the scholar's parents were honored by having posthumous titles bestowed on them by the imperial court. Noble persons came to pay their respects to the scholar, showing him the same respect as if he'd been the one serving as imperial censor. The scholar was shamed by having his wife's title thrust upon him like this, feeling at ease only when he was called a scholar, and he finally chose never again to ride in a carriage with the official insignia on it. The collector of these strange tales remarks, the fact that the parents-in-law received titles posthumously thanks to their daughter-in-law has to be considered extraordinary. Have we ever had any lack of imperial censors who subsequently acted like women? But precious few women have ever become imperial censors. It's enough to make every man in the world who wears a scholar's cap feel like dying of embarrassment. 223 Old Man Du. Old Man Du lived in Yishui. It happened that after he'd stepped outside his village one day, he sat down next to a wall to rest a bit, and wait for someone to join him. He was feeling rather tired, when suddenly he seemed to be dreaming, for he saw a man bearing an official document arrive to arrest him and take him away. They came to a governmental office, but they couldn't go inside. A man wearing an official's hat came out of the office, a certain Zhang from Qingzhou, who happened to be an old friend of Du. He was surprised to see his friend and exclaimed, "Brother Du, what are you doing here?" "I don't know what this is all about," replied Du, "but there was a document issued for my arrest." Zhang suspected that it was all some kind of mistake, and decided to have the matter examined. Thus he reassured Du, "Stay here, and don't go anywhere. I'm afraid that you might get lost, and then it'd be hard for me get you out of this trouble." Then he went back inside, and a long time elapsed, but he didn't come back out. Finally the man bearing the official document arrived, recognized that a mistake had indeed been made, and cleared things up so he could go home. Du then left and went on his way. Along the way, he ran into 6 or 7 young women with happy, peaceful faces, who were enchantingly lovely, and he was so delighted by them that he tagged along after them. Underscore 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 un. Yishui, a county located in Shandong Province. Qingzhou, a prefecture, now part of Yudou County, Shandong Province. He hurried along the path, having walked several dozen steps, when he heard Zhang from behind him loudly cry out, "Brother Du, where have you gone?" Du was completely smitten with the young women, so he didn't stop. Just then he saw all the women enter a modest residence, and he recalled that it was the home of a wine seller named Wang. Without thinking, when he leaned forward through the gate to sneak a brief peek at them, he saw that they'd entered a livestock pen, and that they'd all become piglets lying there. Du was immediately aware that he, too, had turned into a piglet, though he could still hear the sound of Zhang's voice. Quite startled by this, he anxiously butted his head against the wall. Then he heard someone say, "That little pig has just gone mad and killed itself." He looked around and found that he'd turned back into a man again. He hurried out through gate, and Zhang the official was already there. He scolded Du, "I clearly told you not to go anywhere, so why didn't you listen to me? You almost ruined everything." Then he took Du's hand, accompanying him through the village gates, and subsequently left. Du suddenly woke up, to discover himself still leaning against the wall. He claims that he paid a visit to Wang the wine seller, to ask him about it, and was told that it was true, a piglet had died after banging its head into a wall. 224 Zioxi. In Vinan, the residence of Master Zhang, an official with the Ministry of State Affairs, was infested with ghosts and goblins, who were always haunting people. Because of them, he decided to move his residence elsewhere. He asked a particular servant to stay behind to serve as gatekeeper, but then that servant died. Several more were sent to take his place, but each of them also died. Then the residence was simply abandoned. There was a scholar in the area named Tao Wangsan, who'd long been known as a carefree, unrestrained kind of fellow who visited brothels, but after drinking in them until the liquor was all gone, would then always leave. That's why his friends sent a prostitute over to his home, and, grinning as she came in, he certainly didn't turn her away, but it's also true that he didn't lay a hand on her all night long. He had often stayed overnight at Master Jiang's house, where there was a certain maidservant who would come to him at night, but Tao flatly refused her attempts to initiate sex with him, and Jiang consequently developed a respect for him. Tao was extremely poor, his wife had passed away recently, and his thatched cottage had become unbearable in the sweltering summer heat, so he asked Jiang if he might be able to make use of the official's abandoned residence. Jiang refused, due to the frightening things that had been taking place there. This inspired Tao to write a composition entitled Additional Proof That There Are No Ghosts, which he presented to Master Jiang, remarking, "What can ghosts possibly do to me?" Jiang finally gave in to his continued requests, and agreed to let him live there. Underscore 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 un. Vinan, a county in Shaanxi province. Tao went out to move some of his possessions into the residence's office. With the daylight dwindling, he set up his books inside, then when he returned from picking up his other things, he found the books had already disappeared. That was pretty strange. He stretched out on his bed, breathing calmly while waiting to see what would transpire. In moments, he heard the sound of someone's footsteps, and when he looked in that direction, he saw two young women enter the room and return the books that had been taken from the table. One was about 20 years old, the other maybe 17 or 18, and both were quite pretty. They hesitated, then came and stood over his bed, staring at him together and smirking. Tao lay still, not moving a muscle. The older girl raised a foot and planted it on his belly, while the younger one had to cover her mouth to stifle her giggles. Tao felt himself shaking from the effort of trying to restrain himself from reacting, so he urged himself to remain calm and not to give in, and indeed managed to ignore them. The older girl then drew close and ruffled Tao's beard with her left hand, while with her right hand she lightly rapped his cheek, making a small slapping noise as she did so. This made the younger one giggle even more. Tao suddenly sprang up, reproaching them, "How dare you ghosts do this?" The two young women were startled and quickly ran away. Tao worried that they might come back in the night to cause him harm, and wanted to move back home, but then he considered what a disgrace it would be if he didn't live up to the words he'd written, so he lit a lamp and began reading. As it grew darker, apparitions started darting around him, but he didn't look up at them, even briefly. At just around midnight, he extinguished the light so he could go to sleep. He had just closed his eyes when he felt someone poking a slender object up his nose, which caused such a strange itchiness that it provoked a mighty sneeze. Then he heard the sound of someone's muffled laughter from a dark portion of the room. Tao didn't say a word, but pretended to doze off, waiting for them to try something else. Soon he saw one of the girls take a strip of paper to tickle him on the thigh, and silently approach his bed. Tao jumped up violently, shouting at her, so she fled, fluttering away. As soon as he lay down again, she stuck something in his ear. He had to put up with their annoyances all night long. Finally, at the cock's crow in the morning, all the noise from the night ceased, with Tao drifting into a sound sleep, and all day long, he didn't hear or see either of the girls. At sunset, they suddenly reappeared. Tao proceeded to light a fire to prepare his evening meal, and was planning to stay awake until dawn. The older girl gradually rested her folded arms on the table, so she could watch Tao read. After a while, she unexpectedly shut his book. Tao angrily grabbed for her, but she'd already floated beyond his reach. A bit later, she slapped the book shut again. Tao then used his hands to hold the book open on the table while he read. The younger girl crept up behind him and put her hands over Tao's eyes, then immediately ran away to stand in the far corner, grinning. Tao pointed at her, cursing, "You damn little ghost! Once I get hold of you, I'll finish you once and for all." The girls obviously weren't scared in the least by this. Hence he playfully told them, "I don't know anything about the techniques of lovemaking, so pestering me won't do you any good." The two girls grinned, then turned towards the stove, where they proceeded to split firewood and wash rice, then began cooking for Tao. He observed this and encouraged them by saying, "Isn't this better than that other foolishness you two were pulling?" Presently, when the rice congee had been prepared, they competed to be first to lay out spoons, chopsticks, and bowls on the table. "I had my doubts, but you've done good work for me, so how can I repay you?" he asked them. The girls laughed and replied, "We mixed poison into your meal." "You don't have any kind of grudge against me," said Tao, "so surely you wouldn't have added anything like that." When he finished slurping down the congee, they filled his bowl again, rushing about in contention over who'd get to serve him. Tao was so pleased about this, he quickly became accustomed to having them around. As the days passed, he became even more attached to them, till he finally asked them to have a seat so he could learn their names. The older girl told him, "I'm Jiao Kairong, she's Ruan Zioxi." Then he asked them about their backgrounds. "What a fool!" exclaimed Zioxi. "You haven't yet revealed your feelings to us, so what's the point of asking about our family status? Are you considering marriage?" Tao honestly told them, "I've never been indifferent to your beauty, however, any mortal man encountering the secrets of the underworld must certainly die. If you're not happy living here, you can go, but if you're content to stay, you can live with me in peace. If you can't see your way clear to love me, why should two such beauties disgrace yourselves by remaining here? But if you can love me, why would you want to cause the death of a crazy scholar like me?" The girls turned to look at each other, visibly moved, and henceforth they weren't so mean in their teasing. Nevertheless, at times they still groped with their hands under his shirt, or yanked his pants down to the ground, but he didn't act like it was anything unusual. One day, he went outside before he'd finished the task of copying a particular book, and when he came back, he found Zioxi with her head bent over his desk, a brush grasped in her hand, copying in his place. When she saw Tao, she tossed the brush aside and cast a sidelong glance at him, laughing. He drew near to scrutinize her characters, and though they were so bad that they didn't really look like any kind of calligraphy, they were lined up very neatly. "What refined taste and poetic accomplishment!" Tao said to her, by way of praise. "If doing this makes you happy, I'll gladly teach you how." Then after she gave him a big hug, he held her wrist and taught her how to draw her characters. As Kairong walked in from outside, her expression suddenly changed to reflect her jealousy. Zioxi laughed and said, "When I was a little girl, my father taught me how to write, and though I haven't done anything with it for a long time, it's like I'm remembering it from a dream." Kairong had nothing to say. Tao could tell what her silence meant, but he pretended that he had no idea what she was thinking, and prevented her from leaving, handing her the brush with the words, "Won't you show me what you can do?" She wrote several characters, and when she stood up afterwards, he exclaimed, "Kairong's calligraphy is excellent." That made Kairong very happy. Tao thereupon tore a piece of paper in half and made them into models for the two girls to copy, then he took a lamp and went off to read elsewhere. He was secretly pleased that each of them now had something to work on, so they'd stop interrupting and distracting him. When they finished their copying, they stood respectfully before the table where he was sitting, to hear his appraisal of their efforts. Because Kairong didn't know how to read, her scrawly calligraphy was impossible to make out, so when Tao finished making a few suggestions, she realized that her skill was inferior to Zioxi's, and looked shamefaced. Tao encouraged and comforted her, till her expression began to brighten. The two girls from this point forward treated Tao as their teacher. While he was sitting they would scratch his back, and when he laid down, they massaged his legs, and not only did they avoid insulting him, they actively competed to fawn on him. A month went by, and to Tao's surprise, Zioxy's calligraphy became much better, so he offered her some casual praise. Kai Rong felt so ashamed that her makeup began to run, streaked by the lines of her tears. Tao tried many different ways to reassure her, and she finally stopped crying. He agreed to teach her to read, and discovered her to be possessed of an extraordinary intelligence, for if he pointed something out to her once, he never had to repeat the lesson again. She began competing with Tao in reading, often staying up all night to do so. Zioxy then led her third brother to Tao, where he bowed respectfully to the scholar, hoping he could become Tao's pupil. He was about 15 or 16, and possessed an elegant appearance. He gave Tao a golden Buddha scepter, of the sort used in Jin-era ceremonies. The scholar then directed the boy to work on the same classic that Kai Rong was studying. The hall was filled with the sound of students reading aloud, and Tao realized then that he'd managed to establish a school for ghosts. Master Zhang was overjoyed when he heard about this, and began paying him a regular salary. By the time that several months had passed, both Kai Rong and her third brother proved able to compose poetry, so they spent their time reciting poems to each other. Zioxy confidentially advised Tao not to teach Kai Rong anything further, and he agreed not to do so. Kai Rong privately urged him not to teach Zioxy anything else, and he also assented to her request. One day, as Tao was just about to head off to participate in a civil service examination, the two girls clung to each other, in tears. Third brother commented, "You could ask for an exemption because of illness, otherwise, I'm afraid it'll be very unlucky for you to go." Tao told them that he'd consider it disgraceful to claim sickness as an excuse, and then he went on his way. Underscore 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 un. Jin-era ceremonies. The Jin dynasty spanned 265 to 420 CE. Earlier, Tao, who had a real knack for composing poetry that satirized current affairs, had offended a local nobleman, who daily contemplated ways to avenge the slight. The nobleman secretly bribed the examiners to accuse Tao falsely of misconduct, with the result that he was subsequently arrested. When the money that he'd brought for traveling expenses ran out, he had to beg food from other prisoners, and he was already considering that he wouldn't be able to live this way for long. Suddenly someone magically appeared to him, Kai Rong, bearing a banquet she'd prepared just for Tao. All choked up, she faced him with a sad look, and declared, "Third brother thought you'd meet with misfortune, and now he's been proven right. He came with me, and he's gone to the provincial governor's office to see what can be done to right this wrong." She disappeared after speaking these words, and no one else had seen her. The next day, when the provincial governor walked out from his office, third brother blocked his way, bowing and crying out his grievance, which the governor agreed to investigate. After visiting Tao in the prison, Kai Rong returned to see how her brother was succeeding, and for 3 days she didn't come back to see Tao. He was so worried, hungry, and bored, that each day felt like it was a year long. Suddenly Zioxy arrived, sighing grievously like she wanted to die, and told Tao, when Kai Rong went back home, she passed through the temple of the city god, and in the west gallery, the black penguin kidnapped her, to force her into becoming his concubine. Kai Rong absolutely refused him, so now he's also imprisoned her. I rushed 100 li to get here, running so hard it nearly destroyed me. When I reached the north wall, a horrible old thorn jabbed through the sole of my foot, and the pain penetrated to the very marrow of my bones, so I was afraid I wouldn't be able to make it back. When she showed him her foot, it was drenched in rivulets of dark red blood. She took out 3 gold taels, then began limping away and vanished. underscore 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 un. Black Penguin. A penguin was a decision-making official, from antiquity inheriting the connotation of judging. Hooker 363. The provincial governor had determined by that time that third brother had no direct connection to Tao, and that he couldn't prove that the accusations against Tao were false, so the governor was just about to have him flogged, when third brother suddenly flung himself to the ground and disappeared. It was very strange. Then the governor actually read third brother's written complaint, and its words moved him to feel a great sorrow. He had guards bring Tao to him for questioning, and asked, "Who is this third brother?" Tao pretended that he didn't know who the governor was talking about. The governor realized that an injustice had indeed been done, and saw to it that the scholar was exonerated. When Tao returned home, no one appeared to him during the evening hours. Late that night, Zioxi finally arrived, and explained in grievous misery. After third brother returned to the governor's office, a guardian spirit there conducted him to one of the departments in the underworld. The Hell King recognized third brother's righteous deeds, and ordered that he be reborn into a wealthy, influential family. Kai Rong has been held against her will for a long time. I took a petition to the city god, but it was simply filed away on a shelf, and I was denied access to her, so now what am I going to do? How dare that black demon do this? Cried Tao in anger. Tomorrow I'm going to attack his image and trample it into the mud, rebuking the city god to remind him of his duty. To have allowed his official to commit such violence as this, he must have been stuck in some kind of drunken dream. They sat together sharing their sorrow and indignation, unaware that it was almost time for the fourth watch to end. Kai Rong suddenly floated into view. Amazed and overjoyed, the other two quickly asked her what had happened. With her tears flowing down, she replied, "I've suffered countless torments for you. The black penguin forced me to endure knives and whips daily, but tonight he suddenly released me so I could come home, and told me, I had no other reason for doing this, but that I desired you, but you were unwilling to return my feelings, so I never forced myself on you. I must ask you to report this to Tao, who in time will become Minister of Punishments, so he won't condemn me." Underscore 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 un. Fourth watch, the fourth of the 5 two-hour divisions of the night, covering approximately 1 to 3 a.m. Tao was relieved to hear this, and immediately wanted to sleep with Kai Rong, telling her, "Today I want to die in your embrace." The two women solemnly responded, "Your teaching has enlightened us, and now we clearly understand the principles of just behavior, so how could we bear it if loving you caused your death?" They insisted that they couldn't do it. However, they bowed their heads to him submissively, just like obedient wives. Owing to the ordeals that both women had endured, any thoughts of jealousy completely disappeared. One day, a Daoist priest who was passing Tao on the road turned and told him, "Your body has a ghostly emanation." Tao thought this comment so unusual that he told the Daoist everything that had happened to him. "These ghosts have a great love for you, don't let them suffer any further," said the Daoist. Then he drew characters on 2 paper talismans, and handed them to Tao, instructing him, "Go home and give these to the ghosts, then let fate work out what will happen. When you hear the crying of women outside your gate, have the ghosts swallow the talismans and then hurry outside, for the first one to arrive there will be able to return to life." Tao thanked him profusely for his instructions, then returned home and told the 2 women what they must do. After more than a month, it happened that they heard the sounds of women weeping outside. The 2 ghosts raced each other to arrive first. Zioxi was so preoccupied with the urgency of it all that she forgot to swallow her talisman. They saw a funeral carriage passing by, so Kai Rong ran right up to it and vanished into the coffin it was carrying. Zioxi, however, couldn't get in, and crying her heart out, she returned. Tao came out to take a look, and discovered that the coffin belonged to a daughter of the wealthy Hao family. All of the mourners had seen a girl disappear into the coffin, so they were all shocked and bewildered. Presently, hearing a sound from inside the coffin, they stopped to open it up and investigate, discovering that the daughter inside had come back to life. They quickly set the girl down outside Tao's study, then gathered protectively around her. Suddenly she opened her eyes and asked for Scholar Tao. When the head of the Hao family asked her why she wanted to see him, she replied, "I'm not your daughter." Then she told him about her love for Tao. Rejecting what he was hearing, Hao wanted to carry the girl home, but she wouldn't budge, instead rushing into Tao's study, where she lay down, refusing to get up. Hao then acknowledged Tao as his son-in-law and went away. Tao drew near to examine her, and even though her facial features were unfamiliar to him, her countenance was no less radiant than Kairong's. He felt elated, gratified beyond his wildest expectations, and ardently told her he would always love her. Suddenly they heard the mournful sound of a ghostly weeping, as Zioxi sobbed from a dark corner of the study. Tao's heart went out to her in pity, and he moved towards her with a lamp, speaking lovingly to soothe her great distress, but the front and the sleeves of her robe were soaked with her tears, and she remained inconsolable. Near daybreak, she finally left. With the dawn, Hao sent maidservants and some older women to convey the substance of his daughter's dowry to the scholar, the old man truly treating Tao as his son-in-law. That night, when the couple entered their bedroom, they were met by the sobbing of Zioxi. This went on for 6 or 7 nights. Tao and Kairong were made so completely miserable by this that they were unable to consummate their marriage. The scholar anxiously thought about what to do, but couldn't come up with an answer. Kairong remarked, "That Daoist is an immortal. Go back and plead with him, to see if he'll help us out." Tao considered this the right thing to do. He traced the Daoist to the place where he was living, kowtowed and prostrated himself, then explained his problem. The Daoist maintained that he possessed no magic. Tao wouldn't cease his plaintive appeals. With a smile, the Daoist declared, "This foolish scholar certainly knows how to pester a person. But it's only fitting, since we share a certain karmic affinity, that he should ask me to do what I can with my artifice." Then he followed Tao home, requested a quiet room, shut the door and sat down, warning the scholar that he mustn't be disturbed. For more than 10 days, the Daoist neither drank nor ate anything. When they secretly took a peek at him, they saw that his eyes were closed, as though he were deep asleep. At dawn one day, a young woman pulled aside the curtain to their bedroom and entered, her eyes sparkling bright and teeth gleaming white, radiantly shining. "I've been walking all day long," she said with a chuckle, "so I'm really bushed. You wouldn't stop with the pestering, so I had to run all over 100 li to find a suitable body, and the immortal will be here soon with Zioxi. When she sees this body, he'll bring them together and then turn her over to you." As the evening darkness began to gather, Zioxi arrived and the other girl jumped up to give her a welcoming hug, causing them to merge into a single body which then fell to the ground as though dead. The Daoist came out of his room, folded his hands in a respectful salutation, and turned to go on his way. Tao bowed gratefully to him and saw him off. By the time he returned, the girl had already regained consciousness. They helped her to bed, and the qi in her body gradually began to circulate more vigorously, though she grabbed her foot and groaned about the aching in her feet and legs, and it was only after several days that she was finally able to get up and about. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. After this, Tao passed the civil service examination and was named to an official's position. A man named Cai Zijing, who also took the exam when Tao did, happened to be passing through on business and stopped to stay with him for a few days. Zioxi was returning home from a neighbor's house when Cai saw her from a distance, and hurried over to her so quickly that he practically ran over her. Zioxi turned away and rushed off to avoid him, privately furious about his insulting behavior. Cai confessed to Tao, "There's a personal matter that might be rather shocking for you to hear about. May I speak of it?" Tao asked him what it was, and he replied, 3 years ago, my younger sister died suddenly, but after 2 nights her body went missing, and even now it remains a mystery. So when I saw your wife, I had to wonder, why does she look so much like my sister? She's as common as a mountain bramble." Tao smiled in reply, "So how could she possibly be as attractive as your sister? However, since you're a fellow examinee, and an honorable friend, surely there can be no harm in introducing you to my wife." He went inside, instructed Zioxi to dress in her burial clothes, and then they came back out. In amazement, Cai cried, "She is my sister." Thereupon he began weeping freely. Tao quickly filled him in about everything that had happened. Overjoyed, Cai cried, "My sister isn't dead, so I must hurry home, and give my parents the comforting news." Then he left. Several days went by, and then the whole Cai family arrived. Afterwards they came and went there, just like the members of the Hao family. Underscore 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 un. The qi in her body, according to the Yellow Emperor's classic of medicine, the qi of the human body flows in concert with that of heaven and earth. 59. And if this natural energy becomes blocked, health problems and even death can result. Conversely, unblocking the flow of qi stimulates health, as with the revival of Zioxi in her new body. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "To find one matchless beauty is a considerable challenge, so how can one possibly find two? This could only be accomplished by someone who wouldn't just run off with a woman as soon as he'd met her. Was this deist an immortal? What celestial magic he possessed? If one has such magic, it's possible to make a mate even of a horrible ghost." 225 The Hanging Ghost. Scholar Fan was staying overnight at an inn. After dinner, he kept a candle lit as he went to sleep. Suddenly a maidservant appeared and placed a hooded robe on a chair, then she took the contents of a woman's makeup case, lined them up one by one on a tabletop, and left. Presently a young woman came into the room, took the case, opened it up, then began to comb her hair while looking into its mirror. When she was finished, she coiled her hair up, secured it with a hairpin, and turned to begin pacing back and forth for quite a long time. When the maidservant had come in previously, she'd brought a wash basin with her. As the young woman finished washing, she dried her hands on a cloth, and afterwards the maidservant retrieved the basin of wash water and left. The young woman untied the hooded robe that had been laid out, took out some undergarments and a short cape, all of them as dazzling as though they were newly made, and then put them on. She closed the front of the robe and raised the collar, concluding her thorough preparations. Fan didn't say anything, but felt that it was all very strange, though he figured she must certainly be preparing to elope, and had dressed in the formal attire to begin her travels. When the young woman had finished adjusting her appearance, she took out a long silk belt, solemnly looped it over one of the ceiling beams, and tied its ends together. Fan wondered at this. The young woman calmly stretched up on her tiptoes, craned her neck, and hanged herself. At the moment that she put the belt around her neck, her eyes closed at once, her eyebrows immediately jerked up, her tongue protruded from her lips more than 2 kun, and her complexion changed horribly to that of a ghost. Terrified, Fan fled from the room, shouting for the innkeeper, and when he examined the room, there was nothing to be seen. "Long ago, my daughter-in-law did such a thing here," the innkeeper declared, "so mustn't it have been her? Alas, how strange! To have died and yet to continue reenacting the process that led to it. What else is there to say about it?" The collector of these strange tales remarks, "When one's injustices are sufficiently extreme to lead one to commit suicide, how sad it is! The mortal human cannot imagine the bitterness that will result, and even the ghost cannot sense the consequences, only that it's time for that unbearable moment, when, in full dress, one commits suicide. That's the reason that after death one immediately forgets everything else, but retains the memory of that scene and moment, always seeming to be freshly reenacted, a sign of the bitterness that cannot be forgotten. Underscore 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 un. Kun, a measure of length equal to 1/3 decimeter. 226. The painter from Wumen. There was a certain painter from Wumen, I've forgotten his name, who enjoyed painting portraits of Patriarch Lu, but whenever he imagined the immortal's appearance, he wished that one day he might be able to meet him in person. This sincere wish always lingered in his mind, and never diminished. One day, it happened that a crowd of beggars were drinking at the outskirts of town near the city's outer wall, one of whom was a man with a worn robe that left his elbows exposed, but who nevertheless was wearing a completely contented expression. The painter suddenly felt moved by his appearance, and suspected that the man was really Patriarch Lu. When he looked more closely, he felt sure of it, and hastily grabbing his arm, the painter cried, "You're Patriarch Lu." The beggar laughed loudly at this. The painter insisted that the man was Patriarch Lu, then prostrated himself on the ground in submission, and wouldn't get up. Underscore 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 un. Wumen, ancient name for the area that is now Suzhou, in Jiangsu province. Patriarch Lu, Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals of Daoist lore, born circa 755 CE. Who overcame a series of 10 temptations and earned thereby both magical knowledge and a sort of supernatural power, with which he traversed the empire, slaying dragons and ridding the earth of divers kinds of evil, during a period of upwards of 400 years, Mayors 157-8. If I am Patriarch Lu, the beggar declared, what are you going to do about it? The painter bowed his head, kowtowing, begging the immortal's suggestions. Then the beggar told him, "You and I finally have a chance to become acquainted, and this is our fate. However, this isn't the place for me to say anything, so let's meet tonight to settle things." The painter wanted to stop him from leaving, in order to ask him some questions, but when he turned to follow, hoping to speak with him, the beggar had already disappeared. Astonished, he sighed and went home. That night, the painter dreamt that Patriarch Lu appeared to him and said, "You've been concentrating on me, and your mind is sincere, which is why I came especially to see you. But your nature is avaricious and miserly, so you can't become an immortal. I'm going to send someone to see you, and give you something to remember." When he turned to the sky and gave a beckoning gesture, a beautiful woman, dressed and adorned like an imperial concubine, descended by walking lightly through the air, projecting a commanding presence and bearing, while a brilliant light illuminated the room. "This is Imperial Concubine Dong," Patriarch Lu told him, "so take a good look at her and remember what you see." After a bit, he asked him, "Will you remember her now?" "I've already committed her to memory," the painter replied. The immortal advised him, "Don't forget." Presently the beauty left, and subsequently Patriarch Lu also departed. The painter woke up then, with a strange feeling about his dream, so he drew an image of the beauty and kept her in his mind, even though he couldn't make sense of what it was they'd been talking about in the dream. After several years, it chanced that the painter was traveling to the capital. Consort Dong had died, and the emperor, concerned to commemorate her goodness, ordered that a portrait be made of her. All the painters were collected and had her appearance described to them, but no one could create a proper portrait of her. Underscore 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 un. Concubine Dong, an apparent reference to consort Xiao Xian, the major concubine of the Qing Emperor Shunzi, ruled 1644 to 1661. Xiao Xian, who died in 1660, was elevated posthumously to the title of Empress, Paludan 190. Si Zhu, 2:785-6. The painter suddenly recalled the image of the woman from his dream. Couldn't she be consort Dong? He made a painting, and then petitioned to submit it to the court. When officials there examined it, they all said that it was remarkably like her. Hence the emperor was going to make him a staff member of the imperial cabinet, but he declined, saying he couldn't possibly accept the appointment, so the emperor accordingly rewarded him with 10,000 taels. As a result, he gained a widespread reputation. Relatives of the imperial family repeatedly vied to lavish money on him, begging him to create portraits of their ancestors. But when he hung up the finished works, everyone could see that they weren't so true to life as the first portrait. Even so, in about 20 days, he accumulated several million taels. Zhu Gongkui from Lewu met him once. Underscore 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 un. Lewu, a county located in modern Shandong province. 227. The Lin family. Qi Angkai, from Jinan, was frivolous and immoral, and enjoyed visiting brothels. His wife tactfully warned him to stop, only to be ignored. She was a member of the Lin family, lovely and virtuous. When the soldiers from the north stormed the area, she was captured and taken away. After sunset, once they'd made camp for the night, the soldiers wanted to violate her. Lin pretended like she was going to let them do so. When a soldier who was wearing a sword at his waist came to her bed, she quickly drew out his sword, slit her own throat, and died. The soldiers carried her body off and abandoned it in the wilds. The next day, they packed up camp and left. Someone brought word of her death to Qi, who began mourning, grief-stricken by her death, and then came to find her. As he was examining her carefully, she emitted a small gasp. He hoisted her onto his back and he carried her home, where her eyes gradually began to blink. Then, knitting her eyebrows, she began to groan a bit, so cradling her neck, he raised her up, and with a bamboo tube trickled drops of water for her to drink, so she could swallow them. There was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that you could have survived this, Qi said, trying to comfort her, and if I continue to betray you, may I come to a violent end. Underscore 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 un. Jinan, the capital of Shandong province. Soldiers from the north, the Manchu soldiers who surged into China from the north and helped to overthrow the Ming dynasty and to establish the Qing dynasty. In 6 months' time, Lin was restored to her former health. However, beneath her chin, there was a scar across her neck where the sword had been drawn, that was concealed whenever she'd look to the left. Qi didn't think it ugly, and loved her much more deeply than he had in the past. His habit of visiting the brothel vanished. Lin felt self-consciously marked by her scar, and was about to go buy a concubine for Qi, but Qi firmly refused to allow her to do so. They lived there for several years, and Lin proved unable to bear a child, so she persuaded Qi to hire a maidservant for that purpose. Qi replied, "But haven't I already sworn to you that you are the only woman in my life, with all the spirits as my witnesses? If I have no descendants to carry on my name, then that is simply my destiny. If I'm not fated to be childless, won't you eventually give birth?" Lin then claimed to feel ill, and sent Qi off to sleep by himself in another room. Meanwhile, she dispatched her maidservant, Haitang, to go lay down at the foot of Qi bed. After a long time, she went and stealthily asked the maidservant if Qi had shown any interest in her. Haitang said he hadn't. But Lin didn't believe her. The next night, Lin warned Haitang not to go to Qi room, then went to pay a visit there herself, laying nearby like she was the maidservant. Soon she could hear the sound of Qi breathing as he slept. She secretly got up, climbed onto the bed, and started caressing Qi. When he woke up and asked who was there, Lin replied, "It's me, Haitang." Qi immediately pulled away, crying, "I've sworn an oath, and I dare not go back on it. If things were as they were some years ago, would I need you to approach me first?" Lin left the side of the bed and went out. Qi consequently went to sleep by himself. Lin then told Haitang to pretend to be her and to go to Qi bed. Qi thought about the fact that in all her life, Lin had never come to his bed uninvited, so he became suspicious. When he touched her neck, there was no scar there, and he knew it was the maidservant, so he cried out. The maidservant felt ashamed, and rushed away. In the morning, he expressed his feeling to Lin that they needed to marry off her maidservant. Lin laughed and replied, "You don't need to bother. If she can give birth to a son for you, sir, then her presence here is very fortunate." "If I turn my back on the oath I swore before all the spirits," Qi replied, "wouldn't they punish me for it, dashing my hopes ever to have any descendants?" The next day, smiling cheerfully, Lin said, "Since a farmer can't tell which seedlings will actually prove productive, the common practice is to sow widely, so you can't miss. Do enough plowing and hoeing at night, and eventually something will start growing." Qi chuckled at this for some time. That night, Lin put out the light and called for Haitang, then sent her to slip in under Qi quilt. When Qi walked in and got into bed, he playfully remarked, "The ploughman's arrived. I'm terribly embarrassed that my hoe isn't very sharp, but I've brought it with me to plough your fertile farmland." Haitang didn't say a thing. After a bit, as he prepared to make love to her, the maidservant, in a quiet voice, declared, "My tiny orifice is a bit swollen, so it can't bear any rough action." Qi then behaved gently. When they were finished, Haitang pretended that she had to get up to urinate, and then Lin took her place. From then on, once Haitang had another period, Lin and Qi repeated the previous arrangement, without Qi ever catching on. Before long, the maidservant's belly began to expand. Lin generally had her sit quietly, and didn't order her to do any of the work that she had done before. She deliberately took up the subject with Qi, "I tried to advise you regarding my maidservant, but you wouldn't listen. If on that day you'd mistaken me for her, and she pretended to be me, with your coupling resulting in a pregnancy, what would you do?" "Keep the calf and sell the cow," Qi replied. Lin had nothing else to say. Not long after this, Haitang gave birth to a son. Lin secretly hired a wet nurse, and the child was adopted into the home of Lin's parents. 4 or 5 years passed, with the maidservant producing an additional son and a daughter in this way. The son was named Zhongsheng, and at the age of 7, he started study at his grandparents' house. Every couple of weeks, Lin would return to her parents' home to see the children. The older and more familiar that Haitang grew, the more often Qi had his wife send for her. Lin always agreed with what he asked. The maidservant was always thinking about her sons and daughter, so Lin sent her to her parents' home and made her dress up in the style of a married woman. She told Qi, "The reason I've always refused to marry off Haitang is that there's a righteous young man who works in my parents' household and would be a good match for her." Another several years went by, while Haitang's sons and daughter all grew up. It happened that to celebrate Qi's birthday, Lin prepared to invite relatives and friends for a banquet. Qi sighed and declared, "The years have sped by, and suddenly half my life is already over. I'm fortunate still to be strong and healthy, and my family's never gone cold or hungry. The only thing I lack is a few children." "You were stubborn," Lin remarked, "and wouldn't take my suggestion, so who's to blame for that? However, would you still like to have a son, or better yet, 2 of them?" Qi smiled broadly and said, "If what you're saying isn't impossible, I'd love to have 2 sons by tomorrow, if that's convenient." "No problem," cried Lin, "that's easy." The next morning, Lin got up early and went to her parents' home, where she dressed up Qi's sons and daughter in formal attire, then took them back home with her. When the children passed through the gate, they stood in line before Qi, then began kowtowing to their father while wishing him a happy birthday. When they finished offering their respects, they stood back up, and turned to each other, laughing merrily. Qi, astonished, didn't understand what was going on. Lin explained to him, "You wanted 2 sons, and I added a daughter to them." Then she explained everything in detail, from beginning to end. Qi was overjoyed, and asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I was afraid that if I told you before, you might send away their mother," Lin replied. "Now that we've established her as the mother of your children, is there any chance you could still send her away?" Qi was greatly moved, and made no attempt to stop his tears from falling. Then they welcomed Haitang to return home with them, where they grew old together, as husband and wives. In ancient times, when women were as virtuous as Lin, they were said to be sacred beings. 228 Elder Sister Hu. The home of Yu Yuju, in Yudu, was haunted by an evil fox spirit that was always flinging clothing and furniture over Yu's wall into the neighbor's yard. Yu had been saving a trailing kudzu vine, and he decided it was time to take it down and eat it. He could see that it was still tied up, and held in place just as it had been before, but when he untied it to take a closer look, though it appeared solid from the side, it was actually hollow, and he realized that the inside had been eaten out of it. Things like this kept happening all the time, till his family members just couldn't stand it any longer. Thus they began swearing at the spirit. Yu warned them to stop, saying, "I'm afraid the fox will hear." The fox, which was sitting on a ceiling beam at the time, replied, "I already have heard." From that point forward, the evil spirit became even more wickedly mischievous. One day, Yu and his wife were lying in bed and hadn't yet gotten up, when the fox pulled their quilt off and ran away with it. Their bodies uncovered, the two lay on their bed staring off into space, lamenting and wishing it wasn't so. Underscore 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 un. Yudu, a county located in Shandong Province. Kudzu vine. Make use of it. If the fleshy inner cores of the kudzu are cut into pieces, crushed in cold water, and the starch allowed to settle, the starch can be refined through repeated soakings in cold water and dried to make a fine white flour. Peterson 182. Suddenly they saw an attractive woman crawl in through the window, and toss some clothing on their bed. When they looked at her more closely, they could see that she wasn't very tall. Her own clothing was a deep red color, with a snow-white waistcoat. Yu got dressed and said, "Lofty Celestial, you've made your mind up to visit us once again, so let's agree to stop bothering each other. I'd like to have you as my daughter. How would you feel about that?" "My teeth are longer than yours," the fox replied, "so wouldn't that make you look rather ridiculous?" Then he asked her if they might treat each other as siblings, and then she agreed. Thereafter, they ordered their servants to refer to her as Elder Sister Hu. At that time, in Yanzhen, the 8th son of high official Zhang's family had a fox taking up residence in one of his pavilions, but she didn't bother people. "Do you happen to know her?" Yu asked Elder Sister Hu. She replied, "She's my family's favorite aunt, so how could I not know her?" "Your favorite aunt hasn't been bothering people," Yu told her, "so can't you do something about it?" Elder Sister Hu wouldn't listen, however, annoying people just as she used to do. She still wasn't behaving like a really wicked spirit to others, and even limited her mischief just to Yu's daughter-in-law. The fox frequently took her shoes, stockings, hairpins, and earrings, and tossed them out in the road, and at each meal, she always hid a dead rat, or some filthy manure, in her bowl of congee. Yu's daughter-in-law always threw the bowl out and angrily scolded the fox, but didn't actually pray that she would stop doing it. Yu wished the fox well, and said, "My children have all called you their auntie, so why won't you show them the same respect?" Elder Sister Hu explained, "Tell your son to divorce his wife and make me your daughter-in-law, so then we can live in peace together." underscore 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 un. Elder sister who, this is another play on the character for fox, which is pronounced just like the name she is assigned. Yansan, also in Shandong province, near Zibo. What makes this lewd fox so shameful, that she thinks she can act like a human being and contend for my husband, the daughter-in-law scornfully cried. She was sitting on a bamboo clothes hamper at the time, when suddenly they observed a dense smoke issuing from beneath her bottom, as hot as if it was coming out of a bamboo steamer. Upon opening the hamper to investigate, they discovered that all of the skirts inside it had been reduced to cinders. Of the few items that remained intact, all of the clothing was underwear. Then when she called on Yu's son to leave his wife, he wouldn't do it. Several days went by, and she urged him again to do it, but he refused, just as before. The fox angrily took a stone and threw it at him, splitting open his forehead, and causing the blood to gush out so much that he almost died. Yu felt more imperiled than ever. Li Chenjiao, who was from West Mountain, and skilled at magic, agreed to help them out if they paid him. He took gold paint and drew characters on some red silk to make a talisman, and after 3 days it was completed. Then he took a mirror and fastened it onto a stick, holding it like a handle, till the mirror began to shine throughout the house. They sent a boy out to look around, and then to hurry and tell them what he saw. When he returned to them, the boy reported, "It looks like there's a dog hiding on the wall." Li drew near it, gesturing and scolding, and drew another talisman to punish it. Afterwards, he came limping into the courtyard, spoke a brief incantation, and from inside the house they could see a dog and a pig appear simultaneously, their ears back and their tails still, like they were listening for a teacher's instructions. Li gestured and cried out, "Begone!" The two ran away in a panic, one after the other. Then when Li spoke another incantation, a flock of ducks arrived, and when he gestured at them, they, too, left. Shortly afterwards, some chickens showed up. Li pointed at one of the chickens, shouting loudly at it. The other chickens then all ran off, while this lone chicken prostrated itself, crossing its wings with a yowl, and then cried, "I wouldn't dare." Li declared, "This is the thing that you would have made a toilet god." The family members all began claiming at once that they had done no such thing. "This toilet god's power still persists," Li told them. Because of this comment, they tried to recall in the previous 3 years, before the pranks began, any strange phenomena that might have coincided with the day the incidents started. They searched everywhere, and by chance spotted some hay on the rafters in the stable. Li took some of the hay and threw it into a fire. Then he brought out a jar of wine, chanted 3 incantations and 3 curses, till the chicken stood up again and ran off. From the mouth of the wine jar they heard the words, "Alas, Yu Silang. Several years from now, your problems will return." Yu pleaded with Li to do something about the dangerous prediction, but Li was unable to help him, so he gathered his things and departed. Someone noticed there was a series of bottles hanging along Li Chenjiao's wall, their mouths stopped up, each one containing a fox. People say that he went to each one in order and released what was inside it, and consequently as the fox spirits came out and caused someone trouble, Li would obtain a promise of gold from those individuals for recapturing them, and afterwards he amassed quite an amazing fortune, so they say. Underscore 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 un. A toilet god, He Mei, the concubine of Tang dynasty official Li Jing, was murdered in the toilet on the 15th day of the first lunar month in 687 CE, the 3rd year of female Emperor Wu Zetian's reign, by the official's first wife. The celestials in heaven, pitying He's innocence, made her the toilet god, Zhu 2:823-9. Li Chenjiao's comment acknowledges that Yu wants the fox dead. Yu Silang, apparently Silang is the courtesy name of Yu Yuju. 229 Zihao. Scholar man, who was from Zhonghua, operated a school in Yuhang. By chance he happened one day to be heading from his house to the marketplace, and was passing below a pavilion on a neighboring street when suddenly a lychee husk fell and hit him on the shoulder. He looked up and saw a girl leaning over the side of the pavilion, a seductive-looking beauty, seemingly unaware that his gazing at her was driving him wild. She looked down, smiled at him, and then went inside. Man inquired about the pavilion's occupant, and learned that she was a courtesan named Jie Zihao. She had a lofty reputation and price, so he decided that she couldn't possibly be interested in him. He returned home to his study in deep thought, and wasn't able to fall asleep all night long. The next day, he went back and presented a visiting card, so they met, talking and laughing merrily, which made him all the more fascinated with her. He looked for any pretext to borrow money from his fellow scholars, then held back a certain amount of it, which he conveyed to the girl cordially upon his arrival at her pavilion. As they were lying on pillows together, he used his talents to improvise a poem, reciting to her. The lamp shines brightly in the darkness of the night. While from the bedside, low voices murmur over the scent of sweet perfume. Tomorrow you'll dress, comb your hair and put on your makeup. And you won't think of me again. Underscore 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 un. Zhonghua. Yuhang, Zhonghua is part of modern Hangzhou Prefecture, in Zhejiang Province, as is Yuhang. Zihao abruptly cried, even if I'm just a lowly prostitute, I've often wished I could give my heart and service to someone. You don't have a wife, but now that you've examined me carefully, don't I seem like someone who could manage a household? Man was absolutely delighted, and repeatedly asserted this to her, insisting that they should make permanent plans. Zihao was also overjoyed, and told him, I've always felt that it wasn't hard to create poems, but every time I came to this empty place, wanting to compose one, I was afraid of that its quality might cause someone to make fun of me. Now, if you're satisfied that we should form a family together, it'll be my good fortune if you'll please teach me. Then she asked Man, how much real estate does your family own? A half-ching of low-yield farmland, he replied, a run-down house with just a few rafters, and that's all. Zihao told him, after I go home with you, we'll stay together as much as possible, and you won't have to teach school again. 40 mu of land is enough for us to cultivate ourselves, 10 of which can be planted in mulberries, from which we can weave 5 pi of silk, and then have some extra money left after paying taxes. We can shut up the house and stay inside together, with you reading while I weave, leisurely writing poetry and drinking wine. We can pass the time. No one in 1,000 noble persons' households could live so well. Underscore 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 un. The lamp shines brightly. This poem is a qianqi, a poem composed of 7 characters per line. A half-ching, since a ching is equal to 6.667 hectares, Man owns about 8.24 acres of poor farmland. 40 mu, a mu equals 0.0667 hectares, so Ziaha's describing about 7 acres of land. Pi, a measure of bolts of cloth. What would it cost to free you from your courtesan status? Asked Man. It depends on how greedy the old madam wants to be, Zihao replied, for how can there ever be enough money to feed her? However, 200 taels should be enough. How aggravating that I'm too young to have known how to accumulate money for myself. I gave it all to my mother as soon as I got any money. If you can manage 100 taels, we shouldn't have to worry about the rest. I feel awful about it, Man told her, but I know I could never come up with 100 taels by myself. I have a close friend, an official in Hunan, who's repeatedly invited me to come and visit him, but it's too far away from me, so I've been afraid to make the trip. Now that there's a compelling reason, I should go and ask for his assistance. I figure it would take 3 or 4 months, but then I could return home again, and with luck, enduring that will mean that we can be together." Zihao agreed with his suggestion. Man then closed up his school and began traveling south, but by the time he arrived in Hunan, his friend had already been removed from office. Man had to ask to stay at someone's house, since all of his traveling expenses had run out and his purse was absolutely empty, so he was unable to secure any financial assistance from his friend. Down on his luck, Man knew it would be difficult to get home, so he went to the nearby town and took up teaching again. Even after 3 years, he still couldn't afford to return home. It happened that Man punished one of his pupils with a beating, so the pupil went and drowned himself. His landowner father, pained by the loss of his son, then brought a suit against the teacher, who was arrested and imprisoned. Fortunately, there were some other people who sympathetically found teacher Man guiltless in the matter, and in time they were able to collect some money for him, so he wouldn't have to suffer the privations of being imprisoned any longer. Zihao began to think that Man had changed his mind about her, so she shut the household's doors to all visitors. Zihao's mother knew why she was doing this, but since she was unable to get her to change her mind, she just went along with Zihao's idea. There was a wealthy merchant who was impressed with Zihao's reputation as a courtesan, so he found an old woman to act as his representative, and she communicated his avid interest to Zihao, noting that he was generous and reluctant to take no for an answer. But Zihao explained that she couldn't do business with him. The merchant then began wandering throughout Hunan, making polite inquiries to find out what had happened to Man. By this time, the suit against him was about to be dropped, so the merchant offered a monetary bribe to ensure that the matter was taken seriously, and that Man would be held in custody for a long time. The merchant then returned home and told the old woman, "Scholar Man has already starved to death." Zihao suspected that the merchant wasn't really telling the truth. "You won't discuss the possibility that Scholar Man is already dead," the old woman told her, "but even if he wasn't dead, you've been living like the wife of a poor teacher. Wouldn't it be better to be wearing brocade clothing and eating fine foods?" Zihao replied, "Scholar Man may be poor, but he's very dignified. I truly wouldn't want him to see me going back to that sordid business. For now, I must keep my word, or I'll prove unworthy of his trust in me." The merchant continued to convey his urgings to Zihao, pretending, in order to end Zihao's hopes that she'd ever see him again, that Scholar Man had arranged upon his death for a letter to be sent to her. When she received the letter, she wept pitifully all night long. Zihao's mother told her, "I've raised you since you were a child, and I've looked after you very diligently. You'll be an adult in another 2 or 3 years, and then you won't be as valuable. If you won't become a prostitute, and you won't marry, how are you going to make a living?" Zihao had no alternative, so she married the merchant. He provided her with an abundance of extravagant clothing and jewelry. A year went by, and a son was born. Not long afterwards, Man, having been exonerated and released due to the assistance of his pupils, came to realize that the merchant had been responsible for his being imprisoned. However, no matter how hard he pondered the matter, he couldn't figure out the reason for the merchant's action. His pupils generously gave him some traveling expenses, and so he returned home. When he arrived and heard that Zihao was already married, Man's heart was broken, his spirit crushed, causing him such bitter torment that he went to the marketplace and begged an old woman who was selling broth there to inform Zihao that he was alive. Zihao felt an intense grief, but then she realized that from the very first, the merchant had known the truth, and everything had been part of his cunning schemes. When the merchant went out on business, Zihao hugged their son, squeezing him to death, then grabbed her possessions and fled to Man's house. She didn't take anything that she'd received from the merchant's family. After returning home, the merchant then angrily went to see an official. The official recognized the story behind the matter, and rejected the merchant's lawsuit. Alas! The Marquis of Sha returned home to the Han, so was Zihao's action to return to Man any different? But killing her son in order to leave also makes her one of the world's most cruel persons. underscore 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 un. Marquis of Shao, a title given to Guan Yu by Cao in Chapter 25 of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, in an attempt to steer him away from returning to his oath brother, Liu Bei, a descendant of the Han royal family, to whom Lord Guan returned faithfully after performing minimally requisite service for the nefarious Cao. 233 Wolf Tales. There was once a butcher returning home at sundown, after having sold his meat. Suddenly a wolf appeared, looking into his basket from above, to see the meat inside it, drooling saliva from its mouth as it approached, step by step, wagging its tail, for several li. Startled, the butcher showed the wolf his sword, which made the wolf back up a bit, but when the butcher started walking away, the wolf followed him. The butcher didn't have a strategy for dealing with the beast worked out, but thought to himself that what the wolf really wanted was the meat, so he had no choice but to hang it up in the trees, and then retrieve it in the morning to sell. Thus he put the meat on a hook, raised it up to hang from a tree, and indicated that he was going away empty-handed. The wolf consequently stopped following him. The butcher then proceeded to take the path back home. The next morning, when he returned to retrieve the meat, he saw from a distance that there was something large hanging on the tree, the size of a dead man, and the hunter was quite startled. After getting over the initial shock, he drew close and could see that it was a dead wolf. He looked up and carefully examined the animal's head, noticing that there was a chunk of meat in its mouth, and that the meat hook had impaled the wolf through the roof of its mouth, like a fish that had swallowed some bait. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. At that time, wolf pelts were quite valuable, worth more than 10 taels apiece, so the hunter made a modest little fortune. What a joke that the wolf came to such an end climbing up into a tree, only to be caught like a fish. A butcher was getting ready to return home late one night, having sold his meat, and had only the bones left over in his basket. In the distance, 2 wolves appeared on his path, their tails behind them. The butcher was frightened, so he threw them the bones. One of the wolves stopped to attend to the bones, while the other wolf kept coming nearer. The butcher threw more scraps, which stopped the second wolf, but then the first wolf started coming towards him. The butcher was already out of scraps, but the 2 wolves then joined up and came after him together, as they'd been doing before. The butcher was greatly disconcerted, fearing that his enemies might try to surround him. He turned and looked into the fields around him, noticing that on a farmer's wheat threshing ground, there was a pile of firewood, covered over by grass turfs, like a small hill. The butcher hurried over and stood at the foot of it, then set his basket down and grasped his sword. The wolves didn't dare come over at first, and waited, standing together off to the side. Moments later, one of the wolves took off down the path, the other sat down in front of the mound for a long time, till finally it shut its eyes, meaning that it was very relaxed. The butcher violently sprang up with his sword and split open the wolf's head, then killed it with several more blows. Just as he was hoping to get away, he turned to the other side of the mound and saw the other wolf digging a tunnel in the firewood mound, meaning that it was intending to go through it to attack him. The animal's body was already half inside, with only its hind quarters and tail exposed. The butcher thus chopped off its legs, and it died. Then he realized that the first wolf had previously been dozing, waiting to lure its enemy out from his protective cover. That wolf was a crafty one. But in moments the 2 were dead, so whatever tricks the beasts had been intending to play, they simply became the subjects of one man's laughter. A butcher was out walking at dusk, when he found himself being shadowed by a wolf. The path was near an area being cultivated, and there was a small shed out of the way there, so he rushed in to hide himself. The wolf began poking a paw through the thatch on the shed's wall to reach inside it. The butcher urgently grabbed it, preventing the wolf from being able to escape. He looked around, but couldn't find anything he could use to kill it. He only had a small knife that wasn't more than a cun in length, so he used it to cut into the skin on the paw, and began blowing air into it the same way he would if it was a pig. Sparing no effort, he kept blowing, and in moments he could feel that the wolf was no longer moving, so then he trussed it up with his belt. When he went outside to examine it, he found the wolf was swollen like an ox, unable to bend its legs, its mouth stretched open wide, unable to close. Then he lifted it up over his back, and carried it home. If they hadn't been butchers, how could they have come up with such solutions? 3 cases, all concluded by butchers, and the brutality of the butchers undoubtedly proved useful when it came to disposing of the wolves. Underscore 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 un. Cun, a length equal to 1/3 decimeter. Blowing air into it, possibly an allusion to butcher's preparation of pig intestines to be used as sausage casings. 231 The Beauty's Head. Various tradesmen were living in a dormitory in the capital. The dormitory was linked to a neighboring house, with a wooden partition dividing the two. The partition was made from sections of finished pine wood, with holes in it the size of small cups. Suddenly a woman stuck her head through one of the holes, and as she poked her coiffed hair through, they could see that she was extremely beautiful. She twisted and stretched an arm through, as flawless as white jade. By the time the shocked tradesman thought about grabbing the demon, it had already withdrawn and vanished. In a short while, it appeared again, but because of the wooden partition, the men next door couldn't see its body. They rushed towards the head, but again it withdrew. One tradesman grabbed a knife and hid near the base of the partition. Presently, when the beauty's head emerged again, he struck at it violently, and with a single stroke the head fell, its blood splashing the dust below. The horrified tradesman then told their host about it. The news frightened the host, and he took the beauty's head to a government office. The tradesmen were all taken into custody while the case was investigated, since their story seemed so fantastic. They remained in custody for 6 months, during which time no one spoke against them, and since there was no suit filed against them, the tradesmen were finally cleared of any wrongdoing, and the woman's head was buried. 232 Lu Liangke. I heard Hui Liren, from Jinan, say that Lu Liangke was a fox in a previous life. Originally, when his father was living in the mountains to the south, an old man paid a call at his house, and said his name was Hu. Liu's father asked him where he lived, and he replied, just here in the mountains. Since there are so few people like the two of us in such an unfrequented place all day long, we should spend our daylight hours together. Hence, having met, they started conversing and found it easy to express themselves to each other, which delighted them. They happily polished off some wine together, and then Liu's intoxicated guest left. He returned a few days later, and their enjoyment of each other's company became all the greater. Liu remarked, though we've just become friends, our mutual affection seems to have grown quite deep. Yet I still don't know where your family's hometown is, so can't I find out more about your daily life? Since I wouldn't dare mislead you, Hu replied, the truth is that I'm an old fox who's been living in these mountains. It's because it feels like we've had a long-standing acquaintance that I dare presume upon our personal friendship to tell you my secret. Though I can't bring about good fortune for you, neither would I dare to cause you any misfortune, and I'll consider myself lucky if you believe my words without being startled. Underscore 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 un. Lu Liangke, Lu, whose courtesy name was Gongguyan, was from Lidi, part of modern Jinan, the capital of Shandong province. He became a jinji, or successful candidate in the highest level of the civil service examination, in 1592, during the Ming dynasty, Zhu 2:798N1, 799N11. Lu said he wasn't worried about who doing anything to him, and thus they agreed to become even more serious about their bond. They discussed their ages, with Hu being deferred to as the elder, and henceforward they treated each other as brothers. They agreed to share the good and the bad, and always to tell each other what was on their minds. There was one time when Lu was worrying about the fact that he didn't have an heir, and the old man suddenly told him, "Don't worry, I'd like to be your offspring." Lu wondered at Hu's strange comment. Hu explained, "I've already made some calculations regarding my fate, and when I'll be reincarnated. Rather than being reborn into some other family, why wouldn't I choose to be reborn into yours? You're an immortal, who lives for more than tens of thousands of years," Lu exclaimed, "so how could this happen?" The old man shook his head and replied, "It's not your place to know that." Then he left. That night, Lu had a dream in which the old man came to him and said, "I'm arriving now." As Lu woke up, his wife gave birth to a son, and this was Lu Liangke. As Master Lu grew up, though his body was short, his speech was nimble and harmonious, just like Hu's. He gained the reputation of being extraordinarily talented at a very young age, and in 1592, succeeded in becoming a jinchi. He conducted himself generously and chivalrously, eager to help those in need, and so visitors came from Qin, Chu, Yan, and Zhao to see him. Passing through his gate one after another, they set up a successful market in front of the family gate that sold goods, wine, and pancakes. Underscore 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 un. Qin, Chu, Yan, and Zhao, these ancient states are located in Shaanxi, Hebei, Hunan, and Hebei provinces, respectively. 233 Huifang. Ma Erhun, who lived just inside the eastern gate to Qingzhou, sold noodles for a living. His family was poor, he had no wife, and his mother had to work hard to help out. One day, into the old lady's solitary existence there suddenly came a beautiful girl, who might have been 16 or 17 years old, wrapped in very simple clothing, but possessed of a brilliantly shining personality. The old lady was taken by surprise, and when she turned exhaustedly to ask her what she wanted, the girl laughed and replied, "I believe your son is an earnest man, so I'd like to marry him and join your family." This surprised the old lady even more, and she exclaimed, "You're an exceptionally beautiful young woman, but even with this one remark, you could cost us several years of life." The girl remained firm in her request. Ma's mother figured that she was probably trying to escape from some nobleman's home, and so she refused her even more strongly. The girl then left. 3 days later, she returned, and was extremely reluctant to leave. The old lady then asked her surname. "Mother, if you're willing to accept me," the girl said, "then I'll tell you, otherwise, there's no point in asking me." Underscore 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 un. Huifang, an appropriate name for this appealing character, since it means fragrant orchid. Qingzhou, a city located in north-central Shandong province. Ma's mother told her, "We're poor and humble workers, and to get a wife this way seems both inappropriate and inauspicious." The girl laughed and sat down beside her on her bed, feeling strongly attached to her and especially enthusiastic. The old lady tried to send her away, saying, "You should leave quickly, so we don't cause a disaster for each other." The girl then took her leave, and the old lady observed her as she exited the city gates, traveling westward. Several more days passed, till an old woman named Lu, from one of the lanes to the west of Ma's family, came and told his mother, "Your neighbor girl, Dong Huifang, lives alone with no one to depend upon, and hopes to become your son's wife, so why won't you accept her?" Ma's mother had some misgivings about whether this meant the girl would really be free of charge. Is anything really free? Asked Lu. If she doesn't prove to be a perfect match, you can blame me. This greatly pleased Ma's mother, so she consented. Once Lu had left, the old lady began sweeping the house and spread out a feast, and then just waited with her son for the arrival of the girl he was to marry. When the day had nearly turned to night, Huifang gracefully arrived. She entered the house and paid her respects to Ma's mother, then stood up once she'd finished making her ceremonial obeisance. She told the old lady, I have 2 maidservants, but won't dare bring them unless you say so. My son and I have taken care of our poor cottage, the old lady replied, so we don't need any female servants. The little that we make each day has been barely sufficient for our needs. Now we're adding a bride as another household member, someone too tender and lovely to work for a living, so I'm just afraid that we won't have enough to satisfy her. Then to add 2 maidservants, how could we possibly have enough to keep ourselves alive? Huifang laughed and said, when the maidservants arrive, it won't cost a thing to maintain them, since they can feed themselves. Where are your maidservants? The old lady asked. Huifang suddenly cried out, Chu Yu, Chu Song. No sooner had her voice finished echoing, than like birds suddenly landing, 2 maidservants appeared before them. They approached and Huifang directed them to prostrate themselves and kowtow to Ma's mother. Afterwards, Ma returned home and was welcomed by his mother, who told him about all that had happened. Ma was overjoyed. When he entered their bedroom, he saw a pillar of carved jadeite, like one might expect to find in a palace. There was a small table and screen in front of a heavy curtain, all glowing so brilliantly that he couldn't take his eyes off them. He was afraid to approach them, and didn't dare go in any further. Huifang got up from their bed and welcomed him with a smile, and as he looked at her, he thought she resembled an fairy. This startled him even more, and he stumblingly drew back. Huifang drew him to her, and they sat together, exchanging warm conversation. Ma was happy beyond anything he imagined he could deserve, like his spirit had been freed from his body. Then he started to get up, feeling that he needed to get back outside to buy them some dinner. Huifang told him, that won't be necessary. She ordered her 2 maidservants to put everything in order. Chu Yu took out a leather bag, and held it facing the doorway, where with a flapping sound it began shaking and waving. Shortly afterwards, she stuck her hand inside and fished out a jug of fine wine, followed by a wooden platter of excellent roasted meats, with an aroma like that of a smokehouse wafting from them. When they finished drinking, they went to bed, where there were flowered blankets on a brocade-covered mattress, of an unusual warmth and coziness. At daybreak they went outside, and their thatched cottage looked the same as before. Ma and his mother both found this quite inexplicable. Underscore 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 un. Chu Yu, Chu Song, the maidservants' names mean autumn moon, and autumn pine, respectively. The old lady went to pay a visit to Lu, to check into Huifang's background. When she entered Lu's gate, she first thanked her for serving as the go-between who brought her son such a virtuous match. Lu was surprised by this comment and told her, I haven't paid you a visit for a long time, so how could I have helped some neighbor girl? This made Ma's mother even more suspicious, so she told Lu the whole story from beginning to end. Lu was quite astonished, so she went with Ma's mother to go see this new wife. Huifang smiled at their reaction, and declared her sense that Lu had done her a most righteous turn. Observing that Huifang was gentle and beautiful, Lu stood there stunned for a good long time, unable to recognize her at all. Huifang offered her a white wood back scratcher as a present for her help, saying, I haven't had a chance to repay your kindness, so I'd respectfully like to offer you this back scratcher. Accepting the gift, Lu took it home, and when she scrutinized it there, she discovered that it had changed into silver. Following Ma's marriage to his new wife, he discontinued his noodle business, and it was as though the family was entirely transformed into something new. Inside a bamboo case he found countless sable robes and pieces of brocade clothing, all for him to wear, but if he took them outside the gates of his house, they became simple cotton clothing, although they remained light and warm. Huifang was also the source of this clothing. 4 or 5 years later, Huifang suddenly told him, "I descended to earth as a human being more than 10 years ago, because we were fated to be together, and realized that after a short time together, I would no longer be able to stay. Now it's time for me to leave." Ma entreated her to stay. "Please change your mind and choose another spouse," Huifang told him, "to tend the house after that, and then to be buried together with you after death. My time here has reached its end." Suddenly she vanished. Ma then married a woman from the Qin family. 3 years later, on the 7th evening of the 7th lunar month, Ma and his wife were chatting together, when Huifang appeared all of a sudden, and said with a laugh, "Your new wife is a good, happy person, so do you no longer think about your former wife?" Startled, Ma jumped up, sorrowfully pulling at her to take a seat, expressing his heartfelt emotions. "I was accompanying the weaving maid as she crossed the river," Huifang told him, "so I seized the fleeting chance for us to see each other." Reluctant to part again, the two began speaking to each other breathlessly, without pausing. Suddenly, from the sky a voice cried Huifang, and she hurriedly rose to take her leave. Ma asked her whose voice it was, and she explained, "It must have been Sister Shuangcheng telling me to come, since she can't stand waiting very long for me." Ma prepared to accompany her on her way. "You'll live to the age of 80, Huifang told him, "and when your time arrives, I'll come and collect your bones." The moment she finished speaking, she died. Today, Ma is over 60 years old. He's honest and simple, a man of few words with nothing special to say. Underscore 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 un. 7th evening of the 7th lunar month, the traditional date of convergence of two stars in the Milky Way, in folklore representing the cowherd and the weaving maid. The son married his daughter to the cowherd, but she was so enamored with her husband that she neglected her weaving, so in punishment the son separated the lovers, allowing them just 1 day a year to be rejoined. Palmer et al. 208. As she crossed the river, that is, during the cosmic convergence when the cowherd and the weaving maid are reunited. Shuangcheng, that is, Dong Shuangcheng, one of the 4 fairy handmaids serving the Queen Mother of the West, a female immortal who occasionally enjoyed relationships with certain emperors on her visits to the Emperor Han Wudi, reigned 187 to 140 BCE. See Mayers, 225. The collector of these strange tales remarks, Ma's business was as humble as his first name, Hun, so why did the immortal, Huifang, get involved with him? Here you see a fairy esteem an individual who isn't considered very articulate, but who's sincere nevertheless. It's like I told a friend, if it was someone like you and me, the ghosts and foxes wouldn't bother with us, we're too imperfect to be worthy of the immortal, we just need to be simple enough. Underscore 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 un. Hun, the second half of Ma's first name, Hun, in this context means to muddle, or to drift along, or to get along with someone, that is, to be simple and unassuming, rather than ambitious. 234. The Mountain God. Li Huidu, from Yudu, happened to be walking in the mountains, when he ran into several people who were all sitting around drinking. When they saw Li approaching, they all happily got up and pulled him over to sit down, competing with each other in toasting him. He saw that they'd laid out a range of plates, displaying various sorts of delicacies. It wasn't long before the drinking made him feel very jolly, yet the wine tasted weak and astringent. Suddenly, a man with a long and narrow face about 2 or 3 chi long appeared in the distance, coming towards them, his cap, nevertheless, seemed to fit his facial proportions perfectly. The people in the group all cried, "It's the mountain god!" Everyone rushed off confusedly in all directions. Li also hid himself in a deep hole in the ground. After a while, he came back up to look around, noticing that the food and wine weren't there any longer, and in their place there was only broken wine jars soaked in urine, with several large lizards sitting on shards of crockery, and that's all. Underscore 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 un. Yudu, a county in Shandong province. Qi, a measure equal to 1/3 meter. 235 7th Sister Xiao. Su Jikang, from Linzi, was living east of the city, in a village named Mofang. He couldn't make a go of being a Confucian scholar, so he quit and became a minor public servant. He happened to be passing the home of a relative on his wife's side, where its path connected to the tombs in a burial area. It was dusk and Su was drunkenly returning home when he passed this place, where he spotted a splendid tower, with an old man sitting in its doorway. Su was thirsty from all the liquor he'd been drinking, so he respectfully bowed to the old gentleman and asked if he might have some water. The old man got up and invited Su as his guest into the hall, where he provided him with something to drink. When Su had finished, the old man said, "It's after sundown and it would be difficult for you to travel in the dark, so how about if you stay here tonight, and then in the morning we can send you on your way?" Since Su was also feeling tired by then, he happily accepted the old man's invitation. The old man ordered his household to prepare for him to drink with his guest, and then told Su, "I just want to say something else, and I hope you don't mind me being blunt. You're a gentleman from a family that is lowly but virtuous, respectable despite being disadvantaged, and someone could feel confident about a marriage arranged with you. I have a young woman in my household who's not yet betrothed, and if you'd like her to serve you as your concubine, it would be my good fortune to arrange it for you." Su felt both flattered and nervous, and didn't know how he should reply. Underscore 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 un. Linzi, a county located in Shandong province. Sending someone to deliver word to his relatives, the old man then conveyed his instructions to the young woman that she should dress herself appropriately. In moments, 4 or 5 individuals who appeared to be Confucian scholars converged there, one after another. A dazzlingly attired young lady also came out, looking like someone who was above the concerns of the mortal world. Thereupon they all sat down together for a banquet. Su felt baffled and disoriented, and simply wanted to go to bed quickly. After several additional rounds of wine, he insisted that he couldn't handle any more of it. Then girl servants were sent to conduct the husband and wife to their bedroom accommodations, where they would spend the night. Su asked the young woman what her family name was, and she replied, "My surname is Xiao, and I'm the 7th child in my family." Su continued to ask about her family and clan. "Even though my status is low and humble," Xiao insisted, "I can become a public servant's wife without bringing disgrace on him, so why keep up the endless inquiry?" Since Su desired her so much, and everything was all arranged for their intimate union, he didn't bring up any further questions. 7th Sister Xiao then told him, "You can't make your home here. I know that your wife is ordinarily quite kind, and perhaps she wouldn't object to or obstruct our relationship, but when you get home, you could just clean out another part of the house, to prepare for my arrival." Su agreed to do so. Afterwards, when he laid his arm upon her body, he was instantly overcome by sleep. When he woke up, there was no one in his arms. The sun was already up by that time, the dawn shining through the pine tree's foliage, and under his body, there was a mattress pad of grain stalks that was about a chi thick. Astonished, he sighed and went home, where he told his wife what had happened. His wife playfully went along with the idea of setting up a special room for the young lady, putting a bed in the separate room, then shutting the door to it with the comment, "Now your new wife can show up tonight." Then they laughed together about it. As the day turned to dusk, Su's wife teased him into pulling open the door and asking, "Is my bride already in her room?" When they entered, they discovered a beauty in colorful apparel seated on the bed. Upon seeing the two of them enter the room, the young woman quickly jumped up to welcome them. Su and his wife were so startled that the girl had to cover her mouth to stifle her giggling, before respectfully greeting them with reverential solemnity. Su's wife then prepared a meal and arranged for them to sleep together afterwards. The young woman got up early each morning to take care of household chores, without waiting for anyone to prompt her. One day she told Su, "All of my elder sisters and aunts want to come from far away to visit my new family." In thinking it over quickly, Su was afraid that they wouldn't be able to handle so many guests. "They all know that our family isn't rich," seventh sister Xia replied, "so they're sending vessels of food ahead of their arrival, hoping they can trouble your wife to cook it for them, that's all." Su informed his wife, and she agreed to do so. In the morning, after breakfast, people arrived bearing wine and meat, set down all the provisions they were carrying, and then left. Su's wife served as cook and prepared everything. By late afternoon, 6 or 7 women had arrived, the oldest of whom didn't appear to be more than 40, so they sat around drinking together, their noise and laughter filling the room. Underscore 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 un. Chi, a distance equal to 1/3 meter. Su's wife hid and spied on them through a window, noticing nothing but seventh sister Xiao and Su sitting face to face, unable to see all of the guests. By the time the Big Dipper was suspended over that corner of the room, the ladies were happily beginning to leave. Seventh sister Xiao accompanied her guests and didn't immediately return. Su's wife went into the room, examined the table, and discovered that the cups and plates were completely empty. She laughed and remarked, "These sisters must have been really hungry, eating up everything like a dog licking the cutting board." A little later, seventh sister returned, eagerly working to clean things up, picking up the dishes and utensils and washing them herself, urging Su's wife to go on to bed and have a restful sleep. Su's wife told him, "Her relatives visited our home, yet we made them bring along their own drinks and food, which could set up our family to be ridiculed. We should send them an invitation to come again in the near future." Several days later, Su did as his wife suggested, and sent seventh sister Xiao to invite her relatives again. When the guests arrived, they began eating and drinking unrestrainedly, 4 dishes were set aside, and no one touched them with spoons or chopsticks. The group laughed and cried, "Su's wife assumed before that we're really low-life types, so we're leaving these dishes for our cook." Seated among them was one young woman, about 18 or 19, wearing plain shoes and a thin white silk skirt, who said that she'd only recently been widowed, and referred to herself as sixth sister. She adopted a seductive demeanor, friendly and smiling, so she could gain access to Su. She took Su aside and gradually ingratiated herself, joking with him so they could laugh together. While they played drinking games, Su kept track of numbers and served as the judge. Sixth sister kept making mistakes, and thus she'd had more than 10 cups of wine, so she became drunk, flushed with liquor. Her fragrant body became tender and lazy, too weak to support herself. Before long, she slipped away. With a candle, Su searched for her, and found her sleeping it off in a dark, curtained area. He drew close enough to touch her lips, but she didn't seem to feel anything. Then he took his hand and felt inside her trousers, where the flesh of her private parts looked thick and comfortable. Just as he was abandoning himself to attempt to make love to her, from the room where the banquet has taken place there came an urgent call for Master Su. He quickly rearranged her clothing, stealthily stole sixth sister's silk scarf from her sleeve, and left. The other sisters waited till the middle of the night, but then the crowd of them decided to leave the banquet, though sixth sister was still unconscious. Seventh sister Xiao entered where sixth sister was sleeping, and shook her till she yawned and stood up, fastening her skirt and fixing her hair before leaving to follow the others. Su was so enraptured by his memory of sixth sister that he couldn't get her out of his mind, and once he was alone, he wanted to take out the stolen scarf to amuse himself, but then he discovered it was missing. Figuring that he might have lost it somewhere while he was sending his guests away, he held his lantern to illuminate the steps in the courtyard, but found nothing, and was at such a loss about what to do that he couldn't relax. When seventh sister asked him what was wrong, Su responded casually. She laughed and said, "Don't lie, the person you took the scarf from is already gone, and it's pointless to dwell on her memory." Su was frightened, so he told her the truth, every word indicating the fixation of his thoughts on her. Seventh sister told him, "You two weren't fated to be together, so you should stop thinking about her." Su continued to ask about her. In a previous incarnation, seventh sister explained, "She was wronged, you were a scholar who saw her and fell in love, but your parents were opposed to her, so you're remembering that you weren't allowed to obtain your desire, which led to your feeling critically ill. You sent someone to tell her for you, I'm already very ill. However, if you come to me, so I can lay my hands on your skin and flesh even once, I'll die without regret." You figured she would be moved by these sentiments, and surely agree to your request. Unfortunately, she was delayed by some matters of business and couldn't come to you right away. The night she finally came, you had already died. Between you two, there's an opposition of destiny, so you shouldn't expect anything further. Afterwards he set up a banquet, again inviting all of the women, and only sixth sister failed to arrive. Su began to suspect that seventh sister Xiao was jealous and actually resented sixth sister. Seventh sister told Su one day, "You've mistakenly taken offense at me because of sixth sister. But if it's she who's unwilling to come back, will you hold that against me? Now after loving you for 8 years, I'm on the verge of leaving, so I plan to help you arrange a match, which will dispel the feelings you've been having about me. She may not have come here, but no one is forbidding us to go to her. We can go visit my parents, and maybe human efforts can change the dictates of heaven, I don't know." This made Su happy, and he agreed to her suggestion. Seventh sister took him by the hand and they fluttered like they were walking on air, instantly arriving at her parents' home. A large hall there was covered in yellow tiles, fronted by a winding doorway, and despite seeing it for the first time, Su thought it not the least bit strange. Seventh sister Xiao's parents appeared together, and said, "Our backwards daughter has long enjoyed your care. Now that we're in our declining years, we sometimes forget about educating her and encouraging her self-reflection, so if she makes any mistakes, can you please forgive her?" They had a banquet set out, to gather everyone together. Seventh sister then asked about all of her sisters. Her mother replied, "Each of them has returned to her own home, so only sixth sister is still here." She sent for a maidservant to go invite sixth sister to join them, but after a long time, she still hadn't appeared. Seventh sister Xiao then went in and dragged her out. Sixth sister bowed her head and remained silent, so it seemed as though she hadn't gotten over what had happened before. After a little while, their mother and father took their leave and retired for the night. Seventh sister then said, "Elder sister, your high-mindedness has led to me being resented." "He's such a rash gentleman," sixth sister replied, "how could I possibly become close to him?" Seventh sister Xiao then grabbed the others' wine goblets and forced them to trade, declaring, "What's the point of acting pretentiously, now that your lips have touched the same cups?" Moments later, seventh sister left the two of them alone together in the room. Su hastily jumped up to force himself on sixth sister, but she turned away to resist him. On his hands and knees, Su tugged at her garments for a long time, pleading with her, till gradually she gave in to his sexual advances, and they went together into one of the inner rooms. Just as they were beginning to undo their clothing, they suddenly heard a shouting and whistling resonating through the ground, till a flame shot out of the door to their room. Sixth sister was terrified, and pushed Su to get up, saying, you've brought disaster down on us, so figure out what we can do." Su thought quickly but didn't know what course to take. Meanwhile, sixth sister Xiao had already fled, without even leaving any footprints behind. As Su sat down in disappointment for a moment, the house completely disappeared. 10 or so hunters arrived, carrying falcons and brandishing blades, and in surprise demanded of him, "Who are you to be hiding here in the dark?" Su used the excuse that he'd lost his way, then he told them his name. One of the hunters said, "We were chasing a fox, did you see it?" "No, I'm afraid I didn't," Su replied. He admitted that he'd been drunk, and examined where he was, discovering himself to be near the area of the tombs. Dispirited, Su then went home. Particularly hoping that seventh sister Xiao could return, he checked for auspicious omens, the singing of birds in the morning, and the snuff of a candlewick in the evening, but in the end he received no information concerning her. Dong Yufa told me all about this. 236 Two separations by war. Schoolmaster Lu Fenghui lived in the capital. His younger sister had been engaged to a scholar from the Dai family, and the day for the marriage approached. Then when soldiers from the north entered the country, Liu's father and elder brothers feared that she was so slim and delicate that she'd be taken by them, so they had the daughter put on her makeup in anticipation of them accompanying her to her husband's home. But before she was finished with her preparations, the undisciplined troops began chaotically pouring into the capital, so the elder Lu and his sons fled in all directions. The daughter was captured by the Manchus and taken away. Curiously, after several days, she hadn't had her honor violated in the least. Each night, she was sent to another place to sleep, where she was provided with food and drink in great abundance. Then a young man was kidnapped who was more or less the same age as the daughter, his bearing elegant and refined. A Manchu there told him, "I don't have a son, so will you agree to it if I offer to make you my inheritor?" The young man timidly responded in the affirmative. Then the Manchu pointed to Liu's daughter and said, "If you'd like, you can take this one as your wife." This pleased the young man, who was willing to do precisely that. The Manchu then had him share the girl's bed, which made both of them very happy. Afterwards, they asked each other their surnames, and the young man identified himself as Scholar Dai. In Shaanxi there was a certain official who'd been appointed to the salt monopoly office, but his family's obligations prevented them from joining him. It happened that thanks to Zhang Xiang's activities, his village fell into rebel hands and was completely cut off from contact with the outside world. Once the chaos settled down, the official sent a man to make inquiries about his family members, and though the man saw smoke rising from the village 100 li away, he couldn't get news about the village from anywhere. Some time later, when the official reported to the capital on his work, he came across an older fellow who'd once been his servant. This servant had lost his spouse, but was too poor to remarry, so the official gave him several taels and sent him off to buy a wife. By that time, the imperial troops had returned triumphant, having captured a large number of women, so they put them on display in the marketplace like they were selling beasts of burden. Thus the widowed servant took the money that the official had given him and went to select a wife. He figured that since he was a bit short on money, he didn't dare ask for one of the younger beauties. In the midst of them there was an older woman who looked very clean and trim, so he paid to redeem her and took her home. The older woman sat on a bed, recognizing the man, and softly asked, "Weren't you once a servant?" He asked her how she knew that, and she replied, "You worked for my son as his servant, so how could I not remember you?" Underscore 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 un. Salt Monopoly Office. Hucker explains this as an agency managing state-controlled production and distribution of salt. 579. Zhang Xiang's activities. While Chinese rebel leader Li Ziqin was leading forces into Beijing as part of the rebellion that ended the Ming dynasty, 1644, Zhang took the opportunity to march into Datung, in Shaanxi province, and to declare himself the garrison commander there, Zhu 2:810 n8. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. The former servant was utterly amazed, and quickly went to tell the official. When the official saw her, he knew she was his mother. Thereupon they wept together, and the official paid many times her cost back to the servant. The servant accepted many taels from him, but disdained to spend them on an old woman. He spotted one woman who was over 30, but whose manner seemed quite distinguished, and so he paid to redeem her. As they were walking along, the woman kept turning to look at him every few steps, and finally said, "Didn't you used to be a servant?" Surprised, the man asked her how she knew, and she replied, "You were in my husband's service, so how could I not recognize you?" The former servant was even more astonished, and took her to see the official, who knew immediately upon seeing her that she was his wife. Again they wept over having been separated from each other. On that day, reunited with his mother and wife, the official couldn't contain his happiness. Thus he gave the servant 100 taels so he could find a beautiful woman to marry. Because the official was such a virtuous man, the spirits responded favorably to his gesture. It's a pity that the storyteller has forgotten his name, though maybe someone in Shaanxi can recall it. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Alas, when catastrophe strikes and the mountains are in flames, the jade contained therein cannot be separated out." It was this way with the official's family, who, once subsequently reunited, were able to pass on their legacy to future generations. After having had only one grandson, however, Dong Saibai now no longer offers sacrifices to the gods, though this is also part of the responsibilities of the scholars at court. What a pity! Underscore 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 un. Dong Saibai, Dong, 1555 to 1636, whose courtesy name was Suanzai, was a retired scholar known for his painting and calligraphy. Zhu 2:811 and 17. 237 Living with snakes. In a mountain in Sishui that in olden days had been the site of a temple, where there were no villages in any direction, and one rarely found the footprints of any other people, there was a Taoist monk living. Certain persons claimed that there were many big snakes on the mountain, so travelers tended to keep their distance from it. A young man came up into the mountain with a net to catch a hawk. By the time he climbed up, it was starting to get dark, but there was nowhere he could settle for the night. In the distance he spotted the monastery, so he hurried over to stay there. The monk there was surprised and cried, "Why would you come here, sir? It's fortunate that my children haven't seen you." Then he directed the young man to have a seat, and provided him with some congee. They hadn't finished eating when there entered a giant snake, more than 10 arms widths around, that reared its head to face the young man, its angry eyes flashing like lightning. The young man was terribly frightened. The Taoist took the palm of his hand and bopped the snake on the forehead, scolding it, "Go on, now." The snake then bowed its head and went into a room to the east. It took a while for the snake to slither its whole body into the room. It lay coiling there until it had almost filled the room. The young man trembled in terror. "I've been raising this creature," the Taoist explained. "As long as I'm here, there's no harm in it, but it would be a horrible time if you met it by yourself." Underscore 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 un. Sishui, a county located in Shandong province. The young man just sat there, and then the snake came in again, slightly smaller than it had been before, for unlike previously, it was only 5 or 6 arms widths around. Then it looked at the young man and hastily stopped, flicking its tongue out like it had earlier. The Taoist scolded it again, and once again it went off into the other room. There wasn't any place for it to lay down there, so it looped half of itself around the roof beams, shaking the wall and floor till they sounded like they might collapse. The young man became even more scared, and couldn't get to sleep all night long. In the morning, he got up and said he wanted to go home, so the Daoist accompanied him. As they exited through the room's doorway, he saw that sitting on top of the wall downstairs, there were snakes, some coiled like a large serving vessel in a cup, some of them lying still while others were moving about. When they noticed the stranger, each of them opened its mouth as though swallowing something. The young man, unsettled by all this, grabbed the Daoist by the elbow and pulled him along with him as he made his way out to the mouth of the mountain valley, then he returned home. Once there was a visitor from Zhongzhou in my hometown, who happened to be staying at a Buddhist temple where snakes lived. At the temple, a monk provided him with supper, a meat broth that was very good, containing cylindrical segments that resembled chicken necks. Suspicious, he asked the monk, "How many chickens did you have to kill to get all of these necks?" Underscore 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 un. Zhongzhou, a district in Henan province. These are snake segments, the monk replied. The visitor was so upset that he ran outside and threw up. As he was falling asleep later, it felt like there was something wriggling across his chest. When he felt for it, he discovered it was a snake. He sprang up suddenly, crying out in fright. The monk stood up and said, "This happens all the time here, so don't act so shocked." Then, when the monk built up the fire till its light reflected off the wall, the visitor could see snakes of every size all over it, as well as on top of and underneath his bed. The next day, the monk led him into the temple's main hall. There was a Buddha figure there, and at the base of it was a huge pit, filled with snakes as thick as giant urns, stretching their heads up the sides of the pit, while unable to come out of it. He lit a candle and examined the pit more carefully, discovering what seemed to be millions of snakes of all ages and varieties living there. He claimed the monk told him, "In the past, the snakes used to get out and cause harm, until we placed a Buddha here to calm them, and as a result, the incidents came to an end." 238 The Thunder God. In Bozhu, there was a citizen named Wang Kongjian, whose mother was sitting in a room while it happened to be drizzling and gloomy outside, when she witnessed the Thunder God, bearing a hammer, flapping his wings and then suddenly entering. Greatly astonished, Wang quickly grabbed a chamber pot, splashing the Thunder God with its contents. When the filthy mess hit the Thunder God, it was like he was caught between a knife and an axe, so he turned himself around and rapidly fled. He did his utmost to spread his wings and soar away, but he couldn't leave. He became completely disoriented, making a bellowing sound like an ox. The clouds in the sky gradually began drifting lower and lower, till bit by bit they were even with the eaves of the hall. From within the clouds came a whinnying like the cry of a horse, and the Thunder God responded to it. In moments, rain began pouring down violently in the hall, completely washing the urine from his body. Then he produced a clap of thunder and flew away. Underscore 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 un. The Thunder God, Willowy Mead explains that this figure, entrusted with the duty of killing very impious persons, is usually represented with a bird's beak and claws, and the sound of thunder is produced with the drums which he strikes with a hammer. 165. Bozhu, a prefecture located in Anhui Province's Hao County. The filthy mess. Caught, urine and excrement are sometimes used in Chinese literature/folklore as human contaminants to drive away or to entrap demons or other non-humans. 239 Ling Jiao. Hu Daqin was from the Hebei Hunan region. His mother was a devout Buddhist, who studied reading with a tutor in a private school, and on the way to the school there was a Guanyin temple, so his mother urged him that whenever he passed, he must go in and do obeisance. One day when he arrived at the temple, he noticed a girl who was playing there, her hair trimmed so it covered her neck, exhibiting a manner both distinguished and joyful. At the time, Hu was 14, and he immediately fell in love with her. He asked what her name was, and she smiled, saying, "I'm Jiao Huagong's daughter, Ling Jiao." "Why do you ask? Has your family betrothed you yet?" he inquired. Blushing, Ling Jiao replied, "Not yet." "How about if I become their son-in-law?" "Who asked?" Ling Jiao modestly replied, "I can't make that decision myself." But to her the matter had clearly been settled, and as she glanced up and down at Hu, she felt glad that he would become a member of her family. Hu then went on his way. Chasing after him, from a distance Ling Jiao called out, "Kui Urchinsh, a friend of my father, can be the go-between, and he'll surely be able to work out an agreement." Hu called back, "I'll take care of it." Since she seemed to be both bright and affectionate, he found himself adoring Ling Jiao even more. Underscore 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 un. Guanyin, the Buddhist goddess of mercy, also known as Avalokitesvara. He returned home and honestly expressed his heartfelt desire to his mother. Since Hu's mother had just this one son, she didn't want to refuse him, so she asked Kui to serve as the go-between in the matter. Ling Jiao's father asked for a huge amount of money from the young man for his daughter's marriage gift, so the matter already seemed unlikely to go further. Kui emphatically expressed to him that Hu was talented and came from an upright family, so Jiao finally started to agree to the proposal. Hu Dachan had an elderly uncle who was childless, and who had a teaching position in Hubei. When the uncle's wife died, Hu's mother sent him quickly to take part in the mourning. After several months, when he planned to return home, his uncle fell ill and also died. He stayed there for a long time, till it happened that a large occupying force moved into Hunan, which resulted in his being cut off from his home. Hu fled with the common people, feeling agonizingly homesick and lonely. One day, a woman in the village where he was living, who must have been about 48 or 49, began hovering around all day long, without leaving. She announced publicly, "Due to separation and war, I can't go home, I'm going to sell myself." When someone asked about her price, she replied, "I disdain to become any man's slave, and I'm also unwilling to become any man's wife, though if there's anyone who'll take me as his mother, I'll leave with him without asking any price." Everyone who was listening laughed at this. Hu went to take a closer look, discovering her face similar in a number of ways to his mother's, which made him realize how much he missed her, and he felt very sad. Then he thought that since he was alone, he had no one to do his sewing for him, so he invited her to go home with him, treating her with the deference of a son. This pleased the woman, and accordingly she cooked his meals and wove clothing for him as devotedly as a mother. The woman had no intention of leaving. When Hu was a bit under the weather, she gave him better care than many actual parents would have. All of a sudden one day, she declared, "This place is so peaceful, and my good fortune has been unexpected. But you've grown up, and even though you are living away from home, I can't ignore my duty here. In 2 or 3 days, you should be married." Hu wept as he told her, "I have a wife, but obstacles and distance keep me from her." In a time of great turmoil, the older woman replied, "When human affairs are so unstable, can anyone afford to wait for matters to improve?" Still sobbing, Hu cried, "Besides the fact that I can't betray my promise to my first wife, what father would give his beloved daughter to a man who has no permanent address?" The older woman said nothing, but wiped down the window curtains, and then made quilts and pillows very carefully, so Hu couldn't recognize where she'd gotten them. One day, at nightfall, she advised Hu, "Sit with a candle and don't fall asleep, while I go to see whether your bride has arrived or not." Then she left and went outside. Near the end of the third watch, she still hadn't returned, and Hu began to feel rather uneasy. Suddenly he heard a clamor outside, and went outside to take a look, where he found a young woman sitting in the courtyard, her hair disheveled, sobbing. "Who are you?" asked the startled Hu. She said nothing in response. After a good long while, she finally replied, I'm the one you've just married, which is ill-fated for you, since you're ending up with a dying bride. Hu was quite startled by this, and didn't understand why she was so despondent. When I was young, she explained, I agreed to marry Hu Dachan. Unexpectedly, he had to flee to the north, so I've received no news of him. My parents are forcing me to marry into your family. You can have my body here, but you can't make me surrender my commitment to him. Underscore 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 un. Third watch, the third of the 2-hour divisions of the night, approximately 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Hearing this, Hu burst into tears and cried, I am that Hu Dachan. Are you Ling Jiao? The young woman shared his tears and astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. Just as they were about to go inside, Ling Jiao held up his candle and turned to look closely at him, asking, Is it truly not just a dream? Thereupon their sorrow was turned to joy, and they left their suffering behind them. Originally, in the midst of all the chaos around Hunan for 100 square li, soldiers were killing everyone they encountered. Jiao was helping his family flee to Changsha to the east, where Ling Jiao was to be married to a scholar named Zhou. Amid all the confusion, they couldn't conduct the marriage ceremony, so at the pre-arranged date, Jiao took advantage of the cover of sunset to send his daughter over to the scholar's home. Ling Jiao wept and wouldn't wash or comb her hair, and her father had to force her into the carriage. When they arrived at their lodgings, Ling Jiao collapsed in the carriage. Then 4 men brought a sedan chair to carry her, saying that the entire Zhou family was welcome along with her, and they helped Ling Jiao into the sedan chair, then carried it as swiftly as if they were flying, without stopping until they arrived at their destination. An older woman came out to drag Ling Jiao inside, saying, This is your husband's home, so just come in, without weeping any more. Your mother-in-law will arrive soon. By the time she left, Hu had thought through everything, and began to realize that the older woman was an immortal. Ling Jiao and Hu burnt incense and made supplication together, praying that Hu and his mother might be reunited. Underscore 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 un. Changsha, the capital of Hunan Province. 100 square li, a distance equal to about 33.3 square miles. Hu's mother found herself in the middle of the wartime conflict, among fellow refugees hurrying to hide in ravines and valleys. One night, there was the clamor and chatter of the enemy soldiers arriving, and in alarm everyone simultaneously scattered to conceal themselves. There happened to be a boy on horseback who offered Hu's mother a ride. She hurried over, too preoccupied to ask any questions, and he helped her up, then they nimbly sprang away, as light as air. In a flash, they arrived at the edge of a lake. Their horse galloped over the water, its hooves never sinking into the waves. Before long, the boy helped her down, then pointed to a house and said, This is where you can stay. Hu's mother planned to express her gratitude to him, but when she turned back, the horse had been transformed into a golden beast more than a zhang tall. The boy then rode away on it. Hu's mother knocked at the door, and suddenly it opened. A man came out to ask who was there, and strangely enough, she heard a familiar voice, and saw that it was her son, Dachan. Mother and son embraced in tearful joy. Ling Jiao was also startled and gratified by what she found at the door. They suspected that the older woman had actually been the goddess Guanyin in human form. From this point forward, their devotion to Guanyin, including the chanting of scriptures, became even more pious. Afterwards they settled in Hubei, and established a farmhouse there. Underscore 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 un. A golden beast, like the golden lion, Jinmishaizi, see Suthil and Hadis 283, written by Manjusri/Wenshu, a bodhisattva in many ways. Guanyan's equal in popularity. Cons 147, this golden beast is specifically associated with Guanyan. Zhang, a measurement equal to 3.33 meters. 240 Hungry Ghost. Ma Yang, who lived in Qi, was a corrupt individual, a scoundrel, and when his family finally ran entirely out of money, his fellow villagers mocked him and called him Hungry Ghost. He was over 30 and grew poorer every day, his clothing ragged, both hands poised at shoulder height to grab food as he walked through the marketplace. People shunned him, but he didn't take any notice of it. There was an old man named Zhu there, who, when he was young, had moved his wife to a bustling metropolis, and operated some kind of shady business. When he retired, he returned to his home village, where the scholars utterly denounced him, but Zhu behaved responsibly, and went around doing good, so people began to treat him gradually with more courtesy. One day, it happened that Ma was again taking food without paying for it, recklessly causing trouble for the people in the marketplace. Zhu pitied them, so he forthrightly compensated them for what Ma had taken. Then he took Ma home with him, and offered him several hundred taels, in order for Ma to make a fresh start. Ma left, unwilling to discuss setting up a business, and instead settled down to live off of the money Zhu had given him. Before long, he used up the money, and then continued his old habits. But he was often haunted by his encounter with Zhu, and he ended up going to a nearby village. Underscore 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 un. Qi, the ancient feudal state located in the northeastern part of modern Shandong province. That night, he slept at a Confucian temple, where he was cold all night long, and he kept taking food offerings from the altar to Confucius, and burned the boards held by the effigies there to keep warm. The county-appointed education official in the temple learned of this, and angrily wanted to punish him for his actions. Ma said he was sorry about what he'd taken, and he wished to go get some money to pay for it. This pleased the official, who released him so he could go. Ma then went looking for a particularly prosperous scholar, called at his house, and aggressively demanded money from him, which just made the scholar angry. Then Ma pulled a knife and slashed himself, falsely accusing the scholar and publicly denouncing him. Subsequently, through repeated bribes to the official, he was absolved. All of the local scholars then banded together and solicited the county magistrate to pursue the matter. The magistrate, an honest, upright man who investigated the matter and uncovered the truth, ordered that Ma be subjected to 40 lashes, and then that he have a wooden king placed around his neck, with the result that 3 days later, Ma died. That night, old Zhu dreamed that Ma was dressed as a scholar and appeared to him, saying, "I betrayed your virtuous generosity, so now I've come to make it up to you." Upon awakening, Zhu's wife presented him with a son. The old man knew that this was Ma's doing, so he named the child Ma. When he was a boy, Ma wasn't very bright, but Zhu was pleased that he could read. Once the young man turned 20, Zhu did his utmost to send him to the village school. Underscore 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 un. Wooden king, a broad, heavy collar placed on criminals. County-appointed education official, a Qing dynasty appointment. The Swaigwan was a generic reference to all officials engaged in school instruction, especially in Confucian schools, Hucker 252. Later on, when Ma was lodging at an inn while waiting to take the civil service examination, he happened to be lying down for a nap one day, when he noticed an entire 8-part essay pasted up on the wall. As he looked more closely at it, he saw it was titled The Nature of a Dog, with 4 sentences outlining the subject matter, and since he was already afraid of the difficulty of the exam, he read the paper on the wall and memorized it. When he entered the test area, he found out that it had indeed identified the subject matter of the examination, so he set to work, with the result that his essay was considered first-rate, and he became a Liaozhai. Once he was over 60, he served as a teacher and lecturer in a neighboring town. Serving as an official for several years, he didn't have a single sincere friend. When people pulled out money from their sleeves, that alone would make him laugh like a cormorant, otherwise, with his eyelashes a cun long, he'd open his eyes wide at visitors, like they were strangers. By chance the county magistrate ordered him to judge some matters involving other scholars, whom he punished with oppressive sentences, like he was punishing bandits. If the man facing a particular lawsuit was rich, he could be sure to find Mater knocking at his door. There were many more such cases, until the Liaozhai couldn't stand it any longer. He was nearly 70 years old, his joints swollen, hard of hearing and dim-sighted, and he frequently consulted men about using knotweed medicine. Underscore 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 un. 8-part essay, the so-called bagu, or 8-legged essay, see Chong and Chong 18-19, a term that colloquially has come to mean too rigid in style. Liaozhai. Certain students in government schools were designated as Liaozhai, or stipend students, and received stipends while also being certified as best qualified to participate in provincial examinations for the civil service recruitment process. Hooker 313. Laugh like a cormorant. Chinese folklore maintains that the cry of the cormorant, pleased when it scoops up a fish, sounds something like the laugh of a money-mad miser. Zhu 821n19. Kun, a length equal to 1/3 decimeter, or about 1.33 inches. There was a certain madcap scholar, who used madder roots to mock him. At daybreak, when people gathered together for the official to examine them, they found what looked like a shrine effigy, molded in the likeness of madder. He was so angry, that he went to have the scholar arrested. The scholar, however, had already fled the previous evening. After that point, the official's spirit began to fail, with the conclusion that several months later, he died. Underscore 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 un. Liaozhai, a successful candidate in the lowest level of the imperial civil service examination. Knotweed. 2 members of the Polygonum genus are used in traditional Chinese medicine, and would be helpful for madder. Snakeweed, Polygonum bist orta, is used to increase mental clarity, Bremnes 206, while the slightly toxic rhizome and leaves of knotweed, Polygonum cuspidatum, known in China as He Xiaowu, is used to activate blood circulation, clear toxins and aid tissue regeneration, Bremnes 209. Madder, a reddish-brown root that yields dyes like the rich red alizarin, used on cloth, hair and leather, Bremnes 211. The scholar dyes his mock effigy bright red, so it appears like one of the angry or mighty god effigies, lampooning the official's overzealous punishments. 241. The Bureau of Examination Frauds. When Liaozhai was from Henan, he'd been laid up in poor health for days, when he saw a Liaozhai enter and bow at the foot of his bed, modestly and politely, like he was visiting a superior. Shortly afterwards he asked Wen to take a short walk with him, supporting Wen by the arm as he chatted incessantly for a long time, and even though they'd travelled several li, the Liaozhai still hadn't said farewell. Wen stopped walking any further, saluted the other man courteously with folded hands, and prepared to take his leave. "I've troubled you to come all this way, and I continue to bother you further," the Liaozhai said, "since I have a favor to ask of you in a matter." Wen inquired what it might be. The Liaozhai replied, "The men in my family are under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Examination Frauds. The department chief is called the Empty Belly King of the Ghosts. When the King of the Ghosts first interviewed me, he said that precedent requires having some flesh cut from my thigh, so I'm asking for you to intercede for me." underscore 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 Liaozhai, a scholar who had passed the Imperial Civil Service examination at the county level. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Bureau of Examination Frauds, a sardonic commentary on Pu Songling's sense of the widespread corruption associated with the Imperial Civil Service examinations. See Volume 1, pages 15-19. Startled, Wen asked him, "What crime was it that you committed to bring this upon you?" "I didn't need to commit a crime," replied the Liaozhai, "it's simply his long-standing practice. If I'd offered him a bounteous bribe, I would have been freed from the punishment. However, I'm poor. I've never had any contact with the King of the Ghosts," said Wen, "so how could I possibly influence him?" The Liaozhai replied, "In a previous life, you were of the same generation as his grandfather, so it's only right that he should heed your request." In the course of their conversation, they passed through the city walls. They came to a government office, but the building wasn't very spacious, and had only a large hall. There were 2 stone tablets standing at the threshold of the hall, flanking a green book bigger than a wicker basket, with one tablet reading filial piety and fraternal duty, loyalty and trustworthiness, the other reading propriety and righteousness, sense of honor. Wen wavered at steps leading up to the hall, then proceeded till he saw a banner hanging above the hall, displaying Bureau of Examination Frauds in large characters. Between the pillars, there was a plaque engraved with green characters that combined to read, "The Underworld School attaches great importance to enlightening the people by educating them in moral integrity. Students at every level gather here to learn the public ceremonies, as pupils of the King of the Ghosts." He hadn't yet finished looking at everything before an official stepped out, his hair curling out over his hunched back, as though he was several hundred years old. His nostrils were turned upwards, and his lips stuck out from his face, as though they could barely contain his teeth. Following him was the secretary in charge of the officials' register, who had a tiger's head and a human body. Then more than 10 men lined up to wait on them, half of them as fierce-looking as predatory owls. The Liaozhai announced, "This is the King of the Ghosts." Wen approached in horrified dread, though he really wanted to step back and run away. The King of the Ghosts had already noticed him, and walked down the steps towards Wen with his hands clasped in greeting, making polite inquiries about him. Wen merely grunted affirmatively. Then the King of the Ghosts asked him, "On what business have you come to visit me?" Wen then expressed what he had been told by the Liaozhai. The king's pleasant expression changed as he exclaimed, "There's a precedent for this, instructions from my father that I dare not disobey." The atmosphere turned frigid like the severe cold of a forest, as the King of the Ghosts implied that the matter must go no further. Wen didn't dare say anything, so he suddenly stood up to take his leave. The King of the Ghosts walked beside him, accompanying him, and didn't turn back until they were already outside the building's gates. Wen didn't go home, but instead secretly returned to observe what the king would do. By the time he arrived outside the hall, the Liaozhai was already waiting with a number of other men, their arms tied tightly. A ferocious-looking man came forward, holding a knife, then exposed the Liaozhai's thigh, and cut off slices of flesh, that altogether might have been about the size of 3 fingers. The Liaozhai screamed himself hoarse. Wen, who couldn't just stand by while this happened, became so angry that he couldn't restrain himself from crying out in a loud voice, "How can the world be capable of such cruelty?" Startled, the King of the Ghosts stood up, immediately ordered the man to stop cutting, then quickly rushed over to welcome Wen. The scholar, however, had already stormed out indignantly, and was spreading word to the townspeople, intending to make a formal complaint to heaven. Someone laughed and exclaimed, "How ridiculous! Where in heaven are you going to look for someone to complain to that there's been an injustice? The only thing to do in such a case is to make your accusations to the Hell King, and maybe he can do something about dealing with it." Then they showed Wen how to find him. He hurried off on his way till he saw palace steps leading to a throne of daunting authority, where the Hell King was seated, when prostrated himself on the stairs and made a series of bows. After hearing the scholar, the Hell King determined to summon the King of the Ghosts for interrogation, so he sent a group of ghosts, carrying maces, to tie him up and to retrieve him. In a short while, the King of the Ghosts came forward, together with the Zaihokai. Examining him carefully, the Hell King found the Zaihokai to be a man of reliable sensibility, and declared in outrage to the King of the Ghosts, "I pitied you because you had worked hard in your previous existence, so I temporarily entrusted you with this appointment while you were waiting to be reborn into a wealthy family, yet you dare do this. Now we'll take away your good tendons and connect them to wicked bones, with the additional punishment decreed that for generation after generation, you may not fulfill your ambitions of achieving high position." The King of the Ghosts was then whipped, and as he fell to the ground, the jolt knocked a tooth out. They took a knife and cut off his fingertips, drawing out tendons that were a shining white, like silk. The King of the Ghosts squealed in pain, like a pig being butchered. Once they'd finished drawing the tendons from his hands and feet, two ghosts took him away. Wen kowtowed to the Hell King, and took his leave. The Zaihokai followed after him, moved by the scholar's earnest efforts on his behalf. He drew Wen along with him past a marketplace, where they saw a doorway with a red curtain hanging in front of it, and inside there was a young woman with half of her face showing, whose looks and makeup were absolutely beautiful. "Whose house is that?" Wen asked him. The Zaihokai replied, "That's a brothel." As they were about to pass by, Wen lingered there, then firmly assured the Zaihokai that it wasn't necessary to see him off. "You came here for me," the Zaihokai replied, "so I can't leave you alone when I feel obligated to accompany you." Wen adamantly reaffirmed his intention, and then the Zaihokai departed. As soon as he saw the Zaihokai receding in the distance, Wen hurried back to the brothel. The woman welcomed him, and he found her looks very pleasing. Once they'd entered a room and sat down together, they asked each other their names. "My surname is Lu," the young woman explained, "and my first name is Kaihua." An old woman went out and brought back some snacks and wine for them. When the wine was finished, they entered a curtained area, where their lovemaking was especially intense, and afterwards they concluded that they should marry. At daybreak, the old woman entered and said, "Now that our savings has run out, I need to draw upon your money, so how about it?" Wen, suddenly worried that his money bag was empty, felt so anxious and embarrassed that he couldn't reply. After a long pause, he explained, "I truly never carry more than a few copper coins, but I can write receipts for what I owe, so when I return home, I can repay people." The old woman's face changed expression as she demanded, "Have you ever before heard of a prostitute agreeing to be paid that way?" Kaihua frowned, and didn't utter a word. Wen pawned some of his clothing to give the old woman some money. Once she had it in hand, she laughed and said, "This still isn't enough to repay me fairly for the wine." She kept prattling on about not being completely satisfied, then she took Kaihua somewhere else inside the house. Wen felt ashamed. Moments later, he was still hoping that Kaihua would open the curtain and they could discuss the marriage plans they'd set up the previous night. For a long time he didn't hear a sound. Reaching the limit of his patience, he went to peek at what was happening, and saw the old woman with Kaihua, which made him blink his eyes in disbelief, since from above the shoulder they'd changed into ox-headed demons. Terrified, Wen ran outside. He wanted to go home, but from the hundreds of paths to choose, he didn't know which to follow. He asked some townspeople, but no one recognized his village's name. He paced back and forth past households and shops for 2 days, with a sour taste in his mouth as his guts growled in hunger, yet his going back and forth wasn't getting him anywhere. Suddenly the Zaihokai came passing by, and when he saw Wen from a distance, he was startled and cried out, "Why haven't you headed home, instead of hanging around here irreverently?" Wen blushed and admitted he didn't know the right way to go. "Now I know what's going on," the Zaihokai told him. "You were attracted by that yaksha prostitute, weren't you?" Then feeling quite angry, the Zhihokai approached the women and exclaimed, "Kaihua, and you, old woman, how hastily you've changed your faces." The Zhihokai left for a little while before returning to hand over Wen's pawned clothing, saying, "That wicked maidservant was impertinent, and I've already scolded her about it." He accompanied Wen till they arrived at his home, then the Zhihokai took his leave and departed. Wen, who had suddenly died 3 days earlier, revived, and described the entire experience. Underscore 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 un. Yaksha prostitute. Kaihua was actually a yaksha, a Buddhist nature spirit or demon, often considered a guardian of treasures and secrets. Bonnefoy 124, generally benevolent, though inclined to mischief. Unlike their grotesque, big-bellied male counterparts, female yakshas may be quite attractive at least, some of the time. 242 Yama, the Hell King. Su Gongxing, from Yi Prefecture, has said that there were nights when he became Yama, the Hell King. There's a scholar Ma in Yi who also did this. When Su heard about him, he paid a visit to Ma's family, and then asked Ma, "What business did you have to deal with in the underworld last night?" Ma told him, "It wasn't anything special. I accompanied Zhou Luoxi as he was promoted to heaven." An enormous lotus flower, the size of a house, fell from the sky in response. Underscore 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 un. Yi Prefecture, located in modern Shandong Province's Linyi County. Yama, the Hell King. There is a tradition of the Lord of the Underworld, the ultimate judge and chief of the bureaucracy of the dead, having certain mortals stand in for him on occasion. See Justice After Death, Pu Songling and the Tradition of the Hell King, in Volume 2, pages XXIXXIX. Zhou Luoxi, Zhou Mudi, 1601-46, who gave himself the courtesy name Luoxi, after the mountain where his father died. A native of Jiayang, Shandong Province, Zhou by the age of 30 had passed the highest level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. On his career in public service, see Zhu, 2:826 and 3. An enormous lotus flower fell from the sky, signifying that Zhou Luoxi became a Buddhist deity. 243 The Giant. As Li Xiaolian of Chongshan, whose courtesy name was Cai Jun, was taking a trip to Qingzhou, he met 6 or 7 people along the way, whose speech was like that of the citizens of Yan. When he looked closely at their cheeks, he noticed that they all had scars on them as large as copper coins. This seemed strange, so he asked them what illness they'd all suffered. One of the travelers explained that years ago, they were journeying through Yunnan, and one night they got lost and found themselves on a huge mountain that was cut off from the valley below by a precipitous cliff, so they couldn't determine a way out. Hence they tethered their horses together so they could take a rest, and set up a place nearby where they could stay till morning. Late that night, tigers and leopards, owls and sparrowhawks, one after another, kept making sounds and moving around, so all the travelers sat hugging their knees, facing each other, unable to sleep. Suddenly they saw a giant appear, who was about a zhang tall. The travelers hid as a group, and scarcely dared to breathe. Underscore 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 un. Li Xiaolian, a Shandong citizen. Chongshan is part of modern Zuping County in Shandong. Li passed the highest level of the Imperial Civil Service examination at the age of 27 in 1688. See Zhu 2:828 N1. Qingzhou, city in Shandong Province. Yan, a state during the Zhou period, 1045 to 221 BCE, part of modern Hebei province. Zhang, a measure equal to 3.33 meters, so the big man is almost 11 feet tall. The giant approached, snatched up their horses as food, and in moments had devoured all 6 or 7 of them. Afterwards, he splintered some trees into long, thin strips, then seized the travelers' heads and pierced them through their cheeks, like he was assembling strings of fish. When he'd finished stringing them together, he carried them several steps, the wooden strips making sounds like they might snap. The giant seemed to be afraid of falling with them in the dark, so he bent the wooden strips, pinned their 2 ends beneath an enormous boulder, and then left. When the travelers believed him to be far away, they took out their knives to cut through the wooden strips, suffering painfully as they did so, and prepared to flee swiftly. Then they saw the giant leading a man in their direction. Terrified, the travelers crowded together to hide in the tall grass. They found the latecomer to be even bigger than the giant as the two came to where the wooden strips lay, traversing the area, wandering back and forth, as though the man had asked for something that couldn't be attained. In response, the man started making a twittering sound, like the call of a giant bird, reflecting how angry he was for having been cheated by the giant. Hence he slapped the giant's cheek, while the behemoth bent down obediently to receive the blow, not daring in the least to contest it. Presently, then, they both left. The travelers consequently emerged from hiding and fled in panic. They ran through the wilderness for a good long time, till in the distance they saw some lights at the top of a ridge, so the group hurried there. Upon arriving, they found a man who lived in a stone house. The travelers entered and surrounded the man to pay their respects to him, then simultaneously began telling him about what they'd suffered. The man had them all sit down, and said, "This thing is detestable, but like you, I can't think of anything to stop it. If you'll wait here till my younger sister gets home, perhaps she can help us work out a plan." Before long, a young woman carrying 2 tigers on her back by herself came in from outside, and asked the travelers where they'd come from. They all prostrated themselves and began kowtowing, explaining what had happened. "I've known for a long time that those 2 were evildoers," the young woman replied, "but I never expected they'd be as fierce and out of control as this. We must get rid of them at once." She brought out a copper hammer that must have weighed 300 or 400 hu, then left to put an end to the villains. The brother then began cooking the tigers to treat the travelers. Before the meat was even finished roasting, she returned and reported, "When they saw me, they tried to run away, so I had to chase them for several dozen li, but finally I cut off the one's finger in revenge." Then she took the finger and tossed it to the ground, where they could see that it was as big as a shin bone. The group was amazed, and asked the young woman her name, but she didn't reply. After a little while, the meat was ready, but the travelers' wounds hurt so much, they couldn't eat. When the young woman then applied a medicinal concoction to their wounds, the pain suddenly stopped. The next morning, the woman accompanied the travelers to the place where they'd encountered the giant, and found their belongings all accounted for. Each of them loaded their possessions on their backs, then walked over 10 li till they passed the place where the young woman had fought with the giant, and she pointed to show them a depression in the boulder where an amount of blood remained, about enough to fill a basin. The young woman didn't depart from them to return home until the travelers had left the mountain. Underscore 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 un. 300 or 400 hu, ordinarily a measure of volume, the hu could variously signify either 5 or 10 pecks. Since a peck equals 0.25 bushels, this hammer is imagined to be equivalent to the weight of somewhere between 375–1000 bushels. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. 244 Xianggao. Xianggao, whose courtesy name was Chudan, was from Taiyuan. By his father's concubine he had an elder brother named Sheng, who was his absolutely devoted friend. Sheng had been having intimate relations with a prostitute named Bosi, and had even cut his arm in token of his vow to marry her, yet her mother asked for too much money for the dowry, so he was unsuccessful in getting her to agree to a marriage. Since her mother wanted to leave the brothel business behind, she felt she needed to settle Bosie's future first. There was a certain rich man named Zhuang, who'd always liked Bosie, and he inquired what it would cost to make her his concubine. Bosie told her mother, "Since you want to leave this business along with me, you already know that it's like climbing out of hell and ascending to heaven. How far away from our original wish it would be, if I became his concubine. If you'll agree to let me have my way, I'd like to marry Xiang." Her mother concurred, and informed Xiang Sheng of Bosie's intentions. At the time, Sheng had lost his wife and hadn't remarried yet, so he was overjoyed at this, and used up all of his money to marry Bosie and take her home with him. When Zhuang heard this, he was outraged that someone had taken Bosie from him, and when he came across them on their way home, he severely reviled Sheng. Sheng, for his part, refused to give in to him. Zhuang then summoned some of his servants to ambush Sheng, who viciously beat him to death. Underscore 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 un. Taiyuan, the capital of Shaanxi province. As soon as Xiang Gao learned about it, he rushed to see for himself, only to discover that his elder brother had already died, and he was overwhelmed by grief and anger. He wrote a complaint to the prefectural capital accusing Zhuang of the crime. Zhuang countered this by widely distributing bribes, so there was nothing that Gao could do about it. Gao hid his anger when the matter was concluded and he was unsuccessful in denouncing his enemy, but his thoughts fixed on finding an opportunity to stab Zhuang to death. Every day he carried a sharp dagger in his bosom, and lay in wait for him among the underbrush along the mountain path. A long time passed, and gradually his intention became clear to others. Zhuang knew what he was planning, so whenever he went out he took very strict precautions. He'd heard that in Fenzhou there were many young heroes for hire, brave and excellent bowmen, so he distributed many taels to secure them as bodyguards. Gao couldn't figure a way to carry out his plans, so he decided he would just bide his time. One day, while he was hiding, a rainstorm struck, drenching everything, while Gao shivered wretchedly. Subsequently, a brisk gale began blowing in every direction, and hail started falling, so Gao's body suddenly became painfully numb. Up on the mountain ridge, in the olden days there had been a temple to the mountain god, so he forced himself to head there quickly. As soon as he entered the temple, he recognized the Daoist priest who was staying there. The Daoist had regularly come to beg at their village, and Gao often fixed meals for him, so the Daoist also recognized him. When he saw that Gao's clothing was completely soaked, he took out a robe and gave it to Gao, saying, "For now, you can change into this." Underscore 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 un. Fenzhou, located in Fenyang County, Shandong Province. Once Gao exchanged his clothing for it, he experienced a freezing sensation and then crouched down like a dog while he was checking himself, for his hair and skin suddenly felt unfamiliar to him and he was transformed into a tiger. The Daoist had already vanished. Startled and angry, Gao's thoughts turned to pursuing his enemy and feeding on his flesh, feeling that this was actually a very good plan. He returned to his original hiding place at the base of the mountain, but when he saw his own corpse laying there in a brush thicket as he drew near, it finally dawned upon him that he was really dead. Still, he was afraid that raptors might pick at it before his corpse could be buried, so he constantly patrolled the area to guard it. A day went by, and when Zhuang happened to pass that way, the tiger leapt out viciously at his horse, causing Zhuang to fall down, so the tiger bit off his head and swallowed it. The bodyguards returned on horseback and shot at the beast, hitting the tiger in the belly, causing it to stumble in pain and surprise, till the tiger subsequently died. From the midst of all this confusion, Gao seemed to regain consciousness as if he was awakening from a dream. Once the night passed, he could finally begin to move a bit, though he felt listless in spirit, and returned home. His family members, worried when he didn't return night after night, had become pessimistic, but when they saw him, they were overjoyed, and everyone greeted him. Gao, however, had to lie down, remaining so weak from his experience that he couldn't even speak. After a little while, people heard about what had happened to Zhuang, and rushed to Gao's bedside to tell him of it. Gao then told himself, "The tiger was me." Afterwards, he described to the others all of the strange things he'd experienced. From that time forward, the story was disseminated everywhere. Zhuang's son was so grieved by his father's miserable death, that when he heard reports of Gao's story, he became angry and filed a suit with the local official. The official, however, considered Gao's tale fantastic, refused to believe it, and ultimately paid no attention to it. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "A hero's purpose may be fulfilled, but he certainly doesn't always return to life. This is the eternal pattern of revenge." The bodyguards killed Gao as a tiger, yet he returned to life, because the Daoist immortal's magic was godlike. Indeed, the world's injustices are more than enough to make one boil with anger. Since the one who is justly resentful is most often mortal like us, what a pity it is that he can't temporarily turn himself into a tiger. 245 Minister Dong. Minister Dong Qai, from Qingzhou, kept a very solemn household, so the servants, the women working inside the house and the men working outside it, never dared to communicate with each other. One day, there was a female servant and a male servant flirting at the middle gate of the house, and when Minister Dong saw this, he angrily rebuked them, so they hurried away. As night fell, Dong went to sleep in his study, accompanied by a boy servant. It happened to be midsummer and quite hot, so the door to the room had been left wide open. Late that night, the boy heard a very sharp, tearing sound come from the bed, startling him awake. In the moonlight, he saw a male servant carrying something out the door of the study. Since he figured he must be one of Minister Dong's servants, he didn't find it terribly strange, and went back to sleep. All of a sudden, the boy heard the loud sound of boots, and a powerful-looking, red-faced man with a long beard appeared, the very image of Guangong, clutching a man's head as he entered. The boy, horror-struck, scrambled under the bed. He heard a scraping sound through the bed above him, like someone shaking out some clothes, or patting a belly, that ceased moments later. The clomping sound of boots resumed, and then diminished. Underscore 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 un. Qingzhou, a county located in Shandong Province. Powerful-looking, red-faced man with a long beard. Guangong, these are the distinguishing features associated with paintings and effigies of the god of war, the deified Guan Yu, 160 to 219 CE, a heroic warrior of the Three Kingdoms period. See Zondergaard and Collins, 50 to 73. The boy gradually stuck his neck out, till he could see the light of dawn through the window frame. He took his hand and reached it up on the bed overhead, feeling something sticky and wet, and smelling the reek of blood. He cried out to Minister Dong, who then awakened. The boy servant informed Dong of what had happened, and then they looked closer with the lamp, discovering the pillow soaked with blood. Astonished, Dong didn't know what to make of it. Suddenly a local official's servant knocked at his door. Minister Dong went out to see who it was, startling the servant when he appeared, but then the servant explained that some strange things had been happening. Dong asked for more details, and the servant replied, "Earlier, a man with a confused expression came to our office, loudly crying, 'I've killed my master.' Everyone there could see that his clothes were blood-stained, so he was taken to see the official and proved upon investigation to be one of your servants. He told us that he'd already killed you, and that he'd buried your head next to a Guangong temple. When we went to investigate, we found a freshly dug hole in the ground, but no sign of any head." The astonished Minister Dong hurried to the official's public office, where he discovered that this servant had been the one he'd scolded for flirting with a female servant the previous day. Dong explained to the official the odd things that had happened. The official rebuked the servant severely, and then released him. Dong didn't want to provoke enmity with anyone, so he gave the female servant to this male servant and saw to it that they were married. Several days went by, and then the servants who lived next to the new couple heard an extremely loud sound from their quarters, like something being torn apart, so the other servants and Dong quickly got up and called out, but there was no response. When they pushed the door open and entered to take a look, they saw that the servant husband and wife, along with their bed, had been sliced in half. Their dead flesh and the wooden frame were all cut up like a sword had slashed them. There have been many signs of Guangdong's divine intervention, but none so strange as this. 246 Zhou III. Zhang Taihua, from Taiyan, was a wealthy court historian. His family had been experiencing trouble with fox spirits, and attempts to drive them away had had no effect. He explained his situation to Yin, the prefecture's senior official, but the official was also unable to do anything about it. At the time, in the eastern portion of the prefecture, there was also a fox living in a villager's home, and the people there could all see that it looked like a white-haired old man. The old man showed great concern for the people who lived in the village, acting like a civilized man with normal manners. He said of himself that he was the second oldest in his family, so everyone just called him Second Uncle Hu. Since there were various scholars paying a visit to senior official Yin, they informed him about this other fox. The official then schemed with Zhang, and dispatched him to ask around about old Hu. At that time, there was a public servant working for the government to whom Zhang paid a visit, and he verified the reports about the other fox. Then the two of them returned to the public servant's home, where they arranged for a feast and invited Hu to come. When Hu arrived at the residence, the public servant and Zhang exchanged courtesies with their guest, and he traded toasts with them, as though he were just an ordinary person. Once Zhang delivered his request for help, Hu replied, "Indeed, I know all about it, however, I can't be of any service to you. But my friend, Zhou III, who's living in a monastery on Mt Tai, could probably vanquish the fox for you if you were to entreat him." This made Zhang happy, and he expressed his thanks to Hu. Underscore 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 un. Taiyan, the city nearest Mt Tai in Shandong province. Just before departing from Zhang, Hu had made an appointment with him, telling Zhang to arrange a banquet for the next day at the monastery on Mt Tai. Zhang felt much obliged to Hu. When the time arrived, Hu personally conducted Zhou III in. The curly-bearded Zhou projected an air of integrity, and was dressed in a lined robe with calf-length leggings. They drank several rounds of wine, and then Zhou turned to Zhang and said, "Second brother, Hu has described your situation, and I already know all about it. Yet foxes such as these surely have numerous minions, so if we're unable to persuade them to leave, drawing them out by force could lead to disaster. I need to come stay in your home right away, where I can work a bit on this problem." Zhang considered the suggestion. "If I get rid of one fox, and another takes its place, I'm just exchanging one kind of problem for another. So I can't just agree to move." Zhou already knew what he was thinking, and replied, "Don't worry. I'm not like him, you and I will have a happy relationship for a long time, so please don't doubt me." Zhang agreed to trust him. The fox then advised him, "Tomorrow, gather all your family members together, shut the door to the room, and sit down there, making no noise." Zhang went home, and did everything just as Zhou had instructed. All of a sudden they heard the sound of someone being attacked and slashed during a fight, then as time passed, the clamor settled down. When they finally opened the door and went out to take a look, there were traces of blood on the stairs. And on the steps, there were several small fox heads, the size of saucers. Finally they saw Zhou, alone, sitting upright in the building where the dead foxes had been living, smiling and greeting them with folded hands, he declared, since I received your great trust, the demon things have already been scattered and destroyed. From then on, Zhou took up lodgings at Zhang's place, like a guest living with his hosts. 247 A strange matter concerning pigeons. Among the many varieties of pigeons, there are the lady stars of Shangzi, the crane beauties of Shandong, the axle butterflies of Guizhou, the back flippers of Sichuan and Hebei, and the alsharps of Zhejiang, each of them an unusual species. There are also bootheads, dappled eggs, great whites, black stones, married couples, spotted dog eyes, and more names than I can count on my fingers, some that only a real enthusiast can identify. There was a master Zhang Yaliang of Zuping, whose favorite hobby was keeping pigeons, and he collected them according to the descriptions in the classic on pigeons written by Zhang Wanzhong. When he was raising the pigeons, he cared for them like they were human babies. When it was cold, he gave them white grass for warmth, and when it was hot, he tossed them salt pellets. The pigeons were sleeping properly, but then they began sleeping too much, falling sick, becoming paralyzed, and dying. Zhang went to Guangling, where he spent 10 taels to purchase a lively pigeon with an extremely petite body, which, when it was taken out and placed it on the ground, would begin agitatedly walking endlessly round and round, obliging its owner to pick it up and restrain it from exhausting itself. That night, Zhang put the new bird in with his other pigeons, where it seemed to startle all of them, effectively shaking them out of their paralyzing illness, so he named the pigeon Night Walker. Underscore 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 un. Zuping, a county in Shandong Province. Classic on pigeons. Zhang Wanzhong, Siju, 2:839N7. White grass, also known as white sweetgrass, a traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, herbal remedy, Zhu 2:839N8. Guangling, ancient county name, site of modern Yangzhou and Jiangsu province. There were pigeon breeders throughout Shandong, yet none of their pigeons could equal Zhang's. He even went so far as to refer to himself as a pigeon master. One night, he was sitting in his study, when suddenly a young man in white clothing knocked at his door and entered, but he wasn't anyone Zhang knew. When he asked the young man who he was, he replied, "I'm an itinerant traveler named Hizutao. From far away, I heard that you raised pigeons of the highest quality, and since I've adored them all my life, I wish to take a look at yours." Zhang then took out a number of his multicolored birds that were as magnificent as brocade. Hizutao smiled and remarked, "What people have told me is no exaggeration. You may well be said to have a special talent for raising pigeons. I've also brought along a pair of birds, so would you like to take a look at them?" Zhang was pleased to do so, and went outside with he. The moonlight wasn't bright enough to dispel the darkness, so the open countryside appeared foreboding, and Zhang began to feel apprehensive. "Please come along with me," Hizutao told him, "since the place where I'm staying isn't far from here." After they'd taken several steps, Zhang saw a Daoist monastery near a pair of columns. Hizutao took Zhang's hand and they entered through the darkness, without any lights. The young man stood in the courtyard, making pigeon calls with his mouth. Suddenly 2 pigeons appeared. In form and shape they were ordinary pigeons, but their feathers were pure white. They flew up to the eaves of the monastery, cooing while fighting, each one flinging itself at the other, causing them to somersault together. Hizutao waved his arm at them, till they joined their wings together and flew away. Again he pursed his lips and made a strange sound, then 2 other pigeons flew out, a big one the size of a duck, and a small one the size of a clenched fist. They landed on some steps, and imitated the dance of cranes. The big one stretched its neck up, and spread its wings like it was setting up a screen, then leapt about, calling, like it was trying to lead the other one somewhere. The small one flew up and down, cooing, for some time before it settled on top of the other, its wings fluttering lightly, as if it was a swallow alighting on the foliage of a cattail. with a sound like the fragments moving around in a tiny shaker drum. The big one stuck its neck out and didn't dare move, but urgently called out again and again, till the sound changed into something resembling stone chimes, the two of them responding to each other, their calls intermingling rhythmically. Subsequently, the small one flew up in the air, while the big one turned upside down and uttered a call. Zhang couldn't stop praising their excellence, and felt that their superiority truly opened his eyes to his own inferiority as a pigeon breeder and trainer. Thus he bowed to he with hands clasped in respect, and implored the young man to allot some of his pigeons for Zhang to breed with his own. Hizatao, however, said he couldn't allow it. Hence Zhang adamantly repeated his pleading. Hizatao then ordered those pigeons to leave, and once again made the sound that he'd used before, summoning the white pigeons to come, holding them in his hands as he declared, "If you don't find these specimens too ugly, take them to do the job for you." Then he put them together so Zhang could admire them. Their eyes shone like amber-colored moons, the gaze of each pair as penetrating as though no barrier could block them, and both had markings around their eyes like black peppercorns. Then they spread their wings, revealing the transparent flesh of their sides, and several of the vital organs inside them. Zhang thought them so extraordinarily rare that he continued his former entreaties, without ceasing his cunning begging. "I still have 2 pigeons which I haven't shown you," Hizatao told him, "but you cannot see them today." While they were concluding their conversation, Zhang's servants lit some hemp torches and entered the monastery, searching for their master. When Zhang turned from them back to Hizatao, the young man changed into a white pigeon the size of a chicken, then flew up into the sky and vanished. Before Zhang's eyes, the monastery building shrank into a small tomb, and the 2 columns into a pair of cedar trees. He gave the pigeons to his servants to hold, sighed in astonishment, and they returned home. When he tested the pigeons with a trial flight, they were as strangely docile as they'd originally been. Even if they weren't the epitome of extraordinary, everyone would admire their unique qualities nonetheless. 2 years elapsed, and his pair of pigeons gave birth to 3 others. Although his relatives begged him for them, Zhang wouldn't give them up. There was a certain gentleman of his father's generation, who was a wealthy official. One day, when he was visiting Zhang, he asked him, "Do you have many pigeons?" Zhang merely grunted and avoided the question. He suspected that the official was implying that he was keen on the birds as a pigeon fancier himself, figuring that if he announced his enthusiasm, Zhang might part with some of his best ones. Zhang kept thinking that since the inquiry was coming from someone of the older generation, he couldn't just avoid the subject. What's more, Zhang didn't dare just offer him some ordinary pigeons, so he finally selected 2 of the white pigeons and put them in a carrying cage, though he'd rather have offered him no less than 1,000 taels. Days later, he saw the official, noticing that he seemed supremely satisfied, but, oddly, the man didn't offer any words of thanks or comment. When Zhang couldn't stand it any longer, he demanded, "Did you find the birds to be of exceptional quality?" "Quite plump," the official replied. Greatly troubled, Zhang cried, Did you cook them?" "Naturally." Zhang cried in horror, "Those were no ordinary pigeons, common as shoe leather, as they say." The official echoed the sentiment, commenting, "Their flavor was distinctive, though not all that unusual." Zhang, exasperated and angry, returned home. That night, he dreamt that Hizatao, wearing white clothing, appeared to him and in a reproving tone said, "In order for you to show your love of them, I entrusted you to care for my children and grandchildren. How could you have allowed such precious creatures to come to their end in a cooking cauldron? Now I must lead the remaining children away." When he finished speaking, he changed into a pigeon, and the other white pigeons that Zhang had been raising all followed him, calling to each other as they flew away. The next day, when he went out and inspect his birds, he found that all of the special white pigeons had fled. Feeling quite upset, he took his remaining pigeons, dispersed his collection by giving them to his fellow pigeon breeders, till after several days they were all gone. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Things are usually attracted to the individuals who favor and collect them, and hence Yegong loves dragons, until a real dragon enters the room. Furthermore, won't a scholar wishing to have an excellent friend eventually make such a friend, and won't a worthy ruler who wishes to be served by a brilliant official eventually attract one in real life? Regarding money, it's significant that there are more people who love it than who collect it, which may explain why the spirits and gods are angered by greediness, not by obsession. Underscore 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 un. Yegong. This refers to a fable, the Yegong Hailong, about Master Yegao, who liked dragons so much that he decorated his entire home with figures of them, but when a heavenly dragon decided to visit him to express its gratitude, Master Ye was frightened away. The phrase has passed into the Chinese vernacular to indicate someone who professes to love something but is actually afraid of it. Yang et al. 106. A friend once sent several bright vermilion carps to Master Sun Union, but this friend's household lacked any intelligent servants, and an older servant went out to fetch the fishes. When he got to the pond by their gate, he pulled the fishes out of the water, then tied them to planks of wood with some rope, and took them to Sun's residence. By the time he reached Master Sun, the fishes were already all dried out and dead. Sun merely smiled and said nothing, but had some wine taken out as reward for the servant, and ordered that the fishes be cooked so they could be served. After the servant returned home, Sun's friend inquired of him, "Was Master Sun quite gratified by the fish I gave him?" "Very pleased," the old servant replied. "How can you be sure?" asked the friend. The servant explained, "When the master saw the fishes, he was so glad that he began to smile, then he stood up to order that I be given some wine, that the fishes be fried, and that I be given some to eat." The friend was quite alarmed by this, thinking to himself that he'd offered them as a present for Master Sun, and that they were by no means of poor quality, so he wondered how they had come to be cooked and given to an underling. Hence he blamed the old servant, and cried, "Surely it must have been your ignorant incompetence, that made Master Sun vent his anger on my gift." The old servant shook his hand at the man, strongly disputing him, "I may be ignorant and clumsy, but I don't deserve to be treated like riffraff. When I knew I'd be going to Master Sun's place, I was very careful, being afraid that a small bucket wouldn't be adequate to hold the fishes for long, so I respectfully took them out and tied each to a plank, with loops of rope around them evenly spaced, and then took them inside. So why are you claiming I wasn't careful?" Master Sun's friend then scolded him further and sent him away. At Lingyin Monastery, there was a certain monk who had a reputation as a tea connoisseur, whose tea brews were always perfect. Thus it was that he separated his tea into several grades, since he was constantly receiving guests, both the influential and the humble, and would brew tea to offer them. However, he would only offer his top-rated grade to wealthy guests who could appreciate its flavor. One day, a rich official arrived, and the monk received him very respectfully, so he brought out some of his second-best tea, and with his own hands prepared and offered it, looking forward to hearing the official praise it. The rich official, however, remained silent. The monk was quite perplexed, so he took out some of his highest grade tea, prepared it, and offered it to the official. He drank the tea until it was almost all gone, but still without praising it. The monk, so anxious that he couldn't wait any longer, bowed and asked, "How was that tea?" The rich official set down his cup, folded his hands in gratitude, and replied, "Quite hot." These two anecdotes are good for a laugh, just like the story of Master Zhang giving away the pigeons. Underscore 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 un. Lingyin Monastery, a Buddhist monastery located in Zhejiang Province. 248 Naizheng. Prince Lu, who lived in Huaiqing, was an immoral man. Sometimes as he traveled through citizens' communities, if he spied a pretty woman, he would have her kidnapped and brought to him. A man named Wang's beautiful wife had been seen by the prince, so he sent men and horses with a carriage to her home to seize her. The wife was unrestrained in her tearful wailing, but finally was dragged up and taken away. Wang fled from the scene and hid himself at the tomb of Naizheng, hoping his wife would pass by, so he could see her for a distant farewell. Shortly afterward, the wife arrived, and spotting her husband off in the distance, began crying loudly, and threw herself to the ground. Wang was so moved by her response, that he unconsciously cried out. The prince's servants could tell that it was Wang's voice, so some of them pulled him away, while others were on the verge of flogging him. Suddenly a bold-looking man emerged from the tomb with a naked sword gripped in his hand, radiating a spirit of fierce bravery, as he cried in a stern voice, "I am Naizheng. How can a virtuous woman be abducted by force? Considering that your servants yourselves, and hence not free to exercise your own judgment, I shall forgive you. But deliver these words to your immoral prince, if you don't change your ways, in a few days you'll lose your head." Underscore 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 un. Huaiqing, a prefecture located in Henan Province's Qinyan County. Naizheng, an assassin of the Warring States period, 475 to 221 BCE. The crowd of servants was utterly astonished and ran away, abandoning the carriage. The bold man who had emerged from the tomb then disappeared into it. Wang and his wife kowtowed before the tomb, and then went home, though worrying that the prince would once again try to tear them apart. More than 10 days passed, and nothing had happened, so they began to feel more relaxed. It was said that from that time forward, the prince no longer abused his power. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "I've read the biographies of assassins, and the figure I admire most is Naizheng, from Shenjingli, for disguising his appearance in order to draw close to kill an enemy for a worthy patron, like the righteous Yu Rang, for the bravery to kill a minister during a banquet, like the valiant Zhuanzhu, and for the willingness even to butcher his own flesh in order to avoid involving his kindred in his deeds, like the wise Cao Mei." Underscore 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 un. Biographies of Assassins, an allusion to the 86th chapter of Sima Qian's Records of the Grand Historian, the biographies of the assassin retainers, describing the lives of 5 men who undertook an assassination or threat of assassination in order to avenge some wrong done to their lord or to right a political wrong, 167-1. Shenjingli, located in modern Jiyuan County, Henan Province. Yu Rang, Warring States period assassin who had disfigured himself by way of disguise, but failed nevertheless to avoid being captured and avenged his dead lord by symbolically stabbing the robe of his lord's murderer before committing suicide, Krebs 40. Zhuanzhu, Spring and Autumn, Chunkaihu, period, 777 to 476 BCE, assassin, famous for killing King Liao of Wu with a knife hidden inside a fish. Cao Mei, Zhu alludes to Sima's account that Naizheng disfigured his own face, in order to prevent any connection being made to him that might implicate his elder sister, 2:842-12. As for Jing Ke, his strength wasn't sufficient to carry out his plan against the tyrant of Qin, but he chose to go through with it anyway, and though he cut off the king's servants while fighting with Qin, he was killed on the spot, for which he had himself to blame. He borrowed the head of General Fan so easily, but when could he ever pay it back? Such an assassin is always despised in the course of history, and Naizheng just sneered at him. I heard this unofficial version of another history. Jing's tomb was near to those of Yang Jiaoai and Zhou Batao, and a big fight between their ghosts resulted in Jing's bones being exposed and his tomb being broken open. If that's really so, then when Jing was alive he didn't receive the fame he desired, and after death he was further demoralized, and seeing how Naizheng was angered by people's immorality and punished them accordingly, Jing Ke should understand that he simply couldn't measure up to the standards of a real assassin. Alas! Nai Zheng's virtue should be more widely acknowledged after this incident. Underscore 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 un. Jing Ke, the assassin, d. 227 BCE, who failed to kill the king of Qin. The king proceeded to unify China and found the Qin dynasty, 221 to 206 BCE. See Sima, 167 to 78. General Fan Wuqi, a sworn enemy of the king of Qin, was persuaded by Jing Ke to allow his head to be used as part of an offering that would allow Jing to draw near enough to Qin to kill him. The attempt was botched by Jing, cf. Chen Kaix's film The Emperor and the Assassin, and Zhang Yimou's film Hero, nullifying Fan Wuqi's sacrifice and rendering Jing contemptible as an assassin. Yang Jiaoai and Zhou Batao, Warring States period figures. Yang and Zhou were friends who heard that the king of Chu was summoning talented men, so they went to seek their fortune, but harsh snowy conditions proved so taxing to their survival that Zhou gave his own clothing to Yang and hanged himself upon a tree, so Yang could have their food. Yang went on to serve the king, and was rewarded by being made a minister, though never forgetting his debt to Zhou. Zhu 2:843-16.